Garde very, very highly recommended that any serious student of magic undergo psychotherapy at some time or another.
Yes, he did. I personally, as one time now retired psychologist and family therapist, really don't know how much good that does. What therapy should do for a serious student of magic is point out, help him gain insights into his defense mechanisms and his process of self-deceit, and which we all suffer from. It's the only way human beings, I think, can survive is to learn to lie to themselves a bit, and also learn about infantile megalomania that's not been transformed into healthy adult megalomania. Without megalomania, again, we can survive either. So there's no way to get rid of the ego. There's no way to get rid of megalomania. There's no way to get rid of any of this. These are all essential survival devices that we need. The idea is to get them into perspective, and that was, as I see it, the whole purpose of psychotherapy. In fact, for anybody, I get so many letters from people. Some of them, in my opinion, are so out of it they could spend the rest of their life in psychotherapy or anything else that wouldn't do them any good, because there's too much trapped in their own delusions and illusions, so on and so forth. And they need them in order to maintain.
Israel Regardie spent a lot of time with Aleister Crowley as a student, as a secretary, before they had their falling out. What were his views on Aleister Crowley's works?
Well, he thought Aleister Crowley was a genius and a great person, a great man, and admired him thoroughly. Of course, as everyone knows, they had a disagreement based on their egos, and they broke up. But after Francis got over his hurt feelings, he became much more objective, as evidence in the Eye of the Triangle, which New Falcon publishes. But a lot of followers of Crowley do not like that book because they think it psychologizes Crowley a bit too much. I don't happen to agree with their point of view. I think it's a fair presentation of their interrelationships and their psychodynamics and their various feelings and problems they experienced going through life. It's difficult for people to separate Crowley into the great man he was, the channeler of ayahuasca, if you will, with law, and all of his great magical works and his poetry, his artwork, and realize also that he was also a human being with all the little problems that all the rest of us have. Just because you're maybe a prophet doesn't mean you can't have flaws, and so-called flaws or problems.
I've always been curious as to how polemic Israel really was. We find a lot of references to Hellenic religion, Hellenic symbologies, Hellenic concepts, terms, and whatnot, and say Garden of Pomegranates and various other works by Israel Regardie. And then on the other hand, we know that while he did inherit and pass down Aleister Crowley's version, chapter, whatever, the original Golden Dawn, that specific Golden Dawn is not expressly Hellenic, but Hermetic, as of course was the original Golden Dawn, which was started in the late 1800s by S.L. McGregor Mathers, Arthur Edward Waite, William Butler Yeats, as well as several other people. And Crowley came on board, shortly after the Order's original inception. And, there have been, as far as I know, there is a Hellenic Order, the Golden Dawn. It's probably several different versions of the Golden Dawn, which are currently active, practicing around the world today.
No, there are a lot of Golden Dawns here. One of the most important points that everyone should keep in mind is that he made me promise that I, or in fact, hopefully no one else would try to centralize the Golden Dawn into one universal or international or national order, which some people are and have intended to do. I stayed totally loyal to my word in this area, while I've noticed others have not. In terms of the Hellenic Golden Dawn, he has no personal responsibility for that at all. That simply falls on my head and David Carubin's head. We decided to attempt to integrate the philosophy of Thelema with the rituals, or some of the rituals of the Hermetic Golden Dawn, and that work was successful for a while, and then it lost its impetus, and I don't even know, when I resigned from it, and I don't even know if it's functional today. I really don't pay attention to most of that stuff. We used to call them the Golden Dawn Wars, and I found it rather ridiculous, and there's enough space and enough brain power for everyone to proceed on their own and have their own groups. I don't believe the Golden Dawn requires a central authority. In terms of the philosophy of Thelema, Regardie, in terms of that, was a Thelemite, although he always referred to himself as a Golden Dawn man in terms of initiations and rituals, but in terms of his day-to-day philosophy, he was a complete Thelemite.
How exactly does, say, Rosicrucianism or Freemasonry fit in with Francis's more Hellenic philosophies? Because, as you had mentioned, you weren't especially ecstatic about learning and practicing the Rose Cross ritual. Even though he did, in whatever way or for whatever reason, insist that you did at least learn the ritual. How did this Rosicrucian Christian or Gnostic Christian material philosophy fit in with his more new Eon Crowleyan Thelemic philosophies and ideals?
Well, I think we need to differentiate between rituals, or a particular type of group rituals, and philosophy. As far as Francis was concerned, the book of the law was privately, even then he felt it was totally inspired work, and the philosophy of Thelema, while not inherently or necessarily historically first presented in the book of the law, Crowley's presentation did much to keep that particular point of view alive. Almost all the orders have, similar base in either Egyptian, Hebraic, and some people even claim Norse philosophy or ritual, although some of those individuals who are more Nordic would tend to disagree with that and believe that everything started with that particular group of people, while the Golden Dawn and Thelema tend to lean, much closer to the Egyptians and to pre-Egyptians and to the Hebrew Kabbalah.
Gnosticism.
And Gnosticism, of course. Yeah. But then, of course, you have to remember the cross was a symbol of the process of verticality and the process of horizontality. Things going horizontal and things going vertical. It was not obviously a Christian symbol, and it existed long before the Christians even adopted the name Christian. Christos, which has its origins, it appears in Greek. For me, I some of the qualities of the Golden Dawn I just didn't like because of a little bit too much leaning toward the Christian point of view and the Christian symbolism that was involved. And I felt more comfortable and feel more comfortable with Thelemic rituals and initiation.
It seems to me that in Thelemic religion, the philosophy of New Eon, Thelemic religion, if we look at the Book of the Law or a number of works by Crowley or Rigardi, that the age of the dying god, the slain god, Piscean age, the age of bondage and obedience to the church, the king, the state. It was an age of sacrifice and death, really. And so, the age of Pisces, if there's anything to the Thelemic point of view, really has had its day. And it's really time to move on. And Crowley indicates that we are now entering into an age, an eon, however you want to say it, of what he calls Horus, the crowned and conquering child of the new eon. And, hopefully it would be an age where creativity and self-reliance and ingenuity, achievement, attainment, the attainment of one's highest purpose. An age where more respect would be given to one's own will, one's own divine will. And on the other hand, much more respect would be given to others as far as their freedom to do whatever it is they choose to do. Which is, there's a big difference here between these two ages. We see similarities in the symbols, the names, and the particular figures represented, or the characteristics and traits of those real, imagined, legendary or mythological people, characters, gods, goddesses, symbols of God. What does the age of Horus mean to you? How do you put all these symbologies together? It's Christian, Egyptian, Crowley symbols, archetypes, whatever they are. How is it that you personally put them in perspective?
Well, I think it's a very complex matrix of symbolism, and I think the essence of the matter is much more important than the symbols per se. Some people do not accept Horus as the symbol of the new kingdom. In fact, a lot of people don't. Some groups felt he's had his run, if you would, and now Seth or somebody else is the symbol. My personal thing is that you have to deal with the symbols that are most resonant with yourself and with your own basic nature. So I prefer the Egyptian, Hebraic, even Chinese and Japanese symbols and rituals than I do the so-called Christian. Now, of course, we have to differentiate Christos from Christian and Yeshua from Christ, and it's a very complex matter. They all fall into different boxes, and it's important to keep your boxes, separate and not get all confused, because you might have an emotional leaning in one direction or another. You need to know what your emotional leanings are and be clear about them. Much like I mentioned, my mind is Egyptian, Hebraic, and as I say, Chinese, Japanese, Buddhistic. I have no problem with Buddha as a symbol, but I do have problems with some man on theoretically a cross. Some say it was just a post, who's bleeding and dying for mankind. As Nietzsche said, Jesus would have been a very important figure if he ever got over being an adolescent. And assuming that he existed as a person. But the God man symbolism is very, very old. There's nothing new about it. It seems that 18% of the population of the world choose, Christianity as their religion. In terms of mysticism and magic, I think most of them wouldn't have anything to do with either one of those people, because most of them would get regarded as anti-Christian, even though the devil, for example, is more Christian than it is Judaic or Hebraic, because the devil is only regarded as the so-called accuser and sort of as the right-hand guy of God. And So when I see people invoking the devil in the Western sense of the term rather than the more universal sense of the term, you see them affirming a Christian belief pattern and a Christian way of thinking about things.
But, you know, the devil is whoever we make the devil out to be. The devil, God and the devil both reside within us for the most part, as far as I'm concerned. You know, to borrow a little bit from a certain favorite author of mine, it's just hard to figure out which is which, who's who, which one's the God and which one's the devil. Sometimes, you know, which one's the accuser, which one's the blesser. It's not always immediately apparent. I think that they tricks us. You know, when are we descending into the depths and the darkness of the Kitover? When are we ascending to the successive Sephiros, country of light? Maybe it's confusing. Or maybe it's really just incredibly enlightening experience. Experiencing both the light and the darkness. And the interchange. Where and when did you and Israel regarding first meet?
I met, I call him Francis. We met in Studio City, California, somewhere in the 1970s. I went to see him as a student in Reichian therapy. I've been a student of magic since I was about 20, which I think that makes me 37 years, and I wanted to learn magic from him, but he was quite insistent that anybody who wanted to learn magic had to go through a course of therapy. I already had been trained as a Jungian, but he felt that he'd like to work with me in the Reichian model of psychotherapy. So that's how we met, and that's where we met. And from there, our relationship evolved, where I was helpful to him in helping him prepare his life for retirement. And from there, it went on into publishing.
What were some of the more significant things you learned from Israel regarding the time that you spent with him? As you went through the Reichian therapy with him, as you studied magic under him, what sort of things did you learn from him?
Well, one of the things I learned from him was how to be a better person toward other people at a personal level. Even though many people that don't know me me to just read my books, think I'm sort of.
Israel Regardie as well as Aleister Crowley both maintained quite adamantly that magic as science should be subjected to the scientific method, should be tested and scrutinized. So, what would be the difference between testing, evaluating a magical operation, say a high magic operation, where you're trying to transform yourself, or you're trying to change yourself, go through a chemical process, as opposed to, say, the psychoanalytical process of testing the results of continued therapy or whatnot?
Well, for an example, we'll take therapy first. If you wanted to do a fairly good job of testing various different methods of therapy, you would randomly assign your patients to different groups, modalities of therapy. You'd have control for placebo, you'd have pre-tests on personality, you'd have progress tests and post-tests, and then follow-up tests. And then maybe if you have done a very good job, you can come up and show that there is one treatment is better than another after a 6-month follow-up. But as you can see, I'm just touching the surface here, and that's extremely difficult. Those type of things are extremely difficult to do, although they have been done. But they're basically all flawed in a number of different ways, but they're not as flawed as not attempting to do anything to control for time, this time itself, which is called maturation. What's the effect of just time doing nothing on something? So in good experiments, there are placebo controls as well, and both in medicine, chemistry, and in psychotherapy. In magic, it's extremely difficult to do. First of all, you don't even know for sure what your outcome is. People say, well, I was looking for this, but this happened. Well, how do you know that one is a result of the other? One is the result of the operation? You don't really know that. It's pure wish fulfillment. And that's why Regardie thought that the course of therapy would help people get a handle on their wish fulfillment thing. In terms of having a good experience, or a positive experience, or enlightening experience, that is purely on one's own. I mean, you do an Gnostic Mass, for example, and you feel really great afterwards, and you can say, yes, going through these procedures, I felt great. And that's all you can say. You can't say any more. If you attempt to say any more, you're making a fool of yourself.
So the tests and observations and conclusions really are totally individualized.
They're very subjective, and that's why a lot of people think keeping a journal is scientific. And in a sense, it is for themselves. But again, in the broader sense, it isn't, because they don't have control over time. What's the effect of time alone on some event or some desired results? When you do experiments in magic to bring something to physical manifestation, that's a big difference. Assuming the audience is not under hypnosis, then you have a number of observers seeing some entity show up into the room. Or if you do this, that, the other. Again, it's not really hard science, but it's flirting with the edges. And that's about the best we really can do, is flirting with the edges.
So in essence, you should apply the scientific principle the best way you can, the best way you know how, and hope for the best.
And try not to generalize and make yourself sound like you're in charge when you're not.
Right. Don't get too arrogant about it. How did Israel regard AC magic as something that could improve the quality of somebody's life?
Well,
Or did he?
I think he did. I would say I know he did. He felt magic could be used to gain a peak experience, or other people would call it contact, communication with the divine, reaching a higher self, an angel, or whatever name you choose. He also practiced devotional yoga, bhakti yoga. And he believed in opening up the mind to a much greater power than we experience in our day-to-day mundane or prosaic existence. He believed that was possible. And that was measured by yourself. You were able to determine on your own whether you had made this opening. However, he also realized that simply because you make an opening to a higher force, whether you use magical techniques or yoga or drugs, that this was not necessarily going to change your day-to-day life or your day-to-day feelings and activities, because both of us over our years of observation have found that many people have had so-called peak experiences, and after the experiences they're going, they are just as ignorant, stupid, and dumb as they were before they had the experience.
So the real value of the experience is really just that it happened.
That's what you have to learn with. Right. And how do you know it happened? Because sometimes you pass out. It's because it's written on your memory banks and you can recall them sometimes from a normal state. Sometimes you don't even know it happened. But it's there. You can reach it. And the thing that he was very insistent upon was constant repetition, constant practice, and constant work, versus just somebody taking an acid pill and having a psychedelic experience, or and then coming back to that normal plane and being the same moron they were before they took the drug.
So are you saying that having an experience such as dropping a hit of acid or taking some Vitaly or some psychedelic drug just for the heck of it, just to see what happens, is really like purposeless? Or
no, it was an experience. It had no carryover except for something that you could talk about with others.
What were Israel regarding views on the spiritual realms, the divine, God, gods, the gods, what have you?
Well, he did believe strongly in the spiritual world, and a world of but not necessarily in the way that most people think of. He was quite fascinated by Zechariah Sitchin's 12th planet, and felt that it often explained more of our condition and our desire to reach homeward than anything else. So that sort of ties in with Chief's notion of Kitover, that we have a divine part in ourselves, but for some reason we've lost the ability to have real contact with it, except under rare conditions, and we don't know how to reach it. And maybe if we did reach it in a more continual way, we could destroy ourselves. Maybe to protect us and also to protect them from us.
Sitchin's books are really marvelous. Reading them is like going through some kind of initiation, because if you weren't aware before, you will be after you read them. Or even just say read the 12th planet. That we may very well be descendants, in part, of some ancient alien race, the Anunnaki, that came to this planet some possibly 450,000 years ago. They were in distress. They needed something we had. Gold. Yes. Fix their atmosphere. A race that supposedly, according to Sitchin, is, or rather, lives on the 12th planet that we don't see but every 600 years or something. It's got some strange elliptical orbit around our sun. It's usually so far out in space in this long extended elliptical orbit that it has that we don't see it. It's not a big enough celestial body for us to detect until it gets much closer than it indeed has been for some time. Who knows, maybe coming back soon. It's been very well, and very interesting. And as strange as the story sounds, Mr. Sitchin backs it up. A lot of evidence that really has to make you do some hard thinking, because you were essentially, we are some, at least according to Sitchin's theories, some form of hybrid, some sort of cross between some earth animal that they found, a primate species, and themselves. And they created what the Bible calls Adam and Eve. Sitchin refers, or them actually, some of the ancients referred to this early race, this primal race that was the forefathers and foremothers of us all. Mankind, humanity, as the Adama, and we were created to be essentially slaves, workers. We were made less strong, according to the theories, and more intelligent, they somehow implanted some of their DNA within us, or within the primate that they deemed as a usable animal if it were only made a little less dangerous, a little more intelligent, able to carry out commands. They looked around and they found the animal, was going to be the most suitable for their needs. It was going to be, one of the most intelligent, nimble, agile creatures that they could find on this planet at that particular point in the history of this planet. Whatever creature that they found, creature supposedly we are descended from in part, wasn't exactly what they needed. They needed something more than what they could find. And they could get it through the magic of bioengineering. And now we know how to bioengineer. Leaders told us what to do. So obviously there's some interesting, at least symbolic association between the subscription theories and our even present day behavior as we observe it. In the context of Sitchin's writings, as I recall, we find these two leading characters that the ancients apparently viewed as gods, some kind of gods. The ancient Sumerians, Mesopotamians, perhaps the Hebrews. Hebrews just gave them different names. Sitchin sees them, of course, as some higher form of alien being, some form of life, some form of intelligence, probably physical in nature, that ruled over us at least according to various tablets, the various ancient writings that Sitchin has was unearthed, discovered, read, scrutinized, analyzed, interpreted, all of that. And anyway, as the story goes, these two characters, gods, alien beings, their names were Enki and Enlil. They had a certain conflict of interest. Enki was the first prince of this world, king of this world, according to these ancient writings. Somehow his power was usurped by Enlil. And Enki and Enlil had very opposing views on how this race should be viewed. So Enki decides that he's going to go to this new race that he was instrumental in creating, and reveal to them certain things, give them certain knowledge, certain wisdom. And Enlil is totally opposed to this. As far as he's concerned, that we don't need the knowledge. It's only going to be detrimental to their purposes, perhaps to us, as you have said. Maybe we were created with some sort of buffer so that we don't become just so intelligent or evolved. This story is quite similar, of course, to the story of Genesis, the story of Nahash and Eve, the serpent and Eve. The serpent, most of us know, have heard, read in Genesis, comes to Eve and says, well, why don't you eat of this fruit of the tree of the knowledge of Tamarah, the knowledge of good and evil. And of course, as the story goes, she eats of the apple, and then she cajoles her husband Adam to do the same. Jehovah finds out and decides to punish Adam and Eve as well as Nahash. From that day on, they're thrown out of the garden.
Well, it's sort of a funny thing, we could just as well have eaten off the tree of life first, because that was there, and then not have been penalized as much or if at all of eating off the tree of knowledge. The symbolism is open to a billion interpretations, but one is that you don't want slaves to have any free choice. That's the first thing that you don't want. Right? So that's why you have standardized education. You don't have the same kind of education as you did in the days of the Greeks and the days of the ancient ones. Here what we're trying to do is, in this generation, is to create techno-bureaucrats, and you don't want them to have too much knowledge. You don't want them to have any real wisdom or any real understanding, because then they're dangerous. You just want them to have skills and to obey. The first rule of all religion and of all power systems is obey. Obey or else. How can something be immoral in Nevada and not in New Jersey? Or how could be something be immoral in New Jersey and not in Arizona? If you could get caught with a hollow point bullet in New Jersey, you go to jail for 5 years. Here, everybody has it. What's the difference? Space and time. That's the difference. So that is moral, so-called pseudo-moral law, a low level of contemplation. But still, you simply want the beast that's under your control to obey. That's the primary rule. And whatever story of the fall we have is a story of lack of obedience and lack of intelligence in a sense, because as I said, let's pretend for a moment that Mr. Adam and Mrs. Eve that have walked over the tree of life and eaten off that first. And then they would have been immortal like us, like the gods themselves. And then they had eaten off the tree of knowledge, or the tree good and evil, if you would. But someone would say, well, maybe they wouldn't know to eat off the tree of life because they first had to eat off the tree of knowledge to know that if they ate off the tree of life first, that would be good for them. But you can play it any way you want, but the idea is obedience. That's the key concept. This is why when we do mental operations, we invoke something, we want it to obey us. We don't want it to gain control over us. So control and obedience and power are the main creatures of all of this dynamic.
Which would have emanated from the Kitover God. The God that they kicked Adam and Eve out of the garden.
Yeah, I mean, he knew what the results, we'll accept all their assumptions, he knew what the results were going to be. Because obviously they didn't have free will, did they? And even if they did, in theory, in ultimate theory, there's nothing that happens that he doesn't know of in that particular model of God. These are called models of God. If you want to understand the group of people or any person, is you look at the model of God that they hold. You watch the dynamics, how it unfolds, and what the rules are, and what the game plan is. And then you have that understanding.
What are the benefits of practicing in a given magical system, such as a golden dawn?
Well, all benefits would be a function of who and what you are to begin with. What resonates best with your own spirit and your own intelligence. Just to dress up in gowns and run around with magical weapons could be a lot of fun. Whether you get any benefit out of it is really up to you, up to how both serious you are and what kind of sense of humor you have about yourself when you make yourself into a fool, because a lot of the stuff is designed for your own foolishness and to free you from taking yourself seriously in an inappropriate fashion. To strive for excellence and to strive for enlightenment is one thing, but to do it as an obsession or a compulsion is another thing, and it's actually self-defeating in the long run.
There are various books on the market today a person can buy, instructing that person is how to initiate themselves into any number of given magical traditions, the Golden Dawn, what have you. Are there benefits to practicing magic in a group, in a lodge, in a coven, whatever you want to call it, as opposed to practicing magic by yourself as a solitaire?
And again, it's a function of who you are, and I wouldn't accept the fractionalization of either or, of being an individual practitioner or a group practitioner. I think for most people, both are essential. For some people, only a group is good, and for other people, only a solo practitioner is good. Again, it depends on who you are and where you are, and how much trust you have in your own integrity, and how much willingness you have to apply yourself to the various studies and the rituals involved. For example, if you were to read Bob Wilson's book on Grief is Rising, he said, well, be a Nazi for a day. You know, and that's a very important point. Be an Orthodox Jew, even if you're a Christian or something else, for a month. See if you do everything that's stated in the Torah to do. I've done that experiment for a number of years, and not being brought up as an Orthodox Jew. It required an immense amount of discipline and, I would have to say pain in a lot of ways to remember what shoe to put on first and what shoelace to tie first, and going through the ton of material discipline that is required. And the same goes for the Golden Dawn or Belima or the rituals of the OTO, the lifestyle of a true OTO person, master, student, versus the Taoist, which most people are, and that's perfectly all right. It's much like going to a nightclub. That opened up down the street. It's a new experience. And most people leave for burnout, or most people leave, they get bored because they're not getting what they really want. Most people really want is attention, power, control, social interaction, and many of them are dysfunctional to the point where they can't get it in the normal ways that our society has designed for us, and we have designed for ourselves. Some people need more richness of stimulation in order for their minds to work and for them to be creative, and other people need a lot less. So somebody might go to a chaos magic ritual or initiation, and others may simply spend the time in the room staring at the slot on the wall. And that's not to degrade either one of it, is that different people need different fixes. And these magical work provides enough fixes for just about everybody in order to reach their higher self, or have peace experiences, or have conversation with their holy guardian angel.
There are many ways of realizing, as you have said, your higher self, entering into the knowledge and the conversation of your holy guardian angel. And there are many groups, many traditions, books, authors of books that will teach you how to do that, or at least they claim they can tell you how to realize this great, this wondrous sense of divinity within your own being, your soul, yourself. And in any event, this has been my experience from the different magical traditions that I've either read about, studied, practiced, followed, experimented with, adapted, and what have you. And that, at least in the Western magical traditions, there seems to be this great emphasis placed on the tree of life, understanding the tree of life. What is the tree of life in your perception?
Well, the tree of life is a system, and there's not one tree of life, there are many trees of life, many different models. The model that we're most familiar with not necessarily the model that's used by certain esoteric groups. Uh, the purpose of it is to see the interaction and to get a sense and the understanding of the multiplicity of existence without the arbitrary categories that we use to attempt to understand. And the way we do that is we start with categories, and then we basically inevitably collapse all categories. So in one sense, the tree of life is to fill you rather with tons and tons and tons of differentiations and differences and subtleties until all of these subtleties and all these differentiations collapse into the ultimate oneness. Now, once you reach that point and have made that a part of your life and understand that, then you have to go back and using these differences because that's the only way you can really function in the world of ideas, concepts, and people.
And isn't that really the pulsation of existence? Building, learning, growing, eventually reaching some sort of peak, some form of peak experience. And then comes a collapse, a catharsis. It happens to societies. It's happened for eons. Society builds itself up. Or religion, some sort of ideology, for better or for worse. It flourishes. And then one day it's gone. It's dead. It's been conquered. Usually it gets conquered because conquerors anytime spring on weak. So when the individual members of the society lose their lust for life, their vigor, their internal strength, they become vanquished. So it's really internal what's going on. It's individual. It's within the people within that society. As a group, collective, unconscious mind. I think societies collapse themselves for a reason. The pulsation of life and death. It happens to individuals and it happens to societies. And I'm sure it happens, to worlds, star systems, galaxies, and universes as well. We have crest, and we have balance. In many ways, life is a vibration. It's a pulsation. Really? Some maybe go out with a bang, some go out with a whimper. But yet, the cycle continues. Like I was saying before, it's another cycle, another circular pattern within the universe that we live in, or perceive that we live in. As you mentioned, there are many trees. Aleister Crowley said that if a man were put on a desert isle somewhere and really wasn't exposed to, religions and philosophies and theologies, that he would, by the end of his life, create his own tree of life, his own concept of the spiritual framework that, exists inside of him, or her. Yeshua said, the kingdom of God is within you. You don't need to look anywhere else. You don't need to go to a church, a temple, a synagogue. That's not where you're, in the end, going to find it. You may certainly learn things about the kingdom of God in churches and synagogues and temples and all of that. In groves, true groves, Wiccan circles, Golden Dawn rituals. In porn shops or whorehouses, or poorhouses, in mansions and mountains, in cities, and in the deepest, darkest forest. But when all is said and done, and you've had all these experiences and all these places, read all these books, met all these people, taken all these classes, you're going to find out that the answer really wasn't in those places and in those experiences, except for how you internalized, how you processed, and how you integrated all of those experiences, information, and relationships, and how you resonated and harmonized with all those things that you took in, that you came upon, that you passed through, and remembered, forgot. So will the ultimate answer, whatever it is that gives true meaning to your life, to your experience, to your existence, call it the true will, kingdom of God, union with the divine, assistance, great work, that great treasure, the grail, it's within you, nowhere else. And it's a very hard concept for many people to understand. The Buddha said that, don't go looking to some preacher. Don't go to some book or some temple if you're looking for the divine or enlightenment. It's up to you to find the diamond in the mud, really. Because in the end, it's there within you. And, you take it all in. Like you were saying, all the various differentiations, all the different parts, the subtleties, the differences, correspondences. Like building blocks, you build up the tower, and then one day, it explodes with a fiery blast. It collapses. And isn't this really the mystery of the Tower of God? The eternal pulsation of life and death. regeneration. And, it's just part of nature, and it's part of that thing within us. So we were discussing the tree of life, the ancient tree of life. To me, it's the internal framework. Our souls, ourselves, perhaps our bodies.
Well, as many people know, the tree of life is often put on the human body as a way of helping a person understand his various different states of mind and emotions, and helping him vibrate them and control them to his ultimate true will. The tree of life is, again, a model of the interaction of forces. And if we look at it from that way, as a model, we can begin to see that it's a useful model in helping us understand ourselves and the universe and the so-called interaction between us, because we're so, humans are so capable of separating themselves from the rest of the universe, that the tree of life is sort of like a bridge back again to totality and wholeness. And these are not beautiful concepts, but I don't mean them to sound romantic or anything like that, but that we've lost that by separating ourselves not only from ourselves but from everything else. Tree of life helps us reunify and put ourselves back together again, put all pieces back together again like Humpty Dumpty, and find our way home, and then be able to function in the world on a day-to-day basis as well.
It's kind of funny because what you're saying reminds me of the fall, the story of the fall in Genesis, and how ironic that the one thing that could put them back together again, the tree of life, is forbidden, expressly forbidden, vehemently forbidden. Unto them from that point on. Because when you think about it, it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You know what I mean? What's the moral in that story? Is there one?
Yeah, it disrupts the master slave notion and reality. We take all enough cases today for this dictator or that dictator, and how easy it is to become a dictator. And the idea is, once you realize your own power and your own structure and your own interrelatedness, and the sources that are available to you, then you don't really need anybody. That's not part of the game. The game is where we're supposed to be, like monkeys in the jungle. Apes in the jungle is more correct. Living in groups and reproducing and making more and eating and going to the bathroom and having sex and this, that, and the other. And while we have no control over our environment than any other being in the world, we still are possessed by the willingness to have some sort of authority communities on our own authority through hard work and diligence, then we are a threat to the entire system and the entire world and to the rest of humankind because they're not.
How do you see the progression of mankind? Michio Kashi, quantum physicist who developed string theory, a photographer, sees us as rising. He calls it we're at a zero level right now, and we will progress to we're type 0 now. We will progress to a type 1 civilization within 100 to 200 years. He says that the fundamentalists, for whatever reason, religions don't show up versus the fanatics. So the people you're talking about, the power mongers. Do you feel as that society is headed in that direction? I think even Aleister Crowley would have hoped that probably was his hope that mankind would go in a direction where they would grow and evolve and eventually leave the planet.
It's a hope. That's what we have to call it, a hope. We frankly don't know, and it's a wild speculation whether to think we're going to survive or not. And in a lot of ways, I wouldn't think it made much difference whether we as a species continue on or a new species comes and takes our place. But we have to watch out for the word hope because most human beings spend their whole lives hopping from hope to hope. And that's all they do.
Indeed, they do.
These are the first two statements all about the Catholic Church in the system Dr. Williams never said. People Ecuador, join around on the segment and some of them. You are calm and mercy, not so well calm is not allowed to be measured. Also, not have time to be no hard working. Because I feel we will face a racial body, just for races, who they are come. After them, who will not talk of feeling, just those who get side to side. Dodo Kitover, Little Rage, nothing to your radio, nothing, mother. What I I will not be a test about the justice, whose heart is open about the throne, or who stands the silence of the sword and the movement of the justice, who maketh your garments in the midst of my vesture, who cuts them together in the palms of my hands, who speaks thy garments to the stars gathering, who beautifies your garments to decoration. To whom I make a law to govern the Holy One, and he will have your Lord with the ark of knowledge. Moreover, you lifted up your country and swear obedience and faith to him and the reconciled it, whose beginning is not your penalty, which shines as a flame amidst of your fountains, who reigns amongst you as the balance of righteousness and truth. Move your horns, come yourselves, don't tell the mysteries of your creation. You claim the unbelief, while the servant of the Savior God, who worshiper is the highest. Father, these are those half-hearted, those parties say, Salvador, you low, hello. The morning of the breaking is the road. He is a pagan of the river of the muddy Colorado, Colorado, the stars are cold, and the lakes are so dim, but so high. You start already. Oh, you got oh, no, nothing wings are like a tail, oh, you are. shall find you, I shall have you. I am coming back again from the filthy fog to seek you in the sunny land. Saying, I shall find you, mighty town and mighty Maria, alone with your hair lamely burning and your body gay so. I shall find you, I shall hand you the summer out without passion or without love towards love. Without wonder, without worship, the world aflame with you. Mighty Dollar, Mother Maria, I am coming back to you. The pentagram, dedicated to Henry Ford. In the year of the final course, the Lord celestial birth, man lost of the mountain forth, the banner of the Lord of the earth. He made him a father's king from the heart of his free. He compassed the earth therein, the banner of the Lord of the sea. He controlled the river of steam, he polished the lightning of fire. He drove the celestial team, so man the Lord of the fire. He growled from our throne of we defeated, the fire of the hills declare, lost of the demons defeated. The banner is the Lord of the air. Arise, O men, like strength, the kingdom is thine to inherit. To the high God's witness of things, the banner is the Lord of his spirit. I came from God, the world to save. I brought them wisdom from God, worship, and liberty, and love. They slew for I did this carry therefore religion, law, and marriage. So be my praise without a man. The earth might swallow up my shame. Reason for man. Let's see. As light hath dawned, more rare than ships in ocean, faint from coast to coast, so all the wonder of it in unnavigable soul. Such light she gives the sky by rock, but I was swallowed and swelled her heart ocean safely dark. The souls by him, who ruled by hell. In her I live and find me dancing moments and sun. In her I die, the sterile shoot of my shade in oblivion. In her myself dissolve, a grain of salt soft careless to the sea. My passion purifies my fame to peace past personality. Love of my life, God brought the earth from troubles prisons, world to rule, anointing love, asperging tear, in sanctifying solitude. Man is so infinitely small, in all these stars, determinate, maker and molder of all. Man is so and I tried today's fucking week. Yet beside even England, medieval mind, all lovers who now see and famous last nations in the else. But you can't. What that doesn't feel and stomach soft there tonight. Down crash of the little wheel braver there. Sorry. Great God, who's the rocking with. Let your faith sound up in the ship. We realize all the bells of faith are out so haggard shot. Oh, there is something ultimate which thoughts of the living God. Courage to cast the baby on the deep, all our hearts with fear. The God of the most heightened of the high and horrible throne. But those are the very in what hour and you so easy may fall. Hurry! Then get you to flying down. The crown of storms is still down. No power nature can stop the spiritual time. It is not to face heaven. It is not walk through the light. Hurry! The doctor is touching and the polar fire will gain. To him our power martyrdom, ashes blessing, not to God, so will it be in God we trust. Lay down, and we are free. Take up that cross. Deserve that cross, which Congress flag of liberty, why man shall not be trodden down. At his flashing, dust to dust, so will it be, in God we trust. We will undertake weapons one, till at the flag of freedom life. In people safety, still be strong, for we will live and we will die. At his flesh, dust to dust, so will it be. In God we trust. Though we walk the world in the darkness, no death for us, no time to pay. Let but our hearts burn in our road, and let no shower take away. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, so will it be, in God we trust. Stand, join hands, so let us sing. Take out those glorious skies, with hearts of the cannon, defiant flame our fervor against destiny. Happy blessings, dust to dust, so will it be, in God we trust. Lord, we are sensible Let's have a sexual radio popular to you will labor enjoyment. So can you come to the taking the back down? We lay our particular organ, you out the right, some light, sustenance and joy, to the other all about us, without feeling the substance or intelligence, forever. Lord, speak with your word, telling, Lord to the right, Lord to the right, Lord to the right, Lord to the liberty, we now are close to the mighty river, Lord to the nothing, fire of the with you, ever without a peace, that we may remain in shine upon you, Lord. communications fully built to carry the students, and the system got to be in federal credit. Keep it easy off, then run on the 7th and on the 8th. forget my Lord. Do I have to tell that up for living? Oh, the flowers in their beauty, for the kingdom of righteousness. Longer your features around stone, from the mutter your voices will ransom in. For you are become a building faculty, not things in the mind of the old powerful. Your house is rooted with beautiful dark, the close-breaking counting of the happening and in the starlight of the moment in the web of smoke steel, in the royal of the marble, in the halls of the ideal, in the presence of the roses, the fountains of the youth, was a snowy piano flute with the breezes of the dew. In the starlight of the trembled from above to a ring, and the God came warm upon us in our saving address. Was the valley not going to sit up there? Did you feel through the silence and the softness all the tension of the steel? The yard air was full of roses, and the light flash was full of storms. And the midnight came upon us, more than a million praising songs. All my sisters, mighty summer, my Selena, when you say some songs to turn to early, oh, you were sunny man, saying, mighty summer, my Selena, more delicious from down, when your hair brings roses, and your lips are not down. Shall I speak? Shall I kiss you once again? I wander far from the sunny land of summer to the icy solar star. I shall find you, I shall have you. I am coming back again from the certain fog to seek you in the sunny land, saying, I shall find you, mighty tower, my Selena, and the Lord with your hair laden with roses, and your body gay gold. I shall find you, I shall hand you in the summer of the south, without passion your body and our love towards now. With our wonder and our worship be the world aflame with you. Mighty tower, my Selena, I am coming back to you. The pentagram, dedicated to Henry Ford. In the end of the final course, the dawn of celestial birth, man mastered the mountain forth, the banner of the Lord of the earth. He made him upon the skin from the heart of his free. He cometh the earth therein, the banner of the Lord of the sea. He controls the river of steam, he polished the metal of the fire, he drew the celestial team, whose man was the Lord of the fire. Deep mouths from our throne we speaked, the choir of the angels declare, the last of the demons defeated, the man is the Lord of the air. Arise, O men, like strength, the kingdom is thine to inherit, till the high God witness at length, the man is the Lord of his spirit. him to perish. Then they will pray. I came from God, the world to save. I brought them wisdom from God, worship and liberty and love. Praise glory, for I did this carriage therefore religion, law, and marriage. So be my praise without a name, the earth may swallow up my shame. Praise him for man. Let's see. As light hath dawned, more rare than ships in ocean, faint from through the coast, so all the wonder of it is unnavigable so. Such light she gives the sky by rock, but I am swallowed and swelled in a hot ocean, safely dark. The souls fly him to fill my hell. In her I live and find something of the sun. In her I die, but still I'll shoot of my shade in oblivion. In her myself is known, a grain of salt carried to the sea. My passion purifies my fame to peace, lost personality. Love of my life, God brought the years to thrones prison, wounds to bruise, anointing love, a spurging tear, in sanctifying solitude. Man is so infinitely small, in all these stars, determinate, maker and promoter of them all. Man is so infinitely great. My fingernails grow on my fingers, and my fingers terminate my hand. It is my hand that terminates my arm, and that is my shoulder like strong. My shoulder also my tongue. I don't know what in Appalachia today is fucking will be. Yet inside evil England, no evil mind. For Robinson who now see and same as the last 2 nations in the else. But the end. All that serpent, little evil, and our star, there tonight. Down crash. Of a little beaver, braver, there. Sorry. Great God, who does our people, let not faith sound up in the ship. We reel before the blows of faith, our stout souls, haggard, shocked, over in something ultimate, this year. The God that will tighten showers our high horrible throne. But no God married will walk out and use the use they fall. Hurry! And if you do right now, the God of thorns is still down. No common maker to and thought the spirit of God. It is not so heaven, it is not walk through the light. Hurry! The doctrine is touching and the polar fire again. Again, your family to him of fallen martyrdom. And his blessing, not to us, so will it be in God's free trust. Lay down, and we are free. Take up that cross, deserve that cross, with Congress, flag of liberty, my hand shall not be trodden down. At his blessing, dust to dust, so will it be, in God we trust. In God we faith, weapon one, in let the flag freedom fly. In people faithful, still be strong, for we will live and we will die. At his blessing, not to God, so will it be. In God we trust. Though we walk the world in righteousness, though death for us, though time we carry, let but our hearts go together, and this we shall not take away. And his blessing, not to us, so will it be, in God we trust. Then, join hands, and let us sing. Take out those noise in the sky, with confident hands and violent bring ourselves against destiny. That is blessing, not to God, so will it be, in God we trust. Without giving to us and for others, for us. Lord, take the Lord, Lord to the right, Lord to the right, Lord to the right, Lord to the liberty. We are also mighty within us, Lord to the left, fire to the truth. With you, that ever we love thee. We have faithful the Congress, we have and you all for the year, and you all have no
something that I think is a little bit familiar, maybe mostly familiar to many of you here, but it's something that really going to make a lot of people out there in the general Protestant public who have been going to Sunday-keeping churches all their lives really think. What I want to speak to you about today is the Jesus you have never met. How many of you have met Jesus? Not a hand went up. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to see that because, of course, Jesus Christ said, you have neither heard his voice, meaning God the Father, or seen his face at any time. And Jesus Christ of Nazareth came way back, nearly 2,000 years ago, lived for about 33 and a half years, died at the hands of murderous officials in a kangaroo court, and allegedly, according to the disciples, according to all the historians who are eyewitnesses and on the spot see it, was resurrected. There are three elements to the history of this personage of the God family that I'm going to deal with in this message, the Jesus you have never met. And that is the Jesus Christ who was Elohim, who was Yahweh or Jehovah, and who was a member of the divine family of beings introduced to us in the first chapter of the book of Genesis when Elohim said, let us make man in our image. So this is the prehistoric member of the family of God, whom we came to know in the New Testament of Jesus Christ. Then we will deal with Jesus as a human being, whose genealogy is listed in the first of Luke, the first of Matthew, whom the Samaritan woman said when he was met by her at the well of Jacob, how is thou being a Jew, speak to me, being a Samaritan woman? And the one of whom the Apostle Paul wrote, it is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah. So we'll deal with some events that have to do with the life of Jesus Christ. And then finally, the Jesus Christ who is pictured in prophecy, who is the yet future Jesus Christ, who at the right hand of his Father in heaven is on a countdown, awaiting that moment in time when he is to come down to this earth and interfere in the course of human affairs. You have never seen him, have you? No, you haven't. You have never heard his voice. You have no idea whether he would be 5'6", 5'9", 6'2", or even 5'4". You have no idea whether he would appear to you as being Mediterranean type in complexion, perhaps a little tan on a sallow face, whether he would be white as a Nordic might appear from Scandinavia, or whether he would be even a little darker as maybe a Palestinian or some of the Jews who live in Palestine today. You have no remote idea. You have no remote idea the timbre, tenor, sound of his voice. Whether he would be tenor, basso profundo, or anything in between. You have no idea about his physical stature, except you could deduce from the Bible that he would have to be in good health and would have to appear as an individual who is not horribly, grotesquely obese. He would not appear as a person with all kinds of skin blemishes. He would not appear as a wastrel and an old gray tweed overcoat with a scraggly beard that's unkempt and with dirt and twigs in his hair. He would be neatly dressed according to the attire of his time. You would have no idea about his physical strength, about his stature, about his musculature. So, in practical fact, if Jesus Christ were to come back today and were to walk into this door and get to this congregation and take a seat, you might glance over there and see an ordinary man. But not one of you, including including myself, would know exactly who it was we were looking at. So don't let anyone ever tell me I have met or I know the Lord. I'm aware of all the bumper stickers. I'm aware of all the people of Jesus. I'm aware of all the people in the Sunday-keeping churches that stand there and talk about, oh, what a wonderful thing it is to know the Lord today. You know how I know the Lord? The Lord spoke to me the other day. They told me evangelists on television. Nonsense. Absolutely untrue. They are lying. He didn't say a word to them. They're making it up out of their own minds. I'm going to turn to the first chapter of John and read just portions of it. But in both the first chapter of John, the first chapter of Hebrews, we are told who it was in the Old Testament times who dealt with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the patriarchs, who dealt with Adam and later with Noah. In the beginning was the Word, Logos in the Greek, capital letter W. The Logos was with God, and that is Theos. The Logos was with Theos, and the Logos was Theos. The same was in the beginning with God, Theos. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. A little later on, it says in verse 14, and the Word, that Logos, who made the entire universe, was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, the glory of the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. A little earlier, you see one of the favorite Protestant scriptures in all of the Bible in verse 12, as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. There is not a fifth grade child in the beginning English lesson who could miss the fact without any minister or so-called preacher to misinterpret, misapply, twist, wrest, distort, or otherwise leave unrecognizable this passage of Scripture. But what you would have to admit, this is talking about Jesus Christ. He was in the beginning with God. He was the one who said, let there be light. He was the one who said, let us make man in our image. He was the one who wrestled in the dirt with Jacob, who appeared to Abraham and shared a meal with him, the plain of Mamre in the tent, when he spoke about a future child to be born to Sarah. He's the one who dealt directly in many instances, but he was not the only individual who was mentioned in some of the Psalms, and the book of Daniel, and other prophecies in the Bible about the member of the Godhead who was revealed in the Old Testament. Because God the Father was also referred to. In this world, there are hundreds of millions of people in the so-called world of Christianity. And those people can be anything from Greek Orthodox, Presbyterian, the Church of England, Anglican, Evangelical in the United States, dozens and hundreds of them, more than 400 listed in the Handbook of Denominations, of which I have a copy. And all these people say they know the Lord. They worship, they eat crosses with figurines. At this time of the year, they worship, and they put out in their front yards pictures of a little baby in little clothing that you would wrap a child in, and they have a nice manger seen out there. And always, either at Easter time or at Christmas time, he is dead, hanging on a cross, is a little baby overshadowed by his mother. They don't know when he was born. They don't know which race to which he pertains. They don't know why he came or what he tried to accomplish. They don't know what his message was. They don't know whether or not he died. Pause, time out. Do you understand that many of the mainstream Protestant fundamentalist evangelical churches will tell you Jesus Christ was alive during those 3 days and 3 nights he said he was dead? And that in fact his soul, the real Jesus Christ, the conscious, living Christ, went to hell. You've heard that, haven't you? He was in hell, they say, saying, I told you so, and preaching some kind of a sermon to a lot of lost souls. It's something that I think is a little bit familiar, maybe mostly familiar to many of you here. It's something that really going to make a lot of people out there in the general Protestant public who have been going to Sunday keeping churches all their lives really think. What I want to speak to you about today is the Jesus you have never met. How many of you have met Jesus? Not a hand went up. Well, that's wonderful. I'm glad to see that because, of course, Jesus Christ said, you have neither heard his voice, meaning God the Father, or seen his face at any time. And Jesus Christ of Nazareth came way back here 2,000 years ago, lived for about 33 and a half years, died at the hands of murderous officials in a kangaroo court, and allegedly, according to the disciples, according to all the historians who were eyewitnesses and on the spot, see it was resurrected. There are three elements to the history of this personage of the God family that I'm going to deal with in this message, the Jesus you have never met. And that is the Jesus Christ who was Elohim, who was Yahweh or Jehovah, and who was a member of the divine family of beings introduced to us in the first chapter of the book of Genesis, when Elohim said, "Let us make man in our image." So this is the prehistoric member of the family of God, whom we came to know in the New Testament as Jesus Christ. Then we will deal with Jesus as a human being, whose genealogy is listed in the first of Luke, the first of Matthew, whom the Samaritan woman said when he was met by her at the well of Jacob, "How is it thou, being a Jew, speak to me, being a Samaritan woman?" And the one of whom the Apostle Paul wrote, "It is evident that our Lord sprang out of Judah." So we'll deal with some events that have to do with the life of Jesus Christ. And then finally, the Jesus Christ who is pictured in prophecy, who is the yet future Jesus Christ, who is the right hand of his Father in heaven, is on a countdown, awaiting that moment in time when he is to come down to this earth and interfere in the course of human affairs. You have never seen him, have you? No, you haven't. You have never heard his voice. You have no idea whether he would be 5'6" and a quarter, 5'9", 6'2", or even 5'4". You have no idea whether he would appear to you as being Mediterranean type in complexion, perhaps a little tan or sallow face, whether he would be white as a Nordic might appear from Scandinavia, or whether he would be even a little darker, maybe a Palestinian or some of the Jews who live in Palestine today. You have no remote idea. You have no remote idea the timbre, tenor, sound of his voice. Whether he would be tenor, basso, basso profundo, or anything in between. You have no idea about his physical stature, except you could deduce from the Bible that he would have to be in good health and would have to appear as an individual who is not horribly, grotesquely obese. He would not appear as a person with all kinds of skin blemishes. He would not appear as a wastrel in an old gray tweed overcoat with a scraggly beard that is unkempt and with dirt and twigs in his hair. He would be neatly dressed according to the attire of his time. You would have no idea about his physical strength, about his stature, about his musculation. So in practical fact, if Jesus Christ were to come back today and were to walk into this door, into this congregation and take a seat, you might glance over there and see quite an ordinary man. But not one of you, including Garner Ted Armstrong, including myself, would know exactly who it was we were looking at. So don't let anyone ever tell me, "I have met or I know the Lord." I'm aware of all the bumper stickers. I'm aware of all the people of Jesus. I'm aware of all the people who stand here to talk about, "Oh, what a wonderful thing it is to know the Lord today. And oh, how I know the Lord. And the Lord spoke to me the other day." Say something on television. Nonsense. Absolutely untrue. They are lying. He didn't say a word to them. They're making it up out of their own mind. I'm going to turn to the first chapter of John and read just portions of it. But in both the first chapter of John, the first chapter of Hebrews, we are told who it was in the Old Testament times who dealt with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the patriarchs, who dealt with Adam and later with Noah. In the beginning was the Word, Logos in the Greek, capital letter W. The Logos was with God, and that is Theos. The Logos was with Theos, and the Logos was Theos. The same was in the beginning with God, Theos. All things were made by him, and without him was not anything made that was made. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. A little later on, it says in verse 14, "And the Word," that Logos, who made the entire universe, "was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory. The glory is the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. A little earlier, you see one of the favorite Protestant scriptures in all the Bible in verse 12. As many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. There's not a fifth grade child in a beginning English lesson who could miss the fact without any minister or so-called preacher to misinterpret, misapply, twist, test, distort, or otherwise leave unrecognizable this passage of Scripture. But what you would have to admit, this is talking about Jesus Christ. He was in the beginning with God. He was the one who said, let there be light. He was the one who said, let us make man in our image. He was the one who wrestled in the dirt with Jacob, who appeared to Abraham and shared a meal with him in the plain of Mamre in the tent when he spoke about a future child to be born to Sarah. He is the one who dealt directly in many instances, but he is not the only individual who is mentioned in some of the Psalms, in the book of Daniel, and other prophecies in the Bible about the member of the Godhead who is revealed in the Old Testament. Because God the Father was also referred to. In this world, there are hundreds of millions of people in the so-called world of Christianity. And those people can be anything from Greek Orthodox to Presbyterian, to the Church of England, Anglican, Evangelical in the United States. Dozens and hundreds of them. There are more than 400 listed in the Handbook of Denominations, of which I have a copy. And all of these people say they know the Lord. They worship beneath crosses with figurines. At this time of the year, they worship and they put out in their front yards pictures of a little baby in little clothing that you would wrap a child in, and they have a nice manger scene out there. And always, either at Easter time or at Christmas time, he is dead, hanging on a cross. He is a little baby overshadowed by his mother. They don't know when he was born. They don't know which race to which he pertains. They don't know why he came or what he tried to accomplish. They don't know what his message was. They don't know whether or not he died. Pause, time out. Do you understand that many of the mainstream Protestant fundamentalist evangelical churches will tell you Jesus Christ was alive during those 3 days and 3 nights he said he was dead? And that in fact his soul, the real Jesus Christ, the conscious, living Christ, went to hell. You've heard that, haven't you? He was in hell, they say, saying, I told you so, and preaching some kind of a sermon to a lot of lost souls in hell. But in the book of Revelation, he says, I was dead, and behold, I live. The churches reject that. They don't believe that because they completely misunderstand the scripture about the testimony of Jesus Christ during the time while the wrath of God waited and so on, during the days of Noah and the flood of Noah, and how he was witnessing to the future fate of fallen spirits who are going to be like wandering stars, to whom is reserved the blackness of darkness forever. And in both 2 Peter and the book of Jude, that becomes clear. But because they misunderstand that, many of them will tell you, no, Jesus lied. He said I was dead, but he wasn't really. He was alive. So they don't know if he was really dead. They don't know if he was resurrected. There are many so-called Protestant ministers, including gay churches, who stand in pulpits with religious garb and maybe a purple or a scarlet little ribbon around their robe and the collar around backwards. You can obviously tell when they come out there dressed in that clerical kind of a garb that they are a religious person who don't believe for an instant that Jesus Christ of Nazareth ever walked out of that tomb or that he was alive today. So millions of them don't know that he is alive today, and millions more don't have the faintest idea what does he do on a day-to-day basis. What occupies his time? What does he think about? Where is he? Is he in the streets of Sarajevo while the people are waiting beside a broken water main to get a trickle of water to take it back and boil because they are afraid of dysentery and mortar shells landing in the midst of them? The other day, one of the leading obstetricians in a hospital for little infants and injured babies stood out on the street just to take a breath of fresh air, and a mortar bomb landed near him and killed him, and several other people. We've seen pictures of these vicious cowards up there in the hills lobbing their mortar shells among people who were attending a funeral for their own relatives who had been killed a few days earlier. Where was Christ then? If you go to the two main hospitals in Tyler, Medical Center and Mother Mary, or what do they call it, and you listen to the moans and the shrieks and the wails of Sister Mary, what is it, Mary something or other. Anyway, if you go to the emergency rooms of all these various hospitals and you see the people coming in there moaning with gunshot wounds and knife wounds, where's Jesus? Well, Robertson will tell you, and he said so, he's got it in black and white, he prints it, he puts it out in booklets, that the kingdom of God is here now. All we must do is enter. Oh. Was the kingdom of God on a commuter train in Long Island the other day? Was the kingdom of God up in Hoover, Oklahoma at a Walmart store yesterday? Is the kingdom of God there in Petaluma when a man comes into a child's bedroom, a 12-year-old girl, and abducts her at knife point from her own home? Brutalizing her, raping her, strangling and stabbing her to death and casting her little body aside like you would roll up a paper bag and throw it in the garbage. And a whole nation was yearning to get that child back, and thousands of citizens spent thousands of hours putting out placards and pictures and donating money, and a cry of anguish went up from that family and that community, and you're very well aware of it all over America. I don't think there's a place in our country you didn't hear about it. Over in Kitover, California. This is the kingdom of God. We're living in it. It's here now. They don't know his message. They have no idea what was the gospel he preached, and they don't know what he's been doing ever since. But mostly, they don't know a thing about the Jesus Christ they have never met. I want you now to turn to the 16th chapter of the book of Numbers, and let's meet the Logos, who was Theos, who was also Elohim, and who was also Yahweh, or Jehovah, and El Shaddai, and let's see the way he handled rampant, unbridled rebellion in the time when Israel was a theocracy. Now Korah, the son of Itzhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, David and Abraham, the son of Eliab, Amon, the son of Peleth, and Reuben, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with certain of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. They were well respected. They gathered themselves together against Moses. So here was a caucus, a coalition. It was a political attempt at an overthrow, which is about what Boris Yeltsin has been dealing with in the Russian parliament. Here was a delegation representing the people. And they came to Moses, and they said, "You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy." Time out. Is there anybody in this congregation who doesn't know how Moses was so reticent that he didn't want the commission? Anybody who remembers how he argued with God? I can't terrible and stuttering God. Remember that? And how God said, Aaron will be your mouth. You try to get it out, Aaron will know what you're trying to say, and Aaron will do all the speaking. Well, how can I go before these people? What shall I show them? How can I do that? Did Moses choose himself? Oh, not when you're told to take your shoes off before a bush that seems to be burning, just consumed, and someone says, "I am that I am." You tell them, "I am has sent you." And cast down your rod as a sample, just as a sample of the kind of a power I'm going to give you. And he's got this big stick, one of his favorite sticks, that he's walked with for years, and it becomes a huge, big boa constrictor. And he picks it up again, and it's back, it's a stick. And he lifts it up over the rivers, and he turns to blood. But these people decided, in their infinite wisdom, that Moses had called himself. Moses had chosen himself, and they were outraged. So they said, "You take too much upon you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them. We are just as good as you are, and the eternal is among them. These are God's people. Wherefore then lift you up yourselves above the congregation of the eternal." When Moses heard that, he fell on his face, because he thought God was going to kill them all, and he would. I want to get as far away from this much as I can, because I'm afraid of what they just said. He spoke unto Korah, to his company, and he said, even tomorrow the Eternal will show who are his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near unto him. Even him whom he has chosen will he cause to come near unto him. So this do it. You take censers, Korah and all his company, you put fire and coals and incense in them. And before the eternal morrow, and it shall be that the man whom the eternal does choose, he shall be holy. You take too much upon you, you sons of Levi, took their own statements and turned it back upon them. Moses said to Korah, here I pray you, you sons of Levi, when it seemed a small thing to you that the God of Israel has separated you from among the congregation of Israel, to bring you near to himself, to do service at the tabernacle of the eternal, to stand before the congregation to be their ministers. He brought you near to him, your brethren, the sons of Levi also. And so he says, why are you murmuring against Aaron and so on? Now we'll skip a few verses and see what happened. He told them, verse 16, take every man, verse 17, his censer, put incense in them, and bring them before the eternal, his censer, 250. You and Aaron each with his censer, and they took every man his censer and put fire, laid incense upon it, and they stood before the door of the tabernacle. That was the tabernacle, which was a huge, big tent made of animal skins, over which every single day there was a huge swirling black cloud, and over which every night there was a miraculous, huge, big, spiraling flame of fire. And Korah gathered all the congregation against him under the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the glory of the eternal appeared unto all the congregation in fire and smoke and flame. The eternal spoke unto Moses and Aaron, saying, separate yourself from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. Who is that one in the Hebrew who is the JHVH that your King James Bible puts in capital letters LORD? All the commentaries, Bullinger's Companion Bible, and all the exhaustive concordances will tell you it is Jehovah. And if you look up the divine names and titles in any of the appendices of Bullinger or the Companion Bible or even some of the Bible handbooks, you will see that it answers directly to that family of beings who reveal themselves as El, Eloah, El Shaddai, Elohim, Jehovah, and of course from whom we see Jesus Christ as the Logos, being the executive member, was the one who did the speaking. Who was it who spoke to Moses? Who was it who was active with Moses? Who was it who was in charge of this rebellion? It was the one you and I know, and millions of Protestants think they know, called Jesus Christ. That's who it was. Look what he did. And see if this is the Jesus you think you know. They fell upon their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and will you be wroth with all the congregation? The Eternal spoke unto Moses, saying, speak to the congregation, saying, get you up from about the tabernacle of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram, because they were conspirators, they were leaders of the people, and the people, including especially their own families, had been co-conspirators and had gone along with it, and they were hostile toward God, hostile toward Moses, and they wanted to bring about a political overthrow of a theocracy over which the JHVH, or the Eternal One, was ruling. Moses rose up and went to Dathan and Abiram. The elders of Israel followed him. He said, depart, I pray you, from the tents of these wicked men, verse 26, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be consumed in all their sins. Now look what happened. Moses said, verse 28, hereby you will know that the Eternal sent me to do all these works. I have not done them of my own mind. Let's see if we can agree with that. Any man has the kind of power that was manifested here. If these men die the common death, old age, a fall when they're alone, a broken leg, an exposure, disease, a rattlesnake bite, an accident, or if they be visited after the visitation of all men, then the Jehovah, the Yahweh, that member of the God family, has not sent me. But if the eternal Jehovah make a new thing, and the earth open her mouth, and swallow them up, and all that appertain unto them, and they go down quick into the pit, shall you understand that these men have provoked the Yahweh. Then Yahweh is a being we can provoke. If we just try hard enough, we can get him mad, can't we? They did. He was angry. He was provoked. And it came to pass, as he had made an end of speaking all these words, that the ground clave asunder that was under them. That was just a huge crevasse and opened up, and with a shriek that was ever diminishing and thin in its terror, they just fell down for who knows how many hundreds or thousands of feet. It walked the earth, closed its mouth, and they were gone. They were there one moment, they were last one of them. Were gone the next. The earth opened her mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all men that appertained to the Korah, and everything they owned, including their animals and baggage and everything else. There wasn't one bangle or bead left there for them to go and find as used to belong to Korah. There weren't any artifacts left. They were just gone. They and all that appertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed upon them, and they perished from among the congregation. Israel began to cry, and they fled, and here's a huge mob scattering in all directions, and there came a fire from the eternal, and consumed the 250 men that offered incense, because they were actually treading in upon a sacred and a holy obligation that belonged only to Levi. And notice the method he used: a crevasse, a quick crushing to death, and secondly, fire. Is there any more painful way to die? Who did it? You willing? Are you willing to admit in your own mind that the one you like to save, the Lord Jesus Christ? Someone gets up and sings, "One day at a time, sweet Jesus." Is that the person they're thinking about? The one who opened the earth and let Korah go down inside? The one who sent out a fire and burnt these men to a crisp? Is it sweet Jesus? I submit to you, this is the historical member of the God family they have never met, they know nothing about, and that millions of people are absolutely with rancor and with rebellion and resentment and hostility, unwilling to admit there is any connection whatsoever. I got a letter years ago from a woman that said, "Well, I can worship Jesus Christ in the New Testament, but that old God of the Old Testament, I could never have a thing to do with him. Why, any God that would cause bears to rip up a bunch of little children, well, I just can't stand that." Well, let's turn to that account here in a few minutes. First of all, let's go to 1 Kings 18 and see what Elijah said about the prophets of Baal. 1 Kings 18. Beginning in verse 17, you can read on up to this, but you will see how Obadiah was very much afraid because of what had happened to all the people that came to try to grab Elijah, and time and time again, God sent fire, and the captains of 50 were burned up. Well, finally, Elijah deigned to go into the presence of Ahab, and Obadiah acceded to his requests, and Ahab went to meet Elijah, verse 16. So when it came to pass, when Ahab was the king, saw Elijah, Ahab said, "Are you he that troubles Israel?" And he answered, "I have not troubled Israel, but you and your father's house. And that you forsaken the commandments of the eternal, and you followed Baalim," plural, meaning many Baals or lords, the god of flies. They demanded infant sacrifice. They passed their children through the fire, and all the various abhorrent pagan things involving every kind of sexual aberration you can imagine was a part of Baal worship, and his symbols were sexual symbols of fertility, like upright phallic symbols and orbs and bulbs that would hang on trees. Now therefore send and gather to me all Israel on the Mount Carmel, and the prophets of Baal 450, and the prophets of the groves, and the groves were places on the tops of low hills where they had denuded the oak trees and other hardwoods of their branches, left the trunks in the ground, and then, of course, carved faces upon them as upright phallic symbols, and they worshipped there. The 400 of those that eat at Jezebel's table, so Ahab sent to the children of Israel and gathered all the prophets together on Mount Carmel. He thought, well, that's a pretty good number. We're going to have a bunch of them here. We'll certainly overwhelm this upstart, and we will see who is who. Elijah came unto the people and said, how long do you halt between two opinions? If the JHVH, if the Jehovah, if Yahweh be God, follow him. And if Baal, then follow him. And the people answered not a word. They didn't dare. Because when you have it put to you like that, that kind of an abrupt question, most people are at a loss for words. Then said Elijah to the people, I and I only remain a prophet of the eternal, of Jehovah. But Baal's prophets are 450 men. So I won't read it all, but they were to choose these bullocks, and he told them all how to do it, dress them, and lay them on the altar. And verse 24, you call on the name of your gods, and I'll call on the name of the eternal. And the God that answers by fire, let him be God. And all the people answered and said, it is well spoken. They were very confident. And Elijah said to the prophets of Baal, choose you one bullock for yourselves, and dress it first for your many, and call on the name of your gods, but don't put any fire under it. We'll expect your gods to burn it with fire and to accept the offering. So they dressed it, and they began stamping around, what it looked like a bunch of Mandan Indians. And they were, going around, shuffling their feet and stomping dust in the air. And they started out in the morning, and by noon, I imagine a lot of them were pretty sweaty, and dust was, beginning to part the rivers, sweat running down their bodies, their hair is all disheveled and unkempt. And they're saying, oh, Baal, hear us. I can just hear them. Some were mumbling and muttering, and others were screaming and shrieking. Some were shouting and yelling, others were just saying over, oh, Baal, oh, Baal, oh, Baal, oh, Baal. You know the way people religiously, they get involved in thinking that the human voice is really something God wants to hear, and he likes to have it just so. That's why people talk about Jesus. They like to say it in such a way that they know it's pleasing to the Lord. I hear that on TV all the time, thinking, why are these people talking like weirdos? They don't walk up to you and say, good loving me. But when they're talking about Jesus, they don't hurt anybody's feelings, and so they say it in such a way. So I've got to imagine, because human nature hasn't ever changed, that these Baal worshippers were very, very careful. They didn't say, well, I do Baal. They said, Baal. They probably were very careful in the way they pronounced it. And they moaned, and they wept, and they wailed, but there was no voice. And the word leaped upon the altar, by the way. If you look at the margin, it says that they limped. There was a peculiar gait that they thought was pleasing. That's why I say it was like many American Indians. They had a gait that they decided that if they looked real pitiful, like some of the Arabs in Ashura that walked down the open streets of big Arab cities, and they stripped themselves to the waist, and they take a leather, kind of cat o' nine tails, of many leather straps, and they just sit there and just whip themselves. Give me that strap, I'll help you out. I'll make it sting a whole lot more than you do, if that's what you want to do, but they go along there, and pretty soon, Israel cameras, CNN are there, there's Ashura and Ramadan and so on, and they're just whipping themselves and thrashing themselves. And these people were doing that. And so Elijah came, and he mocked them. Now, there are a lot of people that would hate Elijah for that, just like there are a lot of people that hate me for that. I get letters all the time, they say, take my name off your mailing list. I can't stand what you said about Brother Oral the other day. Well, that's fine. I can imagine exactly how a lot of these people felt at that time with Elijah. By the way, you know what his name means? El-Eyah. El, God, he is Yah. El, or Eloah, or Elohim, he is Yah. God, he is God. That's what Elijah's name is. And he was the only human representative of the divine creator being, Almighty God, on the earth at that time. There were a few people that later on joined him, and of course Elisha was coming along. But so far as an authoritarian prophet who stood for God's work and for God's word and for God's way of life and for God's government, Elijah was the only one. And he mocked them. I know there are people who don't like for prophets to mock false prophets. They just don't think that's Christian. You can't mock people. Christ wouldn't have done that. Jesus would never have talked that way. Wait a minute. Don't walk out before I get to that part. I'm coming to it. Elijah mocked them. And he said, cry aloud, for he is a God. Either he's talking, he's busy. He might not want to be interrupted. Or he is pursuing. He's on a hunt. probably likes a deer hunt every now and then. And you know, your pictures of God like galloping across the heavens after animals. He's in a journey, or peradventure he sleeps and must be awakened. So of course he attributed to Baal all these human characteristics, which is belittling, and which is nothing more than mockery. And they cried aloud. They said, that's a good idea. You know what Elijah said? That's a good idea. Let's get his attention. Maybe he's sleeping. So they really began to shout. Now it was well after noon, and they cut themselves. People love that. You know, oftentimes I have to tell people when they get a shock when I tell them that. People that appear very downcast, and they go around with a sad face, and they just have this horrible thing. I can even tell you cases where people have had horrible disfiguring diseases. And they were proud of them. And they brought them to church proud of the terrible affliction they were suffering. And I've tried to tell people, don't worry, they're having fun. They like that. See, there would be bystanders. All these people are cutting themselves. You got to do something. Look, they're cutting themselves. What would Elijah say? Forget it. They want to cut themselves. They're having fun. It's their method of religion. They like to cut themselves because that way they can feel pitiful. And God looked out, they're bleeding. I better help. And so they cut themselves. And they prophesied. That means they predicted any minute now. One of them probably said 10 minutes and 47 seconds. When the sundial reaches 3 p.m., prophecies were falling like so many bricks off an old building. None of them coming true. And they prophesied till the time of the offering, the evening sacrifice, and there was neither voice, nor any to answer, nor any that regarded. I won't read all the rest of it, but Elijah said, come here and repair the broken down altar. And they did, and then he had them prepare it and drench it with water until it was so drenched that the water filled the ditch around it, was running all over the place. And he prayed, and I once timed it. And it takes approximately 11 seconds. Verse 36, the middle of it, he said, Eternal God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that you are God in Israel, and that I am your servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word. Hear me, O Eternal, hear me, that this people may know that you are the eternal God, and that you have turned their heart back again, and smash, kawoosh, the fire of Almighty God came down, burnt not only the offering, but the very stones and the altar itself, and there was nothing left but a cloud of steam, and it all disappeared. Then something else happened. The man whose name is God, he is God, said, verse 40, take the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they took them, and Elijah brought them down to the brook Kishon, and I don't know if he had the pleasure of doing it to them one after another till his arm got weary or not. Probably he had help and other people did it. But he administered immediately the death penalty for false prophets. Who is this God? Who is this prophet called Elijah, who is the messenger and the direct representative of this God? He is, according to your Bible, the one who was born of the Virgin Mary and became Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Look in 2 Kings 2 and verse 13, in passing very quickly. This is the God that the lady who wrote me the letter years ago would never worship. In verse 13 it shows that Elijah left his mantle, and Elisha took it up and stood by the bank of Jordan and took the mantle of Elijah and said, where is the eternal God of Elijah? And when he had thus smitten the waters, they parted, and Elisha walked over the river dry shod. The great power that came to Elisha was such that he was able to literally raise the dead. Now he succeeded Elijah, and he was God's prophet. And there were great miracles that were taking place because there had been a great drought. And Elisha, at God's own behest, healed the drought. And verse 22, the waters were healed unto this day, according to the saying of Elisha, which he spake. And he went up from thence unto Bethel. And as he was going by the way, there came forth teenagers. No, they were not little children. The margin says young men. And the Hebrew means young men. Time out. What is one of the greatest economic and political and social issues of our day. It is crime, it is drugs, it is violence, it is murder. Where is it? It's in the streets and it's in the schools. Is that correct? Almost every single telecast you see, we are dealing with some of the most heinous, unspeakable atrocities committed by human beings who have no more conscience and no more empathy or feeling or regard toward another human being, toward suffering, toward anguish, and toward murder and death and heartbreak, but let alone the human suffering and agony that comes with vicious wounding and disfiguring, the pain and the suffering of long visits in hospitals. They have no more compunction than you and I would have of stepping on a cockroach. They are, as the Bible says, beyond feeling. They just don't care. They all say the hair shirts and the breast beaters and the hair pullers and the do-gooders and the people with their placards and signs marching back and forth outside the state prison when the governor before midnight is supposed to be under appeal so that he can get this rotten serial killer out of the electric chair. Don't kill him, that's cruel and unusual punishment. Of course, it's not cruel and unusual for a man to walk systematically down the aisle of a crowded car where you can't get anywhere but under your seat with a 9mm with black talon rounds that expand just like a huge, great big talon like they're named after, and shoot people right in the head and the neck, and sometimes if they twitch 3 more times in the same body until blood was just about running up to your shoelaces, and the whimpers of people hiding under their seats, and there was no one there to stop him. Happens almost every day, and because the media sensationalizes it, some brute, some thug, some ugly, filthy piece of refuse that does not deserve the name human being, and people in the media are taking issue with someone calling a man who would do something like that an animal. No animal would ever think of doing something like that. They only kill for food. He's worse than an animal. He is below an animal. He's not fit to be called an animal. You've never seen an animal that would act like some of these brutal thugs and murderers. And so when you go Oklahoma, and probably by tomorrow, by the time the weekend's over, there will probably be another bloodbath of some kind of a mass murder. And they won't do anything about it. What did the one who became Jesus Christ, who was the JHVH, the divine member of Elohim, who became the Christ of the New Testament, do about this slave, which was young men calling names, ridiculing, prancing around, calling the bald-headed old fool, and mocking God's prophet? Go on, get out of here, you bald-headed old so-and-so. And he turned back, and he looked on them, and he said, in the name of Jehovah, may you be cursed. And it was a wood there. And a couple of she-bears came out of the wood. And 42 of those young men were torn to bits. They were disemboweled. They were dismembered. They had their faces chewed off. Who did it? Who caused it? Who said that's the sentence? That's so Israel may hear and fear. That's what happens to people who are going to ridicule God's prophet. Who did it? You willing? Now, most people aren't willing. Very few people are willing. You can lead them to that trough, but you can't get that horse to drink that water. Very few people are willing to admit that the God of the Old Testament that affected and put into place many of these decisions of administering a death penalty by a crevasse, by fire, by she-bears, is the being who was born as a little helpless baby and lived his life as a humble carpenter of Nazareth that we know of as Jesus Christ. Let's go to the New Testament and see what Jesus Christ did. Matthew, the 22nd chapter. There are many cases, but I want you to think of this in perhaps a modern setting as you turn to Matthew, the 22nd chapter. Let's think about maybe a church bazaar, maybe a church bingo party. They got all kinds of presents there, and they're trying to raise money for the church. And here are all the people of the various, Protestant, mainline, mainstream, evangelical, fundamentalist churches. And of course, probably it would be predominated by women, by probably 60 to 40 or so. They would tend to be middle-aged and elderly. If you look at most of our churches across the United States today, that tend to be a lot of times the makeup of them. Now, in Matthew, the 22nd chapter, that is the one I want. No, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. It's the 21st chapter, verse 12. See that? Matthew 21 and verse 12. When he came into the temple, this happened twice in his ministry, by the way, as Bullinger's companion Bible makes clear. It happened on an earlier visit to Jerusalem in the temple, and it happened again, because after he had cleansed it once, they just, I'm just going to skip through some of them, because here is when he really began to lash out at the Pharisees. Verse 13, woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. 14, woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayer. Therefore you'll receive the greater damnation. Woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Verse 15. Verse 16, woe to you, you blind guides. Verse 17, you fools. If I say that on television, if I say that to somebody that comes up to me with his face hanging out, all his vanity and ego puffed up, looking like a toad, and say, you are a fool, I can get so many people saying, take my name off your name list, that you wouldn't believe it. You better believe that would happen. Because people do not know Jesus Christ of Nazareth. They've never met him. They wouldn't know him if he sat down next to them. And I'll tell you what they would do to him if he dared to show up as a humble carpenter from Nazareth the second time around. They would kill him. They would kill him. Because what he would say would saw so directly against carnal human nature, and would saw so directly like a sharp two-edged sword against their pretense at religion that they wouldn't even recognize him. They would think they were doing the world a favor. They would think they were doing him an arch criminal. They would think they were putting to death some kind of false Christ. Because the idea that people have in their head about Jesus Christ of Nazareth bears no resemblance whatsoever to the prehistorical Christ, to the historical Christ, or to the prophetic Christ of your Bible. Bears no remote resemblance. You fools and blind, verse 19. You fools and blind, verse 23. Woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Verse 24. You blind guides which strain the gnat and swallow a camel. Woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Verse 26. You blind Pharisees. Verse 27. Woe to you, you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. You're like whited sepulchres. You're full of moldering old bones inside your heart and mind, and you appear white and whitewashed without. Verse 29, woe to you scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Finally, in verse 33, you snakes, you generation of vipers, how can you escape the damnation of Gehenna fire? You think he was exercised? You think he was a little angry? Or did he say that in a simpering tone with some of the Sunday morning evangelists on television? How many times do you think the Bible contains the word wrath? I just looked it up today. Didn't bother counting. It looked like it was too many to bother to count. There are so many statements about the wrath of God in Jeremiah, Ezekiel, and Isaiah, throughout the Psalms, and in Hosea, and Joel, and in Zephaniah, and Zechariah. There are statements about the wrath of God, how his wrath is filled up, how his wrath is going to be poured out. But people don't know that that is the one who is the Jesus Christ of the New Testament. Let's look at Isaiah, the 11th chapter, right quickly. There is no mistaking of whom this speaks, none whatsoever. Isaiah, the 11th chapter, is actually a prophecy about the setting up of the kingdom of God on this earth, which is the entire fulfillment of the gospel message of becoming kingdom of God, which is the government of God. There shall come forth a rod, that's a little shoot, meaning of a tree, out of the stem of Jesse. Jesse being the father of David, and a branch, and they knew that this was a prophecy about Jesus, so the translators even put a capital letter B there in deference to the name, shall grow up out of his roots, and the Spirit of the Eternal shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding. Interesting point in passing, isn't it? How many of them are there? Who's the him? That's the branch. That's Christ. What Spirit would rest upon him? His own? Or the Spirit of the one who is here called Jehovah? More than one. Don't let anybody ever tell you that the Bible does not illustrate that God is more than one and is in fact a family of divine beings, Father and Son, because that's what the Bible clearly portrays. The Spirit of the Eternal shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge, and the fear of the Eternal. There is no fear of God before their eyes, says the Bible. There is no fear of God in the American system of jurisprudence. There's no fear of God in any of the three branches of government, legislative, judiciary, or executive. There is no fear of God in the White House. There is no fear of God in the various government agencies, whether you're talking about our various cabinet level members who have been appointed by the Clintons, by the way. Never in my born days, in the time I was a little child, I never heard about the Roosevelts. I never heard about the Eisenhowers. I never heard about the Kennedys doing this and that. I never heard about the Trumans. I think I knew that her name was Margaret, his name was Harry. But today I hear about the Clintons' health program. Be that as it may, and there are people who are going to write me a real nasty letter as a result of saying that, and daring to take issue with the fact that God's word says, as for my people, children are oppressors, are they? And women rule over them. But as a prophet of God, I shall not apologize for what God says in his word. There is no fear of God in this land. The Eternal shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Eternal, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes. You know, there are people in juries in this country who don't know how to do even that. But he's going to go better than that. He's going to look down into the hearts and the intent of the heart. But he will not judge after the sight of his eyes. Neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor. That doesn't just mean people without money, or without shelter, or the homeless, or the poverty-stricken. It means poor in spirit, and those who tremble at his word. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for they shall see God. And reprove with equity, that's fairness, for the meek of the earth. And that's the little people who are the victims, who are being savaged by government bureaucrats, by all kinds of government agencies and taxation, by federal tax, by state tax, by county tax, by city tax, by school board tax, and by all the hidden taxes, by the gas tax, the luxury tax, and all the other taxes that steal and rob almost your very livelihood and then penalize you for success. And the people, including Rosie the River, and the young men who stormed the shore of Normandy against impossible odds, and the souls of beaches at Guadalcanal, and the people with gray hair, stoop-shouldered, living in little mobile homes oftentimes all over this United States, who went to war and fought World War II to make it safe for the rest of us to live in a free country, most of them on fixed income, and they are at the mercy of the robbers who are taking their fixed income and just diminishing it down to where they can't even get by. And we sit and read letter after letter after letter in our prayer breakfast of little old ladies that are about to be kicked out of their houses, of people that have to juggle the telephone, to the electric bill, to the sanitation bill, to their mortgage payments, and they get by on barely enough that you think, I don't know how in the world some of them survive. With a few $100s a month, there is no way they can survive. They're the poor of this world, and they're the people that made this nation work 40 and 50 years ago. If you ever wonder why the Bible dares to say so much, and it says it over and over and over and over again, about the exploitation of the poor, about the poverty-stricken, about the widow, about the orphan, about helpless people that are victimized by big government, and by lawyers, and by CPAs, and legal eagles, and people that know all these economic ins and outs, and so on, that rob them blind. Here's Jesus Christ, who is going to, with righteousness, judge the cause, judge the case and the plight of the poor, and reprove with fairness for the meek of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth. Now that is a command, and like divine fiat, when he gives that command, terrible things happen, we shall soon see. And with the breath of his lips, that is to speak a word, and the expiration oscillation of those consonants and syllables that come out of his mouth, causing the breath to come from the lungs to the esophagus and the pharynx and the larynx and out through the tongue, you're going to be put to death, whatever it is he says. He shall what? Slay the wicked. What? Do wicked people. And there are such. There are evil, wicked people in this world. Do they deserve to die? The Jesus you have never met says, yes, they richly deserve to die. Millions of people who say, oh, could you love Jesus? Bless the Lord Jesus. Oh, bless his holy name. Will be the same people walking up and down in a blizzard outside the prison when they're about to pull a switch on some rotten, filthy child's children, saying it's cruel and inhuman and unusual punishment. Oh, save the poor boy alive. They're the kind of people who sit on juries listening to two teenagers who cold-bloodedly and calculated they went in and shot down their parents and dads, including their mothers, that had nothing to do with their concocted story. Maybe you believe their story. Sorry, I don't. Not for 1 minute. There are so many different forums in which that kind of a problem can be addressed that it's pitiful. But while they're sitting there in calm and peace in their own home, they have their two big stalwart sons come in with guns and blow them into bloody hamburger. If that jury acquits those boys, it'll just be one more of the absolute incredible litany of the most incredible, heinous miscarriages of justice that is commonplace in our country today, where people can commit the most vicious acts and get off absolutely scot-free. Not with Christ they won't. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his loins, like he is dressed in clothing that symbolize righteousness, and faithfulness the girdle of his reign. Now describes all these animals and little children leading around a lion, and describes even little children in verse 8 playing where a deadly puff adder would be. They, meaning leopards, snakes, all kinds of predators, will not hurt nor destroy, even with people. Verse 9, in all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the eternal as the waters cover the sea. How full is that? You know what that means? That means that someone can turn that wood over there, that panel of wood, and start talking about what it is, the substance that it is, and how it is that the roots of that particular tree knew that it had to form that particular kind of flowing sap, which defies gravity and flows up instead of down, and causes that tree in its fibrous form to grow in exactly that form, and can then demonstrate to you by picking out any sample of light from that plant to this microphone to your human physical body, the miraculous eyesight you have, or your ears, or your hearing, or your human physical hand, and demonstrate the existence of an all-wise, divine, powerful God. The earth will be so full of God that people will be walking and talking with members of the God family. They'll be able to plumb and probe the depths of how it was that God and the one who became Christ sat and talked for who knows how long to decide exactly how this one colony of ants in Africa should go out to seek a particular type of grass, cut it in lengths, take it into a particular part of their burrow, 12 feet underground, where there is a fungus that grows. And that particular fungus is found only in the bottom of that particular kind of ant hill. And they don't eat the grass, they feed the grass to the fungus. And then they eat the fungus. And when the other ants invade them, there are 3 different kinds of warrior ants. And one of them has short, little, powerful mandibles, another for crushing and gnawing, another one has long, clipper mandibles for cutting off legs and heads and necks, and another one has a great big sword growing out of his head to stab with. And all that evolved. And for millions of years, they didn't have sense enough to know they shouldn't eat the grass, that it would constipate them, and so they didn't know they should grow the fungus. And they didn't put it on the fungus, so they all died until they aren't any ants. And when they were invaded and others came in to eat the fungus, they all died until there aren't any. They didn't survive. And you can take those logical questions, and the earth at that time will be so full of the knowledge of the eternal that everybody will know that everything around them that they see is an evidence that there is a divine, loving, merciful God. Everybody will know it. There won't be anybody that thinks a cow is God. Now that distinguishes right there with over 500 million human beings, you understand, don't you? The nation of India. That's a lot of people, isn't it? Go along after a cow with a shovel. They think they can use that in their flower bed and grow geraniums. They think God does that? Aren't we a wonderful, enlightened world? Aren't we proud of ourselves? Aren't we proud of how far we've come from the dark ages in our technological achievement of putting men orbiting around the world? While Slob is out of a job, decide the only way to take it out on somebody, anybody, some random helpless person who at least have the decency, when they are through with their rotten bloodlust, of blowing out their own brains because they saved you and me a whole lot of tax money. And that's all you can say about it. They just save millions of dollars because otherwise we're going to cart them off to their nice little cell, give them TV and access to the library, where they can get to be a lawyer to sue the people who put them there. And we're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to keep them alive for years and years and years. Because that's the kind of good people we are. We're more righteous than God in this nation. They, verse 9, shall not hurt nor destroy all my holy mountain, for the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the eternal, as the waters cover the sea. And then describes the regathering of Israel and the setting up of the kingdom of God. Now, what did Jesus Christ come to preach? That's while we're turning to Revelation 19. Revelation, the 19th chapter. It is the gospel. The gospel is good news. It is the good news of the coming government of God. The word kingdom is that dominion from which the word dome comes, which pertains to a king. The king is Christ. His dominion is the whole world. That includes Angola, whether it's fighting bloodshed today. That includes former Yugoslavia, Bosnia-Herzegovina. That includes Iran, where there are political torturing and murders. That includes Iraq, where a man has turned gas and horrible implements of destruction against his own citizens. Saddam Hussein, the murder of helpless Kurds and their babies and women. That includes nation after nation after nation, from Northern Ireland, where even as we sit here, there are people plotting how to kill one another, to the next bloodlust murderer who's going to pick up an AK-47 and blow away all the people in the cafeteria. That includes them all. In the 19th chapter, the book of Revelation is the culmination of everything Jesus preached. Now we go to the eschatological Christ. Now we go to the future Christ. Now we go to the Christ of prophecy. And I want to once again set it up. We've got our social bazaar. We're playing bingo. We got all the ladies around here and all the old gentlemen and everybody sitting there with their ideas that they've come up with all since they've been little children going to Sunday people churches. About bless you, Lord Jesus, and praise thy holy name. Oh, it's marvelous, just the great miracles and the great things God is doing amongst us just now. All outside the blood running in the streets. And here they are, and here's what they see. Verse 11, I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness, he does two things. He does judge, and he makes war. The Christ of this world, in most people's thinking, is a conscientious objector. He would not think of reaching out with his little finger to cause a tiny little bruise on anybody. There are people that worship a kind of a Jesus who has never existed. He never lived. He never was. He's a long-haired mystic looking off in the distance with the shepherd's crook and the halo of the little lamb in his arms. And you know what that is to me? That's a picture of a counterfeit Christ, and may have been inspired by Satan, the devil himself. It bears no more resemblance to the God I worship, to the historical revelation of the Old Covenant, to the Jesus Christ I worship, to the historical revelation of his life in the New Covenant, to the coming Jesus Christ of Nazareth revealed to me in Scripture. There is no resemblance whatsoever between the Christ of this world and the real one sitting at the right hand of God the Father. It says here, he does make war. Will you admit it? Will you accept it? Will you believe it? Do you agree with it? Because if you don't, you're not going to be part of it. you will be his enemy instead of his friend. Christ says there are people against whom war must be declared. His eyes are as a flame of fire because they are shooting out and crackling with the wrath and the anger that is bursting from his face when he comes down here in the midst of the greatest bloodbath the world has ever seen. And on his head were many crowns, many honors, king, and you can name every nation on the earth. And he is the king of all, as it says. And he had a name written, a brand new name, and a brand new language, which no man knew but he himself. That includes the sacred names, people. Listen up. It includes you. It's a name you don't know and you can't pronounce. So I will do my best, and I will be in awe of all divine names and titles, whether pronounced in Hebrew, Latin, Greek, Spanish, or English. But I will not stand before you pretentiously and say I know exactly the one word of just how to pronounce it that really does great miraculous things with God. Because when he comes, he has a new name written that no man knows but he himself. Look at the way he's dressed. How many of our ladies in the church bazaar are going to run up and want to embrace him? He's standing there with a garment absolutely drenched in blood. Why? Well, because his garment was drenched with blood. And because of the millions who died in Sodom's pogroms, and the millions who died in Hitler's pogroms, and the millions who have been dying since, and the more than 1 million refugees who died at the head of Pol Pot and in Khmer Rouge and Kampuchea, and the millions who died in Vietnam, and the hundreds of thousands who are dying all over this world today, from Africa to Central America to Northern Ireland down in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the people in the hospitals, the people who are being strangled to death so that others can get their old age checks, the people in nursing homes who are being abused both sexually and physically by brutes that deserve to be taken out and put to death, the little girls who are being abducted sometimes in their own parents' homes and from their own bedrooms and taken out at knife point and savagely abused by a filthy creature that doesn't deserve any more compassion than you would give to a cricket when you're putting on your hook to catch a broom with. Yes, there are people like that all over the world. And my Christ, and I hope it's your Christ as well, and I happen to believe it is in most cases, is going to come back with a vesture dipped in and drenched with blood. And his name is what? It's the same name we found in John 1 that tells us he was the one who said, let there be light. Let us make God, let us make man in our image, and the one who dealt with Moses and Abraham and Noah. His name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goes a sharp sword. That's metaphor for his command, which brings about immediate response, that with it he should smite the nations. What does he do? Simply cause a gas shortage? Cause their economy to topple? Cause a drought or a famine? No. He's going to kill them. Those that richly deserve it, he's going to put to death. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. I was amazed at that guy that killed all those poor, suffering, unfortunate, frightened, terrified people was delivered to the police in such good shape. He wouldn't have been if I'd been there. I'm sorry. If there had been any way to have put a little tiny bit of suffering on that guy, he'd have at least 2 broken legs. I think you can take a leg and jam to the seat and get 3 or 4 guys and push it. I saw a football quarterback get his leg broke that way. He did his career one time. I couldn't believe that guy was delivered to the police in such good shape. But there he is, still alive today. It says he shall rule them with a rod of iron. You ever, like I have, mistakenly at night, you had to get up for some reason, go and just kick your shin real firmly against a coffee table with a sharp edge. I don't know of any part of your body that hurts more and more quickly than that part of your shin where it only covers a little tiny bit of skin. I don't know how many nerves can be in one little small area. But that hurts worse than any pain I've ever known. Now, just before I lead some of these rotten serial killers and stranglers of little girls off to their ultimate and just reward, I would love to have a lot of iron like that day. and just make both of their sins. That's horrible, I have to repent of that emotion. I know that I shouldn't want suffering to come upon those who inflict such incredible suffering. But somehow, I do. I read these scriptures and it gives me courage. It gives me faith. It gives me the faith and the courage to look beyond what ultimately may happen to me and the trouble I'm getting myself into with the words that come out of my mouth. It says, out of his mouth goes a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treads the winepress, and the fierceness of the fierceness, and the wrath of Almighty God. He has on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I saw an angel standing in the sun, and he invites them to a great supper. In verse 18, that you may eat the flesh of kings. It doesn't matter the great pomposity of the generals, like Idi Amin, who fought the bottom of the battle, as it should say, opened on those swamp or something. I can't believe it was a nation like some of these East African island nations. Here's some guy with more gold braid on him than General Douglas MacArthur ever had, and a chest full of medals. What was that? The fight of the water buffalo, the fight of the king of Saloon, for pity's sake. They got a chest absolutely glittering with about 14 rows of ribbons and 60 or so heroic medals. Called themselves great kings. Never forget the time I got to interject this. It was unbelievable. Jomo Kenyatta, who went through some of the rituals of literally drinking human blood when he was a member of the gang that called themselves by their battle cry, Uhuru, of the particular clan there in Kenya that finally overthrew British rule and took up the government of Kenya. He had an air force when my father was there that consisted of 3 American-built fighter jets. The entire Kenyan Air Force. Well, it was Jomo Kenyatta's birthday, and my father was sitting in the stands, and the Kenyan Air Force was going to come in an overflight, and they were in formation, and all 3 of them were going to do a nice barrel roll. They came right over the stands and did a barrel roll, scooped it, and all 3 of them put straight into the ground. My father saw it happen. Kaboom! 3 great big black fires and smoke, the whole Air Force was gone. I just thought it was kind of humorous, so I'm just passing it on to you. Because I just thought that the incredible pomposity and the vanity of some of these people, including old Muzzini, who passed a law about the export of rare animal skins, and it was found out later that his wife was engaged in a huge underground exporting of rare, tigers, and not tigers, but over there they've got leopards and all different kinds of skins, and was making millions of dollars doing it. And how the murder of one of his chief rivals was carried out and was seen by Messiah tribesmen on the night that a big black limousine pulled up and dumped out a body near a watering hole down along the game reserve. Well, I happen to have read Robert Drouart and some of those things. I know a little bit about the background behind all that. I won't belabor it, except I'm just pointing out that there are a lot of people that spun around this world as kings and premiers and prime ministers, and they've got all the pomp and all the gold braid, and they dress up in these funny-looking hats that mimic the animals of yesteryear and the knights of old, the big peak cap and a lot of gold braid on it to get your attention. Buzzards are going to be seen picking at their eyes. It says so here. I saw, later on, it says, the beast. And that is a human being who is a military dictator at the helm of 10 nations that represent the toes in the 2nd chapter of Daniel and the 4th great beast of Daniel 7. The beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse. They're going to try to fight Jesus Christ at his coming. And the beast was taken. He is arrested. After it says in the book of Zechariah, the horrifying thing, it appears to be either a nuclear bomb or a neutron bomb or some kind of a flash from heaven that actually causes the sockets to just be empty and the flesh to melt away from skeletons while they stand. There's a prophecy to that effect in the Word of God. It says God is going to instantly kill hundreds upon hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of human beings. Now this is Jesus Christ. He's on a white horse. He's coming back to this earth. If you have seen him go, you will see him come back. I am coming again. Where I am, there shall you be also. I am coming again, he said. Here's the picture of his coming. This is the prophetic Christ. This is the way it works. Here's how it happens. Here's what's going to be done. Not only will there be a bloodbath where millions will die at his own command, but notice the nice little finale that comes along. The beast was taken, and he's arrested. And with him the false prophet that brought miracles before him, which he deceived them that received the mark of the beast and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire burning with brimstone. Who do you suppose grabs them by their collars and pushes them kicking and screaming, saying, no, 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 to the brink of Gina, that precipitous cliff near Jerusalem where there are fires boiling up, and shoves them over and watches their bodies jump, screaming all the way to the bottom until they catch on fire and their hair burns and their uniforms start to burn. Guess who? You can't avoid it. You can't ignore it. You can't get around it. You can't gainsay it. You either believe it or you're trying to tear a page out of your Bible, and the Bible says if you take one word out of the book of Revelation, you're going to suffer the curses of God. Who's going to do that? Jesus Christ of Nazareth is going to do it. So, how do you do, Jesus? It's nice to meet you at last. What will you do, Jesus, to the murderer of the little girl in Kitover? What would you do to the Saddam Hussein of the world? What would you do to the Dahmers, the Ted Bundys, and the murderers, the arsonists, and the rapists, and the pedophiles, and the sodomites? And he will answer with this prophecy. Me? I'm going to put them to death. And then when I resurrect them and tell them what I've done, they will have an opportunity to repent of the hideous thing they have become and to start all over again. And if they repent, then I will show them my mercy. You see, there are, in fact, two sides to the face of God. There's a big smile that beams with gentleness and goodness and mercy. And there is a wrathful anger that causes flame to shoot like crackling lightning out of his eyes. And he is coming to judge the wicked and the evil in this world. And that's why I pray, thy kingdom come. There are millions every Sunday who are going to intone that in responsive reading. They don't have the faintest idea what they're saying. Thy kingdom come. And the manner in which it's going to come, and the manner in which it's going to be set up. The king that is going to ride at the head of a huge army on a white horse with a new name written and with the title King of Kings and Lord of Lords is going to carry out as the first act after his feet had stood on Mount of Olives the death sentence on two mass murderers. And I am so thankful that it is so.
This is a lecture by L. Ron Hubbard, given on the 23rd of September, 1950. The title of this lecture is Introduction to Dynamics. This lecture is 56 minutes long. Reproduced by Golden Era Productions.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few things to tell you tonight about dynamics. It takes quite a little while to tell everything there is to tell about it. After all, it was 15 years in the development. Perhaps I'd better start in by telling you how it came about, it was developed. People ask me these questions. How did you ever think about dynamics? Well, it doesn't seem to me that it requires much more than the cultural question itself that has been with man now for perhaps 50,000 years. What makes man tick? Why does man act as he does? These questions are found in the oldest literature we have. One looks back into the days of more modern times, let us say ancient Greece. And he finds there in ancient Greece a school which is attempting to answer the problems of the mind, the Asclepian school. Man had already become very conversant with problems of man by the time Greece was Greece. The Asclepians, for instance, were trying to cure insanity with convulsive shock. They used a drug called hellebore, and it produced much the same results as the electric shock, which is being used today. The various methods employed, the efforts employed to cure insanity, of course, form only a small part of man's efforts. Man isn't wholly concentrated upon insanity. In Dianetics, we certainly aren't concentrated upon insanity or neurosis or even psychosomatic illnesses. We're trying to do something about the activities of the normal man, something about conditions which in the world today are considered to be normal conditions. For instance, it's quite a normal thought that the Russian people have a perfect right to atom bomb the United States, and we in the United States, it doesn't give us any great shock to think of killing off a few million Russians with atom bombs. I mean, what we conceive to be the normal course of affairs is very far from optimal. Dianetics is mainly leveled at the solution of the problems of man's activities, not just at the problems of his psychotic and psychosomatically ill brother. However, we have to start somewhere along the line, and it is a terribly important thing that here in the United States, according to the figures issued by President Truman, there are very close to 2 million human beings in institutions. There is another 500,000 human beings in criminal institutions. These people are held out from society because they might damage society. And so we have to start along the lowest echelon. Then I believe you will agree that the people are not as healthy as they might be. We have such things as the common cold, we have arthritis, bursitis. Everywhere we look, we see glasses on people's noses. The current level of health in the society is not what you might call optimal. And it is at this stage of attack against aberration, we find our main objective to be mental and physical health. I merely wish to bring to your attention, however, this is not the end product of diet. Now, man has been thinking for an awful long time about man. I was in the Orient when I was very young. Of course, I was a parent kid. I wasn't thinking about deep philosophical problems. But I had a lot of friends. Such a friend as Commander Snake Thompson. He was a very interesting man. He signed his name Thompson by drawing a snake over the top of the teeth. He was quite unique. I think the man is still very well known by repute in the Navy today, but he has been dead, I regret to say, these very many years. He had studied under Sigmund Freud, and he found me a very wide-eyed and wide-eared boy. He had just come from Vienna, and his mouth and mind were full of associated words, libido theories, conversion, and all the rest of it. He was a fascinating man. He had been out into the Polynesian group, and he had dug up ancient skeletons of a race nobody had ever suspected existed before. He had served as an intelligence officer in Japan during the First World War. He did his job so very well, he was court-martialed. The old man had a tremendous influence upon me. And I'm sorry that he is not alive today. I was brought back by my father very summarily from my wanderings. I had neglected to go to high school. As a matter of fact, practically the last formal school I attended was here, that is to say, where somebody patted me on the back and gave me a certificate and said, "You're it," was a grad school in Oakland. My father brought me back, and he said I had to go to university, so he sent me down to a prep school down in Virginia, and I studied for about 4 months and took the New York Board of Regents and got into George Washington University. I think that the registrar must have been blind that day or had a sonic shut-off, but he let me in. They regretted it from there on, because I never seemed to stay with a curriculum. I took my mathematics. I didn't know arithmetic, but I learned calculus very easily. When it came to studying to be an engineer, I'm afraid that Artie Johnson down at George Washington University right now would hear my name and throw up his hands in slight horror. At last they said, well, after all, you're not going to practice engineering, we might as well pass you in a few of these courses. This was a great relief to me, since my father was bound and determined that the only measure of excellence was A. My only measure of excellence was whether or not I learned anything about what I wanted to know. Fired initially by Commander Thompson, I took up a search for flight force. Now this is rather strange and esoteric thing for a young man to take up. But we had to hand there Professor Brown, an excellent man. His pupil, Gomez, is the man who catalyzed the entire atom bomb project. Young Gomez was there then, but he was just a kid too. Now, old Professor Brown was teaching for the first time in the United States atomic and molecular phenomena, and that's very much an ear-cracking subject. We didn't even have a textbook. We had nothing there but the old rules and so forth that Halley had laid down. People were still talking, that they wouldn't say Einstein, they would say Einstein. The people were very much impressed with atomic molecular phenomena. I took the course and, of course, flunked it. But the point is that the atomic and molecular phenomena might possibly give us some sort of clue to life force. After all, we were studying rock bottom energy. What was energy? What did it do? For instance, occasionally in class, somebody might hazard the fact that someday somebody might split an atom. Well, this was unheard of, but they called these people wild radicals. In just as much a radical way, I was trying to find out what is the fluid flow along the nerve channels. What is the memory storage device of human cells, or of any cells? Can they remember? Obviously, they must remember, but how do they? I used an old Kenny photometer in a gas line. Today, they have oscilloscopes to do this work. Professor Brown thought that I was utterly mad, puttering around there, but another man didn't, and that was Dr. William Melanson White. And he used to be, Dr. William Melanson White used to be Doc White, and now he is William Melanson White. He is the departed member of St. Elizabeth's, after which the William Melanson White Foundation is named. The old man was very skeptical that a man studying atomic molecular phenomena would ever come up with any sort of an answer about human memory storage. Until I showed him one day that it was impossible for existing knowledge of structure to be accurate, because the mind obviously could not store memory. There was too much memory, and it required too much storage space. And there were no known waves or sizes of waves which could in themselves come into the brain and be stored in some fashion. For instance, rather recently, within the last year, Dr. Claude Shannon, I am not part of the cybernetics crew, I know several of them, but Dr. Claude Shannon was trying to figure out this problem. He was building a machine for the Navy, I think, which was to figure out strategy, one of these big electronic brains, and he had to do some figures on the human mind to find out how much memory it stored, and he found out that even if it remembered only the most important things, it couldn't possibly store more memory than is contained in 3 months. In other words, every 3 months, the whole machine, standard bank, would have to be dumped in order to make room for the new. Consequently, we don't know very much about structure. We know practically nothing about structure. In spite of the fact that I started out in the beginning trying to isolate life force, I find myself still balked at a barrier. Perhaps we will be able to sense, measure, or experience this thing, life force, put it on a meter, perhaps pump it into a corpse, who knows? There's something there about life force. It seems to me, the further I go into the problem, however, that religion has a lot to say in its favor. I don't know where memory is stored in the mind. I don't know where the personality is stored. I don't know how these things come about. But I do know the error and the various errors and their mechanics, which cause the human mind to think incorrectly, aberratedly. These things we know in dynamics. We know, in short, the bug that gets into the machine. We can troubleshoot the machine. There is the state of dynamics at the present time. That falls far short of knowing all there is to know about man. But I believe that it is far in advance of what we did know before. Now, the whole problem of therapy down through the ages has kept falling over a fact that the human mind could record when it was unconscious. That fact was not known. As a matter of fact, that's the first thing which people seem to contest in dynamics. I thought that I was the first one that had discovered this until a very short time ago. A psychiatrist, Dr. Rosenblatt from New York City, was sitting in my office and he said, you know, I've been searching the literature and I find out that a psychiatrist in 1914 did some experiments upon an unconscious person and recovered the content of that period of unconsciousness through hypnosis. He made a report in his official journal, which I believe is the American Journal of Neurology. I'm not sure this journal, Dr. Rosenblatt wasn't, but he had just got through reading it. He didn't have visual recall. And so here was a man who did an isolated piece of work, 1914, 36 years ago.
and it had lain there forgotten. I'm finding, by the way, as I go along in dynamics, reaching here and reaching there, that material which was predicted to exist and in most instances been discovered already and forgotten. People write me in and they, I found out the other day that tremendous amounts of work had been done in the field of morphogenesis. They found out that a 5 weeks old embryo, when touched on the back by hair, would do a complete flexion, straighten it up, and then throw it in the ball again. In other words, there's nervous action. This is Hooker. You can look him up in scientific papers. He's very well known in morphogenesis. But that particular piece of work was itself unknown except to a few biologists. What I'm coming down toward now is the fact that Dianetics is an organization. It is an organized body of knowledge. According to scientific definition, a science is an organized body of knowledge which, proceeding from certain definite axioms, is able to predict knowledge where, when you look, knowledge will be found. That is science, an organized body of knowledge. It doesn't have variables in it. In Dianetics, what we do know doesn't have variables. Therefore, we can call it quite legitimately a science. What out in advance of it is a tremendous field, as yet utterly unexplored, of philosophy. Philosophy, one might say, is the great unknown of knowledge. Science, as Will Durant, after others, said, is the advancing front which is catching up with philosophy. Philosophy always seems to lose ground, science always seems to gain ground. Dianetics came straight out of the realm of philosophy, actually, since none of these facts could have possibly have been integrated. None of them could have been, if we had not had a central pivot on which to hang them. And that central pivot was the word survival. It seemed incredible to people that man could only be surviving until one begins to realize the utter abundance necessary for survival. It isn't enough, to raise 1 bushel of wheat per month if one is only going to consume 1 bushel of wheat. One has to raise enough bushels of wheat to take care of all emergencies, and if he raises enough, then he survives. But raising enough wheat and having a great enough abundance would in itself be a pleasure. We find out that survival then proceeds into pleasure, the infinite survival as an organism, a personality, a spirit, however it is that he survives through his children, that is a pleasure. And the attaining of that goal is a pleasure. The act of trying to attain that goal is a pleasure. On the other side of non-survival, we have pain. Pain, the warning light that says, don't go in this direction any further because there lies death. In other words, the rightest one could be with infinite survival for himself, for his children, for his group, and for all mankind. And the wrongest one would be to be dead. It works out into a simplicity. The basic mathematics of Dianetics are actually considerable. They are causing a considerable headache right now to a mathematician, a graduate mathematician from Columbia, who is going over my notebooks and finding arithmetical errors in there, and was trying to integrate it and had to study topology in order to integrate it further, because the work is done with symbolic logic, with transfinite particles, and topology. It leads an enormous distance, but actually, when you look at the whole problem, the distance is hardly any. We have advanced a few inches, perhaps, into the great unknown of philosophy. Out there, still waiting for me particularly, because I've really been looking for this for a long time, is life force. What is it? In the problems of Dianetics, then, we now have to hand the captured territory. We know that man, because this can be subjected to very definite laboratory proofs, That a man, when rendered unconscious by anesthetics, injury, illness, delirium, that man records everything which goes on around him. He has an analytical mind. We can call this as well the conscious mind. The only trouble with calling it the conscious mind, though, is that the conscious mind is the only mind which is ever unconscious. So we better call it the analytical mind and be a little bit closer to our late Count Korzybski, whose work is used in science, and whose work isn't. The analytical mind then shuts down, and what we call the reactive mind, although we might as well call it the unconscious mind, although again, calling it the unconscious mind is rather bad, since it's the only mind which is always conscious. The reactive mind then is comparable to the things which, well, Freud and others were looking into and trying to get past the censor toward. We don't find any censor there, all we find are these recordings. Now, once we know the existence of this mind, and know its modus operandi, we can do tricks with the human mind. We can make it run more efficiently. We can enhance and preserve the native personality of the individual, and more importantly, the reactive mind content has a perceptive which the conscious mind, the analytical mind, doesn't have. And that perceptive is pain. That is the essential difference between these two minds. They are separate minds. They react biochemically, independent of each other. It's interesting how fast we go in dialogue in order to write the book. That book, for instance, is Dynamics as of January 1, 1950. This is September 1950. And in these intervening months, so many things have been discovered, integrated, and so forth. That although all the facts that are represented in that book are quite true, quite applicable, the therapy works, we have gone way, way, way beyond. For instance, this fact was not known at the time the book was written, that biochemically, one mind reacts entirely differently from the other mind. We can affect the analytical mind, in other words, with chemicals, which leave the reactive mind in full power and working order. And we can affect the reactive mind independently of the analytical mind so that it leaves the analytical mind in full power and working order. They're two different minds. They work on a different bioelectrical chemical system. Although they are both performing more or less the same function. Apparently man, as he came up the evolutionary scale, once depended exclusively upon this reactive mind. But the more sentient he became, and the more rational he became, he had to have a mind which would differentiate. The reactive mind does not differentiate. That is an unconscious reaction. And it doesn't differentiate with actions or thought. It says everything is equal to everything else. It sees no essential difference between the sentence, he rode a horse, R-O-D-E, and he rode a horse, R-O-W-E-D. It sees no difference there. It's perfectly willing to concede any identity. Its thought processes can be written with the equation A equals A equals A equals A. And of course, that's insanity. In the same engram, we have a skyscraper and an ice cream cone. And there's nothing to the reactive mind, this moronic survival from somewhere in the deep, dark past. It's nothing to this mind to say that the skyscraper is the same as the ice cream cone. It takes the analytical mind to make these differentiations. Every animal has some tiny little bit of an analytical mind. Man has a very big one. I believe next below in the elephant has a very large one. And then they fall off rather rapidly, become less and less sentient. Now, this analytical mind is in itself a very highly complex organism. It is the most magnificent thing in the world, actually. If we try to duplicate the analytical mind by building one out of electronic tubes and wires and dynamos, we would wind up with something which required as much power to run as the city of New York requires to be lighted. We, of course, have to cool such a machine. It would require as much water to cool it as flows over Niagara Falls. And in addition to that, if it were made at vacuum tubes in it, $1 million worth of vacuum tubes, each tube would cost 1 cent a piece. The total time it could run would be about 18/20 of a second without breakdown. This just to accomplish what you do every day. Think. To pose the problems, to resolve them, to imagine, and to solve the various problems related to your own lives and survival. Every day, you're using a machine which is built by electronics, would be that big, and yet your machine is portable. It so happens then that we really can't call this thing a machine at all. It isn't a machine. It is something so vastly wonderful that when we try to reduce it to machine terms, it immediately goes astray. You know, many of my engineering friends are fond of saying, yes, the human mind makes lots of mistakes. The analytical mind itself does not make any mistakes. It gets its solutions on the data it has. Its solutions are no better than its data. But it makes a very good job out of that. And within that limitation, makes no errors. And that's quite a computing machine. We don't build any computing machines that good, as far as accuracy is concerned. But the reactive mind always held down 5. Let's take a computing calculator, and you will put on the computing calculator 1 times 5. The proper answer is 5. But supposing we had an electronic short in it, and it's always multiplied the answer by 5. So we say 1 times 5 equals 25. 1 times 10 equals 50. 1 times 2 equals 10. That would be if you had a held down 5. And incidentally, don't think this can't happen with these electronic computers. Up at Harvard, a friend of mine up there was tremendously intrigued with my first use of this held down 5, because he had a held down 5 up at Harvard. And it had taken them about 4 days to tear this machine to pieces, trying to find out what was wrong with it. It was getting wrong answers. Of course, it was getting answers in terms of high mathematical values. It was doing fantastically complex problems like the place the moon would be in 1958. And it was doing these problems, and it started to get wrong answers suddenly. They couldn't find out what was wrong with it. They got into it and found out that a small drop of slide had dropped across the leaves. And 5 was being multiplied into every answer. And so he was enormously intrigued by my example. It had happened. The machine, of course, to all intents and purposes, was crazy. It was a psychotic machine because it didn't give correct answers. The same thing happens in the human mind when the reactive mind is re-stimulated so that it puts some of its erroneous 5s into the computation. First, we'll take the question of black cats. Somebody's superstitious, he says black cats are unlucky. He gets out. I mean, that's insanity. It has nothing to do with black cats being unlucky, if there is such a thing. And that mind now has the held down 5 of black cats are unlucky, if that's in anger. All right, in such a way, the engram bank can move in on this beautiful calculator, the analytical mind, and can thoroughly ruin it as far as its computation is concerned. But the analytical mind is so good that although enormous numbers of people have enormous numbers of engrams, it can still turn out solutions, and this world somehow still goes on. Every once in a while, somebody comes up with a beautiful solution. The thing to do about the political and ideological situation of the world, of course, is to wipe out everyone in Russia. I mean, that's a good, sound solution. It's gruesome. We, for instance, are victimized in this society by many of these engrams. There are certain standard ones that run through the society. People confuse these things with morals. Morals are something else. There is no place in the world where something which is moral here is not immoral there. And there's nothing which is immoral here which is not moral someplace else in the world. But there is a high code of morality possible. Many people try to adhere to this ethics and morals. They know what's best. Optimum solution. Maximal survival, minimal pain. An optimum solution not just for number one, but for posterity, for the group, and for mankind. When we talk about war, we are immediately knocking out the fourth dynamic, mankind. We forget it. Now, it should be apparent that the engram in Thomas Jones down the street, who was driving his car, can influence us, because he has an engram that says, whenever I get drunk, I can't see. That's an engram. When he was unconscious sometime or other, somebody around him said that. Doesn't matter what period of his life it was, somebody said that. He had the liquor in him. Now when he takes some more liquor, it re-stimulates that engram, or somebody says one of the words, and the next thing you know, he drives down the street, he can't see, he turns sideways, he goes into your car, and then goes to a repair bill, maybe not civilization. We're living in a very close-knit society, and the aberrations of one affect very strongly the aberrations of the other. In fact, all of society, any one society can be considered an organism, and that organism can be said to have its own engrams. The Republicans say that the Democrats are an engram of society, and the Democrats say a Republican is. But this is a matter of viewpoint. Now, that list of plants have the background dynamic. I should be able to show you now. These are very, very nice signs that were made down in Los Angeles. And first time I saw them was a little while ago, so if I have any trouble explaining these things, put it on time. All right. We have here something that every human being has. Sometime or other in his life, he was born. According to our findings, and believe me, I certainly didn't want this. In researching Dianetics, we have been harnessed with many things, very many incredible things. I thought the first engram, when I first discovered this, was in here someplace, maybe at 2 years of age. And then I found somebody who had a real valid engram at about 6 months of age. This harassed me. And then I found a fellow one day running birth. And I said, this is incredible, this can't happen to me. Nobody can do this to me. I went out and found his mother. I brought his mother in and put her delivery of the child on tape. And I had a recording of his birth, and the two of them were side by side, word by word, all the way down the line. Word for word, instrument click for instrument click, and the story which she had told him about his birth was a complete lie. In other words, he thought that he had been born at home. He was not, he was born in the hospital. Father recalled this, immediately was called to his attention. Yes, he was born in the hospital. We have the data, in other words, on this birth. Well, I wasn't going to buy a birth just off of one person. Maybe I was dealing with telepathy or something. So I ran 5 of them and got comparisons one to the other, and then I said, well, this is very wonderful. Now we can have people who have no aberrations because everyone has a birth. All we have to do, of course, is just find everyone's birth and erase birth, and then everybody is happy. And then I started running a fellow one day. He started running something down the track here in his mother's womb. And it started on back earlier and earlier and earlier. And these engrams, by the way, won't reduce. I was working on a proposition that late engrams are the hardest to reduce, and the earlier you find an engram, the easier it's to reduce until we get down to conception down here. We find out they erase very easily. And once it's erased here, the later engrams start to pick up. It challenges my imagination as much as it does yours. If it hadn't been for the work of Hooker and several other biologists, and some of those people quoted by Councilor Yipsky, I would not have been able to credit the sanctions of a single cell. Evidently, a cell is sentient. In some degree, it has some method of recording, or if we want to become mystical, and I don't know any reason why we shouldn't become mystical, all other answers single. Maybe the cell has around it as somebody in, I think it was Harvard, not too long ago, he was measuring an electrical field at some distance around the cell. I don't know what he was measuring, but I would say offhand that if he was measuring anything, if it was there, it must have been the human soul. Because good heavens, how in the name of common sense, when these little cells, microscopic in size, can retain, well, think of cats. All cats get born and wash their faces. Now that cell is being asked to keep the pattern of washing faces and growing whiskers and all the rest of it. So that's hard enough. But when we take and add to the cell the burden of carrying forward remembered pain, when the cell is hurt, it records. Evidently, that's right. Or something around it records. When it is hurt, it records. And then it does something very strange. A cell, when it divides, hands to its copy all its own personal identity and memory. So that we have cell A dividing and becoming cell A prime. Now cell A prime will then be cell A. Now cell A prime divides, and we find out that cell A prime is the third generation. It has the personal identity of cell A and cell A prime. It records everything, in other words. This is fairly easy to prove, fortunately. If you go into a biology laboratory, I don't even have to pull my work on this around too much. You can take cells and you can condition them. That is, you can give them engrafts. And they will pass along the information. A biologist I ran into lately was doing a paper which was duplicating my work, but he was basing it on some work done in 1925. I didn't know this work existed when I did this work initially. I didn't know all these things. I could have figured out what was. Anyway, here's them in this area evidently come in the first recordings. Challenging to the imagination. But here in this area is also a person's personality, genetically. Here is the cat washing his face. Here is the fact that the son has the blonde hair at the bottom, or the grandfather. All these characteristics carried along, and along with these characteristics come any moment of injury. So that these cells come forward as they grow, keep dividing, fill out more and more and become a whole body. They have as their content everything which they need not only build, but to alert the body in time of danger. They have certain signals. Now this is all right unless an analytical mind is going to be built there too. And as soon as the cells start to build an analytical mind, they sort of held back some of the power. So when this organism started to go into danger, the cells could clip in with pain and force the analytical mind to do something else. To run away, to avoid the pain, to become angry, to attack, to do something like that. The cell, in other words, kept the whip hand. And if we are going to go over into any newer, higher form of evolution, it will be with the cell dropping off its command power on the analytical mind. The analytical mind will become more and more in charge of the organism. Actually, in dynamics, we have the artificial center and actual step of evolution. Now, the person gets, let us say, operated on for tonsillitis. Everyone stands around this young person and says, well, there he is, unconscious, he can't hear anything, he can't see anything. That's all right. Don't worry, they say to his mother. He's just writhing. They all have convulsions. something like this, you know, and then they say, well, now, wake up, we're all through, you're all through now. And, take him off, and somebody feeds him some ice cream, and they say, well, you poor boy, well, that's all right, now you're gonna be okay. This whole thing is unremembered by the analytical mind. But it is very definitely part of the reactive mind. This should tell you some of the content of an engram. Here's the complexity, let's say. Here's the analytical mind running along here, up in this area, doing fine, and then there's the pain. First, we get a little unconsciousness, let's say unconsciousness and pain come together at the same time. Then this complexity we complicate it by adding ether. All right, so he's putting out the ether. We already get the unconsciousness, and he sinks down, 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 and unconsciousness fills in, and then somebody starts to cut him up, cut his throat up. And here we start to get pain coming up into this, and we get a full recording of everything way down, buried underneath unconsciousness, obscured by the pain itself. We get everything that is in this engram. This is an engram which has to do with a blow, and the child then falls down. A bell rings. Perhaps the child is told that he's very naughty to be running around and falling down. Maybe he's still unconscious, a little bit unconscious, very groggy, just a little bit unconscious. And the touch of the rug under his hand, the smell of dust, household dust. I wonder why household dust is so enriching. Children are always falling on the floor. Here is the temperature recording. Here's the pain, the headache that he got when he hit his head. That's all recorded. It's just like on a tape. It's like a recording tape that you have in any sort of an injury. Well, if we could take all these things like we take a movie, the engram would be about as sentient as the movie itself. In other words, it just wouldn't think, it would just lie there. Then, one of these days, a little later, this hidden thing down there below the analytical mind, just waits, not active, and one day he falls, and he hits his head again in the same place, and he fell from the dust, and it didn't hurt him much this time, but it keyed in the engram. It keyed it in. Now it can wait. It's alert now. When the headache starts in, these things are all bad. He is driven away from these things. The cells are trying to tell the organism in a very insentient way, a very crude, irrational way, the organism is in danger and it should move out. So, here's this engram. It can be re-stimulated by the environment time after time after time. This mechanism of engram demonstrates, it's very easy to demonstrate. It accounts for hives, headache, common cold. Common cold, by the way, usually comes from birth. In other words, supposing this contains the words, I can't think, I'm stupid. Supposing somebody said that around this unconscious person. Well, when he hits his head a little bit, all of a sudden these words are reactivated part of the engram he has running through his head. Now, I can't think, I'm stupid. Because it's now inside him. In other words, there's an interior world of these things, and an exterior world, which he confronts, and the analytical mind doesn't know this was there. The analytical mind wasn't there to edit this when it went in and file it properly, and so it doesn't know it's there. So it sees one thing in the environment and it catches something else back of the environment, and that is the way it functions. The analytical mind then borders down to the body. Actually, along the body here someplace, there is a somatic mind. It records training patterns. And this somatic mind with its training patterns is what you use when you drive your car and thinking about something else. In other words, that's a learned training patterns. You learn how to drive a car that was painful on an analytical level. and you have to do this and that and so forth. And finally, you knew how to do it so well that the analytical mind could just file this thing as a training pattern, and it would go in here. Now it's in the somatic mind, and it'll activate anytime the analytical mind says, well, let's go drive, then the somatic mind will pick it up and do the driving. Now the analytical mind can change this. It knows it's there, laid it down. It can shift a training pattern with great ease. It can put in a new training pattern. In other words, it's no trick for a man to learn how to drive a Model T Ford, as we used to do, and then maybe shift over to a gear shift car, and then go back and drive the pedal Model T Ford again, one to the other. And then maybe drive one of these old Buicks with a reverse shift. It could do all these things very easily, because it could select the training pattern and activate it, and then it can run. But that is not what happens with the engrams. These came in when the analytical mind wasn't there. And if it says all cars are driven by pushing pedals, a person is going to have an awfully hard time learning how to drive. Supposing it just says, I can't drive, I just can't handle the car. Supposing this person was knocked out in an automobile accident, and the cop came up on the scene and he said, you blunderer. He's talking to another driver. You blunderer. What do you mean, running down an automobile like this, causing all this trouble? You can't drive, you never learn how to drive. And here's this innocent bystander lying there unconscious. This goes into the engram bank, and he wakes up, and maybe a year or so later when he gets a key in, and the next thing you know, he's having an awfully hard time driving. You see, the reactive mind was pretty stupid. It didn't know who the words were addressed to even. And it doesn't even know where the commands are coming from. Dynamic processing, you can pick those up. There is how the thing operates. If he thinks he can drive, when the engram bank is saying you can't drive, he will get a restimulation of the injuries you received in that automobile accident. And maybe you had to do a crushed hip. And that means that sooner or later you start to pick up arthritis in the hip. The blood flow is cut down in the hip. There's pain present in that hip. He's driving, and his analytical mind tells him he has to drive, and the reactive mind says he can't drive. And he's going directly counter to a command in the reactive mind because of the pressure circumstances. The reactive mind says, no, you can't. And so puts on a little pain. And he still drives and puts on some more pain. In other words, it's trying to throw him away from driving. The animal perhaps operates fairly well this way, but man doesn't. The cells built the analytical mind too well. So the engram bank has a large influence on the body. It's the analytical mind in an optimum state pretty well handles the body. It handles endocrine system and heartbeat. It can be forced to. If you don't believe this, you can look up some of these Hindu thinkers that so bemused the Mayo Clinic in Johns Hopkins a number of years ago, until the Mayo Clinic in Johns Hopkins found out that they could put a person who liked hypnotic state do the same thing. In other words, this engram bank handles the endocrine system, fluid flow, and so forth on a bypass circuit, and so it can cause psychosomatic illnesses. Suspension of flow, overgrowth, undergrowth, and the rest of these things that can happen. You cannot think how stupid this mind is. Recent case, fellow had a very bad pair of legs. The circulation was very bad in his legs and so forth, and his mother continually said, I can't stand it. Of course, mother meant that she was unable to bear it. But they said, I can't stand it, and you stand on your legs, don't you? So therefore, the engram bank shut down circulation in the legs. These things pick up, and the proof of this pudding, of course, is in the process. You pick up one of these things without handstand it. The proof here is the proof of doing something to a person and finding out what your results are. This isn't postulated philosophy. This is as thoroughly testable as whether or not this is wood. This life regulator function here is what I've been talking about. This light regulator function handles the endocrine system, handles heartbeat, respiration, and so forth. It's acting there in conjunction with the somatic mind. The engram bank can really influence this thing and cause disruption of optimum function in its body. These points are quite remarkable. The whole point in this system here is that the more engrams a person gets, the less able he is to combat life and survive. And we go out here, we try to get a job, we work, there are certain things like concrete, the weight of concrete that make it hard to perform the job if one is in the business of pushing around concrete. Concrete, to that effect, is sort of a suppressor. And then there's the irascible temporal block. That's a sort of a suppressor to one's doing one's job. There's the hot day and other things. They make it difficult to do a job. That's your suppressor functions. The engram bank lets these suppressor functions get inside. So the engrams are acting as suppressors to the survival of the individual. The thrust of the individual is up. Here would be death. Here would be infinite survival. Here's death, arms up the line here until we reach what should be normal, which would be in the tone-free band, right around here. This would be anger, savage anger and rage and so forth. And down here would be apathy versus appetite. And down here we have the catatonic skips amongst those things, complete apathy. And here we have death. Here also we have the possum. The opossum who has turned this one into a survival mechanism. It really says, I'm dead, go away. So these things have rational uses too, but insanity and so on persist in this band and above this band, and when suppressed below those bands by engrams, the person is on a tone scale insane. This is, of course, time plotted against the tone band. A person, of course, has a very high tone when he's young, usually, normal course of affairs. And then he goes along into his teens, and maybe his tone is still pretty high, and then maybe he gets married, and the reason why marriage, by the way, is so bad is that nearly everybody has an engram, a lot of engrams about being married. You know, Papa and Mama, they talk about being married and so forth. If they have had a lot of trouble with their marriage, you can be absolutely sure that in the early part of this bank, you'll have to find engrams about marriage being so horrible. So the poor fellow goes along completely unsuspecting throughout his teens. He meets this girl who is absolutely gorgeous. His life is going to be a beautiful dream, and then he gets married. There's nothing wrong with this girl. There's nothing wrong with being married. But there is an enormous amount wrong with having an engram which says, I hate marriage. All of a sudden this thing clicks in, and after that you can think about nothing but the divorce court. Just before I leave this, the time track here is a continuing moment of now. Because when you came in here, we were on one level of now, and now we're on another level of now. Consecutive moments of now. That's the time track coming forward. That's all it is, actually. Except, if we would put a magnifying glass on it, so to speak, we would find out that what we know of now are the perceptives. We know about now in terms of seeing it, feeling it, hearing it, and so on. In other words, our sense messages. Now is communicated to us, and we are communicating to now via certain channels. Hearing, seeing, and so forth. So the time track is actually a bundle of perceptives. And here it is from the beginning to the end are these perceptives. People, by the way, get some of these things shut off by engram commands, so they don't have sonic recall and so forth. They are sort of put out of phase so that he might be able to see something, but he wouldn't be able to hear it if he goes back down the track. Sometimes there's such utter occlusion that the person doesn't even know where he was the day before yesterday. you find such people in these things. I hope I've given you some sort of an idea of what dynamics is. I know probably most of the people here read the book. I wanted to go over it again. There are a couple of things I brought up tonight, such as this bundle of percentages, which don't happen to be in the book. Thank you.
This is a lecture by L. Ron Hubbard, given on the 23rd of September, 1950. The title of this lecture is What Dianetics Can Do. This lecture is 59 minutes long. Reproduced by Golden Arrow Productions.
I'm going to try to tell you what Dianetics can do, what it can do, tell you about a few case histories. Mr. Murphy, would you give me those case history books, please? Here I come on without my props. You know, there is a school of thought running in the country today, a school of thought that says that Dianetics is such a miracle it can do anything. Now, I heard two people, neither one of whom knew anything about Dianetics, one arguing for it and the other arguing against it. And the one arguing for it said, well, you know, Dianetics, being what Dianetics is, you could actually take a sharp axe or something like that and chop a man's spine in half, and if you pick up the engram immediately, it would grow together once more. Thank you. Thank you. This is not true. As a matter of fact, Dianetic processing is a fairly precise art, but it is still an art. It is something that one does with a full knowledge of the principles and the practice of it. You take a professional auditor, he can go into a case, usually, if we certify him, he's sure better. Go into a case rather rapidly and open it up, roll it, get places with it. Sometimes a person who has merely read the book is so afraid of hurting somebody or is practicing tacit consent to such a degree, or is so slightly conversant with the principles. They were there on the page, but they just weren't quite fixed up. I could imagine somebody running 500 or 600 hours and accomplishing relatively little. I have seen a man's life, for instance. This man is incidentally very close to the foundation. I should blush about this. And this one gentleman has a wife who is rather afraid of him. And he has some engrams that tell him if he just lost it, he would die. So, as a consequence, he's rather resisting. But he'll lie down on the couch, and she sits there and writes down everything he says. She would even tell him to go back down the time track. Of course, what he's doing is staying in the present time, running W. When I found out how long they had been at this, I almost passed away. They had done it for 500 hours. What a fantastic waste of time. So, a professional auditor went into the case. Of course, it was sitting right on top of a big grief charge and terror charge, and 3 or 4 engrams that had to be resolved but were quite painful. And he picked this man up about 4 feet off the couch, knocked pieces of plaster off of the ceiling, used up, by the way, we measured grief charges in terms of Kleenexes. There's the there's the 4 Kleenex charge and the 10 Kleenex charge. And they got a full box off of him. And all of a sudden his tone started to rise and people could start living with him. But we run into these slight difficulties. Right there at the foundation, someone will sneak off and start this pancake auditing. I'm not responsible really for the terms in Dianetics. I tried to keep it so scholarly and so pure. Once upon a time, engrams were called homonyms. The phrase garbage isn't used much more, but it meant W. But there's W. These are very colloquial terms. You introduce a very fine term, it has several syllables, it rolls nicely on the tongue, one can look right at the compass when he says it, and the professional auditors will look at you and they'll say, and they'll walk, and day after tomorrow you find out that they call chemical assist, they're calling it duck. Here it is, something new in the way of a language, and it has its own, definitely has its own language that's growing up around it. And the language is native to it and comes out of it spontaneously. It isn't something somebody is thinking of. It just, there it is, what do we call it? For instance, you take the word P&O case. Now, what would they use, for instance, to designate a case that was wide open, had sight, recall, visual recall, pain, no pain shutoffs or anything, and we just said Go back to the earliest moment, being unconscious and fell awake, and say, go to the beginning of the anagram, it goes, and you run it out and erases. Well, they've begun to call this the P&O case because it plays itself. I don't seem to be able to keep these boys as sober as I should. Now, the difference of auditing skill is enormous from person to person. I have seen people around who have just read the book who are darn good auditors. And the worst PA compares to them like light and darkness. It is very interesting. The amount of skill and hammer and practice, there's an awful lot of technology incidentally which grows up and gets into it completely outside the book. The book works. You can read the book and you can do the auditing. But there are degrees of how fast and how well. I don't mean to crush anybody here who's working with the book, unless you are content just to sit there and write down what somebody says. You'll get processing done. It's how fast you get it done that counts. Sometimes cases bog down, and the book isn't too adequate on starting up cases again. The first bulletin, the foundation, which released standard procedure, does a little bit more for you, but there's even more can be done on that. Dynamics is very hard to keep pace with. It can be chopped off any 30 days, and it will found to be very much in advance of what it was 30 days before. And each time one chops it off, one says, well, it can't go much better than this, it can't get any better than this, and we can just forget about it now and go on. But then 30 days later, it's altered again. We had to cut off the research department of Elizabeth from the school because the curriculum couldn't be set up accurately. And John would put together a curriculum, beautiful outline, he would give it to the professional auditor instructors, and they would go in and start teaching the students very nicely. And then somebody down in research would nudge him and they'd say, you know, you heard about this such and such, and if you do so and so, you know, and it happens. And first you find out the meanest person in A's life, and you keep finding out the time when this meanest person was the meanest possible to A. And he says, you start running this out, and the first thing you know, you find an ally. Somebody protecting A. Well, this is very smart. And the next thing we know, it's up in the school. And it isn't in John's outlines. So there sit the boys, and they wait patiently for something to be said about how you reach an ally with this new method. And then they tell the instructor, but he's been so busy, he hasn't had time to read about it. So the chaotic condition of instruction there was such that we had to put out of communication the school and the research department because they were completely upsetting each other continually. Somebody came along one day and started to run early lives on people. I say somebody, it was me. One Sunday morning, I was very bored. I hadn't done anything for several hours, and it's been very hectic back east, just as it's been hectic in Los Angeles. And nevertheless, this was a calm Sunday, and I had heard several times people talk about early lives. So a young chap there, the son of a rather famous author, who had been hanging around the foundation for some time, I hadn't found any use for him. So I decided I'd set him up as a guinea pig and I'd see if I could go back and find out the time when he lived before the time when he lived, just in straight reverie. So I sent him back to the time when he died last. I said, now the file clerk will give us the last time you died, wondering what I would get. And I got a death. Oh my, here he is lying on a field of battle. It's very touching. He was lying on a field of battle, and the horses step on him, and the men-at-arms are screaming around him, and he's having an awful time, and he lies there on the floor, and he rolls, and I was finally got wise to the fact that something was going on here that I had not thought of before. This seemed like a real imprint. So I said, the file clerk will now give us the death necessary to resolve the case. And I got a death at 35,000 BC when a saber-toothed tiger was chewing on him. Well, there's something wrong with this because there weren't saber-toothed tigers and men alive simultaneously, according to some of my anthropologists and so forth. And furthermore, the language in the engram reduced as English. And I don't think it was speaking English 35,000 years ago. And we ran to another engram, and we ran that one, and it was supposed to have happened over in Ireland, but it reduced in English too. So I said, now you will come forward to the time when this happened in your own life, and bang, he was right square in prenatal engram, which always before he had been beautifully avoided, but this time we'd taken the edge of it off. And so we ran out these engrams. They were valid engrams, but he put new salad dressing on them, and his imagination had so completely avoided his present life that he'd gone back into antiquity. You know, on the theory, if you get far enough back, it won't hurt. So, here was an early life technique. I don't advise any of you really to use this, because it's very disruptive. I'm not getting it forth here as a valid technique or part of standard procedure, but it got into the school, and we found out that the dub-in is caused by control circuitry, and dub-in cases were very eager to run these early lives. And they would sit around and do nothing but run early lives, early lives, early lives, early lives. And one fellow spent about a week trying to run out the battle with the Persians, I think, at Thermopylae. It was so disruptive, the director of training really came down on it. Everybody else came down on it very hard, and we compartmented it too. New data. Now there are many minds working on this. I get an idea and I try to work it out, and first thing you know, somebody whips it out of my hands and they're processing it down in Tampa, Florida. And then the boys down in Tampa at the school, the university there, they're writing in saying they just found out that you do so-and-so, it resolves as such and such, and it's a good technique. There are lots of minds thinking about this science now, in lots of universities and lots of places, and the data comes back to us rather fast. Usually in university they started by saying, well, Dianetics can't possibly work after all. Look at the work of Kitover, where it is, and it says clearly that man has a death wish. And how does this agree with Dianetics? Well, we're not interested in how it agrees, we just want something that works, you see. And so, as one physicist from Columbia told me, a doctor of physics over there in the physics department, he says, you know, the trouble with Dianetics is so diabolically accurate. You predict these things and then they happen. He says, what are you doing to the field of psychology? I'm not doing anything to the field of psychology. I can't help it, the mind operates that way. And he comes over and he tells me about this. He goes back, maybe he learns some new technique. He goes back, and the next thing you know, why they're in a huddle up in the Department of Psychology with the Department of Physics, and then I get a letter. They have just worked out that so-and-so and so-and-so are happening, they're off to the races. Well, I'm trying to keep all these ideas together, trying to keep them coordinated, is one of the biggest jobs that the foundation has at the present time. They come in an avalanche. And the more people that know how to do this, the more ideas you get, the more refinements you get. There are lots of minds working on this now, some of the finest minds in the United States. I have heard in the past week from a series of names talking about Dianetics and what it can do in the various fields and what they thought it could do. I wouldn't dare release here today, just because they are names which make news. There are some of these men say, yes, use my name all you please, such as Dr. Frederick Schumann, the authority on political science. He wants to take a year off and orient political Dianetics. And he has his application in for sabbatical leave right now in order to start this study. He's being financed by an entirely different group than Dianetics. They are in on it too. And out of this is going to come certainly many refinements in political Dianetics. The Dianetics can do quite a bit. It can cure up psychosomatic illnesses if the body does not reach the point of no return. It can pick up a person's abilities quite markedly. It is interesting to me that our first psychometric data coming out of the validation project from a week to 10 days of auditing, bad auditing, student auditing, on students, we picked up a series of 80 people. Their IQs had jumped in that 10 days from 2 to 26 points. This was not my conclusion, nor my testing. These tests were made by Gordon Sowlin, a graduate psychologist. They were supervised by Dr. Ibanez, who studied with Freud and who is a graduate of the Sorbonne. These people walked in on Dianetics, and we were asking for validation, and they decided they would give us heavy battery validation, the kind of validation which can't be disputed. In other words, somebody can come up to me and say, well, now, how high will IQ go if you process a person Dianetics? And I can tell them, well, it goes pretty high. I've had it go up 50, 60 points in people over a period of 4 or 5 months of processing. And they say, well, where are the records? Because it has to be done in such a way that nobody can dispute it. If somebody won't believe my word about Dianetics, they won't believe my case histories. So let's put it into the hands of people whose word can't be disputed. People like Columbia University, or people from the National Rorschach Institute, or medical doctors who have no connection with Dianetics, although many medical doctors now do have a connection with Dianetics. About 10% of our membership now is medical doctors and psychiatrists. These people are indisputable. That is to say, if they say, I made a test on such and such a date, and made another test at a later date, at such and such a time, on such and such a human being, anybody saying, no, you didn't make this test, would be challenging such an authority, or the reputation of Columbia University, for instance. This is the type of validation, then, that we have been doing now for months. Our results on this have got to be thorough. They've got to be indisputable. There are many people who like to say, well, Dianetics won't work. Everybody knows you can't do anything with the human mind. So the evidence has to be incontrovertible. And we have been digging up that incontrovertible evidence as fast as possible. As a matter of fact, a little faster than was humanly possible a short time ago. The pressure that we have put on these research and validation projects is enormous. People are working on these things. It's nothing to work 15, 16 hours a day. Hard work. And we have a series, little things keep tripping us up too. We have 20 people that have been selected by a psychiatrist down in Los Angeles, and he hadn't bothered to inquire what their addresses were. And their addresses were from anywhere from Cheyenne, Wyoming to Houston, Texas. And we managed to hold together 10 of these 20. The rest of them went through our hands after about 10 days of processing. The geography came in and selected out about half of that one series. Well, we've still got the other 10. In other words, through this administrational blunder, we were deprived of most of the benefit, or half of the benefit of a research project, which was costing us, by the way, about $10,000. It cost us a lot of money. And yet we're going forward now. We have a planned validation project which will carry forward several years and which will include 3,000 cases. Now we have lots of cases like today. I had asked Dr. Vanya if she would be displeased, and I asked Gordon Sullivan, the psychometrist, if he would be displeased if I took the first samplings of some of their psychometry and just selected them willy-nilly out of a stack and had them put together. It's too new. I mean, the cases haven't had enough time. For instance, 1 week of processing in Dianetics is practically nothing. And 1 week of student processing, when everybody's doing everything else too, that is not good. It puts a bad strain on Dianetics. And in addition to this, these particular tests, the second one, which is the one to show the improvement, were given to a group of people on the day they were facing a certification board. And they were very badly disturbed people. So the way these things show up is a wonder to me. There's a statement in here from Dr. Barnes as to how they were taken. We have here, I don't know how many cases. These are actual, the psychometric summations. This is a short test with With these, of course, went Rorschach's, TAT, and the medical examinations and so forth. We didn't get as many processed with this as we could have, merely because we couldn't put that heavy a strain on the National Rorschach Institute people that were working there. That takes them quite a while to give a Rorschach. It takes about half a day to get it and a day to evaluate it. It's going to be a very good Rorschach. Rorschach is a very high order of intelligence test. But so is this one. This is UCLA. UCLA test is the California test of mental maturity. Now that doesn't compare in any degree with the Rorschach, but it's one which shows up very quickly what has happened. It is very carefully delivered, it's pages of testing, and it was devised by Elizabeth P. Sullivan. I understand she's UCLA, I'm not sure. And it gives the profiles here of a number of people, just grabbed out of the stack. For instance, I open this up, I find here is, these people, by the way, of course we can't use their names, so these people came up before a notary public who certified, gave certification that this was the person, and has signed and notarized each one of these tests, that this is a living person, this is the person that the test was administered to. You see how careful we're being. Now, I just opened this one at random as summary of data. It says, this person is an optometrist. The red graph that's on this test was administered on the 24th of August, and the blue, the second test, the after, was administered only a couple of weeks later on the 8th of September. During that time, they had rather minimal processing. And yet, this goes up, this person was processed in Dianetics, and we find that non-language factors rose from 89 to 103. The language factors rose from 147 to 155. And that the total mental factors rose from 124 to 136. That much jump. Now, I'm not going to bore you with psychometry. There are people here, however, who are interested in psychometry. And although these are very far from conclusive, that is to say, here they are, this is not too long after the 8th of September. Here are people who are only processed for a short time, who are still being processed. There are follow-ups on all of these cases. There's a 3 months follow-up and a 6 months follow-up, but I'm not going to make you wait 3 months or 6 months to look at a second series of tests. Further, these are the compilation of the tests. That is to say, these are the certified tests given by Gordon Salvin, psychometrist. He certifies them as of the 21st of September. This stuff is fresh, brand new. And I'm going to have these tests here at the lecture, the classes, which are going to be held here at the Oakland Municipal Theater. They will be on display there from Tuesday night on to anybody who wants to come in and inspect them closely. And tonight, frankly, I'm a little afraid they might be hurt or injured in some way, and they're the only copies we have of these tests that are quite valuable to us, because they're the originals. The other test, this book test here, is the Johnson Temperament Analysis Profile. I'm no psychometrist. Forgive me if I don't talk quite as learnedly about these psychometric tests as possible. I am fascinated right now, as is the research and psychometric section of the Foundation, another organization, not anything to do with this one, back in the East, to discover better and newer tests that will show us where the engrams are and what we have to hit to resolve the case. That's what I'm interested in. And we're doing quite a bit of work on that. We have 2 people there who are doing nothing but trying to refine Rorschach, so that we'll hit every time. As a matter of fact, Rorschach is a wonderful test. It will show up a paranoid. Inevitably and invariably, you give a person a paranoid, and we know the engram that causes paranoia. The engram is the against me engram. They're all against me. It causes paranoia. And when we know from a Rorschach that a person's a paranoid, we can then go into the case immediately and look for that engram. They're all against me. We'll find it. Now, perhaps there's one for certain types of schizophrenia, there may be a certain type that causes manic depressives. In other words, there may be a whole catalog here of engram types. That's the type of psychometry we're trying to do. This Johnson temperament profile is a selection showing processing. For instance, the red graph test was administered here, it says, on the 1st of September, and the blue was administered only on the 8th of September. These were only 7 days apart. Well, because the first and second test occupied a day each, that leaves only 6 days processing. And here we find these factors. This probably can't see these too well, but I'll just explain it to you when you look at them on the table and you can see what I'm talking about. The test here, or the way the psychometrists have figured this one out, the personality graph is supposed to fall in this black area. That's optimum. If it falls into the gray, dark gray area, that's not so good. If it falls into the light gray, that's pretty bad. And if it falls anywhere in the white, that's psychotic. That's awful. Well, now here's a test of 8 days of processing, and it shows that a couple of these points have pulled in to the black, which were in the gray. I haven't looked these tests over, they're just put in my hands today. Here is a test. Here's one of them here that shows at first, when the thing was first processed, here we had one of its points was in white. In other words, this person was psychotic on the subject. This person was processed for a little bit longer this time, 2.5 weeks. This person was psychotic here, and after processing, that point had pulled in almost into the black. In other words, the person was practically normal on that subject. Here's another one that's very questionable, way out here in the gray, and after processing, it pulled well into the black. In other words, the person became normal on that subject. Here's one that was quite psychotic on this subject, and after processing, that point had pulled into the black. In other words, here's a person who was getting sane with great rapidity. The psychometrists use these tests to demonstrate what happens in the mind. They are the tests used in the universities, and they're very deeply administered and very thoroughly authenticated. These tests will be available to those who can care to look at them in the lobby as you go out. Then they will be on display here at the municipal theater while I'm giving these classes. Now, I want to tell you a little bit, a very little bit, because I'm running short on time. I was going to tell you about several cases here. I'll just take the last 2 on the list. 2 of these cases were very interesting to me. One of them I heard from about a week ago. No, a little longer than that, about 2 weeks ago. And I received this scrawled note. This is just a testimonial. It has no value except the human interest in that. It says, "My dear Doc, I was looking to see you for a long time, but you never came back. Now maybe you don't even remember me, but when I saw that article in Time magazine, I figured maybe I'd better write you and thank you for my leg. You remember the day 3 years ago in Hell's Kitchen when they were going to cut it off and you used to tell them to go to hell. I still got my leg. I feel fine. Hoping you are the same." Blank. There's a lot of satisfaction in this work, not a personal satisfaction. I mean, that isn't psychometry. It was one night at 11 o'clock in an ambulance climbing down in Hell's Kitchen in New York. There's been a lot of adventure along the line of this research. Another one is a letter I just received today. I mentioned that it suddenly comes in with a crush on me. A young girl that we will call Dot was back east. She was going to university. She things that happen to a human being. So we had an awfully hard time taking it apart. This girl was thoroughly psychotic. All she would say was, I'm the top dog. I'm the top dog around here. I'm in the saddle. Calm down. She would walk around the circle of the room and she would say this again. And then she would scream. And she'd go around in the room and she'd say this again. And she had done that week in and week out for a long, long time. Her husband was a certified public accountant, a very brilliant man. He had no idea what could have happened to her. He knew that she had had several psychotic breaks in the past, that she disassociated very easily. The case, I had very little time, and I was only able to work the case for a few hours. And yet I picked out enough of it so to take the tension off the case so she wasn't walking around in circles. She would at least sit down and say, I'm the top dog. And it was very hard because she was inaccessible. I finally got her to a point where she would say, well, I'll do it if you want me to. And I'd say, well, all right, I want you to. But she'd say, she didn't tell me where you want me. Well, I want you to there. That isn't the right place. She finally got out to a point where she would say these things, in addition to her dramatization, which was some improvement at that. He took her away from there because he himself was an auditor, and he wanted to be certified public accountant and an auditor in Dianetics. And he wanted to work her, and Commander Price, our psychiatrist in Washington, D.C., the Washington, D.C. department, Big Price there worked her for a while. She was at George Washington University Hospital. She was kind of noisy. And they put her under very heavy sedation, and that was a terrible thing to do. But they had to. And she became a bit worse. I thought this case was hopeless. I couldn't understand what had happened to this case. It was the one big imponderable on the whole record. It was sort of the holdout case, the one nobody could do anything for. The husband took her down to the Virginia Medical Center across the river from Washington, and he asked them down there to give her some treatment. Asked them to do Dianetics on her, if possible, and one of the young interns said, what else do you think she will have here? This was a great shock to him, since we hadn't heard that Virginia Medical was on the bandwagon. They took her in there, and I heard nothing more from her. I considered that was probably the lost case of Dianetics. And today I got a letter from her. And it says, Dear Ron, I remember so well you're standing there trying to help me. And I tried to tell you how much it would mean to me to be able to break through. But I couldn't. I haven't been able to for a long time. But I'm all right now, and I've been all right for a month. And they're going to discharge me next week. They broke the case with Dianetics down at Virginia Medical Institute. So that was a big load off my mind. She went home to 2 kids and a husband that loved her. Another case I'll just mention in passing, the longest sob case history that was really a sob that was witnessed by doctors and psychiatrists and people all over the place. Got a report on her a few days ago. She had a nickname, the Lady Lazarus. The medical doctor there at the foundation went in and picked up this case at Presbyterian Hospital in New York City. Prognosis, death in 1 month. Weight, 80 pounds from 115. Half a weight. He worked her for 2 hours in Dianetics. He went back a week later and he worked her another 2 hours. He spun the central engram. She walked out of the hospital weighing 85 pounds and ambulatory. Her weight came up to 90 pounds. She went into a slight slump. Her psychiatrist, Dr. Monroe in New York City, was quite astounded by all this and started to follow the case rather swiftly, wondering what the devil was going to happen to this girl because he knew nothing of Dianetics. And he called in consultation on her, and they went over her again. They re-stimulated her pretty badly, and she went into another little slump, out of which she came. She undulated along that line for about 2 months. She was well all this time, though, and she was doing well, and her outlook was good. Her case finally stabilized, and that case is still very stable. She is coming up toward clear now, being worked by a cousin. That case is getting along just fine. But, Presbyterian Hospital and Dr. Monroe have evidently been very close on the heels of this case because I keep getting letters from them every once in a while. We have throughout the country many people on the bandwagon now that we did not have before, such as Dr. Douglas down in Beaumont, Texas. He's running a hospital down there. He's giving people a very bad time. When any doctor comes in to operate, he says, "You know your dianetics?" And of course, half of these fellows say, I'm a good dietitian. And he gives them a course of indoctrination, very fast, in dianetic surgery. And he won't let anybody operate down there unless he is. All these doctors are in process, and he himself is. And he says his mortality rate has dropped markedly since he instituted this. He didn't give me what the figures are. I'll have to write in and ask Dr. Douglas in a hospital, in charge of a hospital there in Beaumont, Texas. I don't know what hospital it is. Maybe the general hospital or it may be a private hospital. Now, what we're trying to do right now, though, is carry dianetics well forward where it has been. The study of man's activities requires more than one mind and one set of hands. Sometimes I feel rather despairing about all this, trying to find people who can run things, people who do this, but you turn your back on something and go away. I had a trip scheduled to go to Asia Minor this fall. I was going to go over there for vacation. I was supposed to leave on the 1st of October, and I'm a long way from it. If I don't get there next year, though, I'm going to be here this month. But our whole battle is to find good men, put them in good places, get processing done, make them better, and carry forward something which will make this international picture perhaps a little bit smoother. We may think this is even a little conceited on our part, so we might be able to do something about it. Well, maybe we can't, and maybe we'll fail, but we can at least try. The problem here of answering questions is quite acute. I always have a little bit of trouble with this part of the program. Now, I will try to answer some of these questions, which I had here. I will give you all a fair show. I'll try to pick them out and look them through, so if you'll just bear with me. This looks like one of the old-time mind reading acts, according to. And believe me, it's for mind reading that'll have to be done. Now, on some of them, I'm sure. He says in your book, you say that psychotic cases can be treated by any auditor, but recently you have said that such cases should await physicians trained in dianetics. Has new information made this warning necessary? No, it's not that a terrific warning is necessary, but perhaps at first I may have underestimated some of the slightness that would be given to the data in the book. More important, that is to say, so that it might be possible to make a psychotic worse. I just imagine this to be possible. I don't know of any psychotics who have been made worse by this type of oddity, and I certainly would have been the first to hear about them. But there is this possibility. Another thing is a sort of a burying of the hatchet with psychiatry. At first, I kept a rather quite an aplomb about psychiatry and psychoanalysis and so on. I said that in psychology, I said, I don't think these people are against them. I didn't have any grasp of that fact. And I think that they will welcome this as soon as they know about it. And everyone says, oh, get yourself set for a terrible battle. This is going to be awful. They're going to run you off the face of the earth. You're flying in the teeth of authority and so on. I didn't believe it. Now, I think I was justified in doing so. It's those psychiatrists who have studied the techniques, and particularly those who have cared to apply. Psychiatrists who have just used dianetics. There was one at Missouri State. They said that Missouri State institution was very open-minded about dianetics. Robert Moore Williams, a writer, went in there, talked to the head of it, and the two of them got together on schizophrenia. The young lady who had been insane for quite a while. And And they worked her for several sessions, and then one day she lay down on the couch. She was insane, but when she got off the couch, she was sane. And he said this psychiatrist was no longer open-minded about diabetes. He knew that he had something new with which to treat his mental patients. And so they started to research on it further, and they started to work with it further. Now, I haven't heard anything about that. That was 2 months ago. About 10% of our membership in the foundation is composed of medical doctors and psychiatrists, the preponderance being psychiatrists. These gentlemen want to heal. They want people to be well. Naturally, when some engineer and mathematician suddenly walks up to a man who studied the human mind for 12 years and says, I have the answer. They don't say, well, he studied it for 15. They say, this is impossible, because he's not a specialist, or something of the sort. And I get into an argument, but if these gentlemen tested, they go ahead. Therefore, I don't try to sell Dianetics or any of these people, by the way. I don't have to sell Dianetics. I wish I sometimes that I didn't have as many people interested in it. But the information should be that it would be very good. It's very good medical practice and very good psychiatric practice when a person is severely ill. A psychiatrist or a doctor who is interested in this case certainly at all times should be consulted about the case. An auditor shouldn't go in just because he knows Dianetics and suddenly steal the case away and make a big show out of it. But this is mainly is trying to instill some good manners into the professions. How does one resolve oneself to enter therapy, even when the prospect of being clear is greatly appealing? But when one commences therapy, either as an auditor or pre-care, one is greatly afraid of all aspects of contacting even the simplest engram. This problem isn't just Dianetics. There is a certain survival value, apparent survival value, in the hypochondriac, for instance, and there is the mental hypochondriac. I'm not using hard words now, I'm just trying to explain. There is a value he feels in being ill. He always has an excuse for his social errors. Now, this is the manifestation of it, but actually down at the bottom of the engram bank somewhere, there's an engram that says, if I lose this, I will die. Or it says, I can't go into it, it's too painful. Or I don't dare change myself, he likes me as I am, etc., etc. There are all kinds of engrammic computations that forbid an engram being touched, or even forbid a case being opened. A skilled auditor can look at one of these cases, listen to the fellow for a few minutes, and hit the engram, bang. After that, the case will roll. Sometimes it takes a lot more than 2 minutes, by the way. Now, I get this one quite often. If the reactive mind can be influenced so strongly while unconscious, why couldn't the person be put under an anesthetic and told a lot of good things which would drive out all the bad engrams? This mind doesn't think. That's the trouble with it. And you're trying to make one engram reason with another engram, and neither one are reasonable. The experiments have actually been done along this line. Hypnosis really is that. Hypnosis is some of that. It's trying to put in a good engram to counteract bad engrams, and it doesn't work. Anesthetic hypnosis is wonderful, but not other types. Anesthetic hypnosis can be picked up after the fact. Are alcoholics especially difficult cases? No, maybe not. But they certainly are messy sometimes. You know, I'm getting into a lot of trouble for that footnote in the book. No one thinks I drink, so I go to a party and everybody leaves me sitting there. Here is another common error here. Modern psychiatry has evidence that children exhibit neuroses neuroses before they reach an age where they know the meaning of language. How can you explain this when the child could not know the meaning of the words contained in its engrams? I remind you that the only reason words become active in engrams is because the analytical mind knows what the words are. Engrams are bodies of perceptics. It is a strip of perceptics. The words have no meaning in the reactive time. I thought afterwards it was rather mean than anything for science. I tested a little baby, 3 weeks of age, that I knew had an engram containing a swear word. I remembered this mother having received that engram, and when the baby was born, at 3 weeks, I went over to the crib and I said this swear word to the baby. The baby flinched. And then I said several other words, just nonsense syllables, but said them in the same voice tone, and the baby did not flinch. And I said the swear word again, and the baby flinched. Obviously, the baby was reacting on this word, but it was just reacting on syllables. An engram is like a phonograph record. That's all. It doesn't think. And so, as a matter of fact, the dropping of a spoon, if contained in an engram, will reactivate the engram. It doesn't matter what the word is. What is the difference between reverie and light hypnotic trance? There is rather a world of difference between the two, and I wish to caution you that we don't any longer use counting in Elizabeth, because we occasionally induce one of these light hypnotic trances, and they're very bad, and shouldn't be played with. So therefore, remember to tell, reverie is very hard to induce, by the way. All you do is tell a person to close his eyes. And that is not a light hypnotic trance. So if you count to a person who's been hypnotized before by counting, he's liable to go into a hypnotic trance. So avoid it. And then, by the way, he says it's a reverie and light hypnotic trance, the difference between if a person were completely analytically awake, he would be in an optimum state of mind. I think you would agree with that. If he had his full analyzer, he would be fully rational, that sort of thing. All right. In Dianetics, we are trying hard to wake people up, not put them to sleep. And that is the difference between hypnosis and Dianetics. They're 180 degrees different. One tries to put people to sleep, and the other tries to wake people up. Please describe an experiment which could be performed by any medical man to demonstrate the existence of reactive memory during anesthesia without room for scientific doubt. This is a very easy experiment. One puts a person under sodium pentothal or some sedation, inflicts some pain just to make sure that he has an anchor point there to go back to, pressing hard on a person's chest, read some nonsense syllables to him, lets him wake up in the normal course of events, and then puts him in reverie some days later and goes back and picks up the nonsense syllables. He will get them. The best way to do it, so as to prohibit such things as telepathy or whatever between the person who's doing it and somebody else, is to let a couple of doctors install this engram and then let an auditor who wasn't even there and who has no knowledge of it pick it up later. This experiment is very easily done, but I warn you that it's very dangerous. It can be done, but make sure it is done on a person who has full sonic recall. Otherwise, you may have to process him for 20 or 30 hours before you can get that late on his time track in order to pick up the data. That's an installed engram, you understand. And that engram, if it is installed, you have to be able to pick it up. The last time I tried this experiment was in Elizabeth, and it was the last time I will do it. Two psychiatrists sent over to me a young man who had been so treated, and I was supposed to pick up the nonsense syllables. This was a long time ago when Dianetics was very much in question, when validations were few, and so on. It would have been all right. They read the nonsense syllables all right. But the reading of his blood pressure, respiration, so forth, they mentioned these things. They talked around him. One of them sat on his chest, and they read the nonsense syllables through, and cuffed him in the face. And then they said, well, he's certainly unconscious, isn't he? Yes, he is unconscious. And then they said, well, he won't be able to remember any of this anyway. I don't know forget it a long time before he's in Elizabeth, if you could remember it. And this fellow Hubbard won't be able to do a thing with him. Now, because this thing had a forgetter in it, the young man came over and sat in the Elizabeth Railroad Station for 9 hours. I couldn't find him. I knew he'd been sent to me, but there he was sitting over in the corner. At last, it was 8 o'clock at night. He'd come over in the morning. I picked him up, I took him back to the house, and I worked on him for 18 hours. He was a non-sonic case. I had to take brief off the case and bring the fellow up actually to some sort of a fair release before I could touch this thing. And I didn't dare let him get out of the house before I picked it up. For the good reason that he was in amnesia. So I picked it up and put it on a record, and I sent it back over to New York. I sent it back over with considerable disgust. And I won't do it again. But with those provisos, that tests me so it's easy to find. Anybody can do that experiment if he is very careful. What are the requirements of being a dynamic professional? The requirements are to be bright and alert, to have a fair educational background. We would dearly love to have educational backgrounds as psychologists, but we find out that they do not necessarily make the best dynamic auditors. Do not necessarily. Many times their basic purpose is good, and so on. The best dynamic auditors to date have been writers. Only there aren't very many writers. There's Robert Moore Williams back there in Missouri, so on, there are other fellows around. We have a psychiatrist, Dr. Turner of Huntington, Long Island, is a very, very good auditor. He is magnificent. He's got that cool, calm detachment, so that he was working with paranoid skips, and the paranoid skips that particular day had brought gunly, and the paranoid skips rolled over and cocked the gun, and Dr. Turner took it out of his hand, put it over on the dresser, and told him to go back to the engram. This man is the coolest hand with a psychotic I've ever seen. That's his natural business, and with all of his vast knowledge and experience in psychiatry, that man is invaluable. What makes a good dynamic auditor is, of course, his own alertness, his ability to think, and so on, rather than based on his educational background. There's a sort of natural aptitude for it. I'm not going to rattle on here all night with these questions. Will there be another course of lectures here? And, well, the special classes, the 4 lectures there are taking up standard procedure and the latest developments and demonstrations. That will be the course. As far as the professional course is concerned, that requires a month. And there is a professional school now operating down in Los Angeles. We have to keep it operating. I was going to shut it down after I delivered my lectures there, but the pressure of enrollment is such and the demand for professional auditors is still such that 2 schools, one in the east and one in the west, seem to be indicated. So a school is there in Los Angeles. Is it advisable to practice therapy on your own children? If so, what age are they most receptive? Well, I hate to have to cover child dynamics here with you. A child generally can't be processed very much before he's 8, 9 years of age. However, take one exceptional case, little Joey, he's a junior. He was a fairly easy case at 6 years of age. They could run this little boy all the way back down the time track and do wonderful tricks with him. He was picking up, alertness and so forth. They got birth off the case, and the chronic set of sniffles stopped. And he worked pretty well. He was 6, but that's very unusual. Many, many people, many children wouldn't be workable perhaps until they were 12, 13, 14, 15. You can, however, do it any child at any age. From 3 on, you can do straight wire, a new technique of direct memory, which occasionally keys out engrams. You can nearly always pick up some grief off a child. They're seldom very badly shut down. You can wait for grief engrams and pick them up. You can certainly better a child. But when you stop and think of some of the things that are in the reactive mind, in the engram pattern, you stop to think, taking some little girl, 8 or 9 years of age, and sending her back down a time track to an engram bank, which is left alone to make a psychotic out of her when she's 20. She gets into it, she can't handle it. It's just too much, she doesn't understand it, it's too much emotion, and so on, and therefore, children should not be handled too young. If a child can't handle himself ably in life, he can handle his engrams. Once cleared, can a person record engrams and be influenced by them following future physical unconsciousness? Undoubtedly. We ran a couple of experiments on this and we found out the person could still receive engrams, but they were sort of on the order of blowing one's nose and they were gone. The real aberrated engrams are those which are very early in the bank, and we try to put in later engrams, and if they have nothing on which to hang, there isn't anything to hold them down. I'm not going to go into this whole long list here. There's an awful lot of questions here. I will try to answer them all in my next book. And thank you very much. It's been a very, very good audience. Thank you.
to day number 5 or session 5, depending on how you're going through this program. Listen, yesterday we talked about the power and importance of energy in your body. You get a lot of physical energy and have it shunted by investing the energy in emotions that pull you down. Now, we all have times in which we get frustrated or overwhelmed or depressed or angry. We also have times when we feel euphoric and joyous and we feel excited about our lives. The secret is not to never feel the negative emotion. That's not real. This is not about positive thinking. This is not about denial. It's about the power of using your emotions as action signals. You see, every emotion you've ever felt in your life is really a call to action. And what I'm going to show you in this tape is how to make that happen. Now think about something for a moment. What is more important to you than the way you feel? Is there anything? You know, my business seminars for years, I've asked people, I said, tell me anything you want in this world. And people say things like, I want more money, I want a better relationship, I want to know that the world has been better because I was here. And invariably, when I ask people, whenever they say I want these things, or they say I want to be fed because I've kept them too long in the session, and the bottom line is they'll say, well, if I had some food, I would feel better, or if I made more money, I would feel like I had more power, more control, more freedom, more security. Or if I was in a better relationship, I'd feel more love. But in reality, they don't really want the relationship, man. They don't want the money, they don't want the food, they just want to feel better. They want to change the way they feel. They want to change the emotional content of their life in that moment. I think it's real important for us that we take a new look at emotions. That we see that some of the emotions that we consider sometimes to be negative, emotions that we think are most painful, may in fact be our best friends. They may be giving us signals that we need to make changes. If we heed these signals, and if we utilize them, we can change the quality of our experience and our life immediately. So just remember, emotions are the ultimate power. They start wars. They cause us to get married. They cause us to get divorced, to create children. They can even make us ill or they can make us healthy. In essence, the history of your life, the history of this world is the history of emotion. Emotions are the core that call us to action and change our entire lives. So where do they come from? What's their real purpose? What are some of the most intense emotions that we experience day to day that shape our destiny and that most of us never really learn to master? And then how can we master them? And how can we utilize those to increase the quality of our life? Those are, in essence, the questions I want us to answer together today. Let's start with a simpler question, though. How do you deal with your emotions right now? I'm curious. Because I found that people deal with emotions in one of basically 4 patterns. Either one, they avoid them. They literally try to not feel. They try to not have to feel, let's say, the feeling of rejection. And there's a problem with that. What would you guess it is? Well, yeah, if you're always trying to avoid rejection, you're never going to succeed. Because anything in life that requires you to deal with other human beings on a massive scale, when you're taking a step forward, when you're trying to create change, it exposes you to a point where somebody may disagree with you. They may reject you. See, the ultimate fear of rejection keeps people out of relationships. They never get to have the feeling they do want, which is love, or intimacy, or a feeling of connectedness, because their fear of rejection keeps them out of it. So you can't ever avoid completely negative emotions. They're part of life, and they cause us to grow. Some people don't try to avoid the emotions. Instead, they go into the I'm going to endure it phase. Or worse, I'll endure it, but deny it. Those people usually try and disassociate from their feelings. They try to say, well, it doesn't feel that bad. But meanwhile, they keep stoking the fire inside themselves by thinking about how horrible things are, or how someone's taking advantage of them, or how they do everything right, but things still turn out wrong, and why is this always happened to them? In other words, they never change their internal conversation. They never change their internal focus or their physiology. They keep feeling like that, but they try to pretend like it's not there, deny or disassociate. And inevitably, this erupts, because the more you don't listen to the messages of your emotions, the more intense they get. They keep hammering on the door louder and louder to try to get through you. And all of a sudden, you feel worse and worse and worse. Or the third thing I see people do is they use it for competition. You got it bad, let me tell you how bad I feel. It's really going to make your life better. I hear people do it all the time. Yeah, my work's so horrible, let me tell you how terrible things are. You think that's bad, I'll show you terrible. And sure enough, people get in a match to see how bad they can make each other feel about their own lives. You want to stay out of that place. Hopefully you go to the fourth way of dealing with emotions, and that is to learn from them and utilize them. Now, where do they come from? Do they just attack us like a virus where all of a sudden we feel something? Or as we all know, they come from other people, right? For example, if you feel loving, it's because of what somebody else did. They came over and told you they loved you, or they hugged you, or they touched you a certain way, or they kissed you, and that's what made you feel loved. Is that really true? When somebody touches you and you feel loved, the reality is you feel loved because you choose at that moment to create those feelings within yourself. You allow yourself to have those sensations. You have some rules, some criteria that say when X, Y, Z happens, then I get the sensations that you call love. You release those sensations. You put yourself in that physiology at that moment. Conversely, if you feel bad, if you feel angry, if you feel overwhelmed, depressed, frustrated, lonely, all of these emotions are also created by only one person, you, by what you choose to focus on, or to be even more specific, by the meaning that you attach to any experience in life. Let's repeat that so we remember. How you feel at any moment in time is really the result of the meaning that you've given to your experience. In other words, let's say a man opens a door for a woman. How does that woman feel about that? Well, the answer has nothing to do with the actual event, but rather her interpretation of the event, what she chooses to label that event as meaning. Some women feel demeaned by the process. How dare you, you male chauvinist pig? You can imagine how sometimes look back and go, what does the matter with her? Because what we feel is not based on our experience, but again, on our interpretation of our experience. It's the way we represent our experience that determines how we feel. And look again at that word represent. It means, we spell it out, represent. In other words, something just happened. Now, after it happened, you take it into your five senses and you make a representation, another presentation of what happened inside your head. The way you represent those events will determine how you feel. So yes, in this case, this woman took the simple act of man opening the door with a smile on his face and she represented it inside of her head as he's trying to take advantage of me, he's trying to make me less than him, he's trying to dominate me in some way. We must be very careful of the meanings we attach to things, because those meanings basically determine the quality of how we feel in our lives. We must make sure that the emotions we feel are appropriate, that in essence they empower us instead of disempowering us. There are no negative emotions. There are no bad emotions. Every emotion serves us as long as we interpret it in a way that adds a powerful meaning to our life. Something that moves us forward instead of backward. Now let's go a step further. Why don't you just analyze the difference between two emotions for me, just by experiencing them, if you would. Stop for a moment right now, and I want you to think about something that you'd like to have happen in the future. And what I'd like you to do is hope that it will happen. Just take a moment, stop for a second, close your eyes if you can. After in your car, this is not a very useful exercise. Okay, you might have to hope with your eyes open. I hope you keep your eyes open while you listen to me here. But right now, I want you to think of something you want to have happen in the future and just hope it will occur. Just hope. Notice how this feels. Now, I want you to notice, do you see like two different possibilities when you hope? I'm curious, do you see it working out, not working out? How does it feel to hope? Now, open your eyes, kind of change your state a little bit, move your body around, change your physiology. And then secondly, I want you to try another emotion. I want you just for a moment to close your eyes and think of this thing you want to have happen, but expect it to happen. Put yourself in a state of absolute expectation, where you absolutely expect, you know it will happen. And as you expect this will happen, as you know it will happen, you create that in your body. Right now, I want you to notice how that feels, and also notice how this is different than hope. And then as you do, open your eyes, and what was the difference? Now, when I ask people to do this in seminars, one of the first differences that people will tell me is that hope for them, when they hope, they saw two different examples. They saw it working out, they also saw the possibility of not working out. In other words, they helped. In addition, they'll say things like, well, I felt like when I was hoping that I was passive, but when I was expecting, I was active, I felt moved forward, I felt more intensity. So what I begin to hear is the difference in these emotions for a lot of people is the way you represent them. That is, you focus on both possibilities. When you hope, when you expect, you just focus on one possibility. This is what's going to happen. That's all you picture. That's all you notice. That's all you think about. In addition, there's this movement when you expect, this sensation, this tension, but it's a positive tension. All emotions have different components. We will learn how to use those components to intensify our positive emotions and to lessen our negative emotions. And I just had to do this exercise for another quick reason. I want to reinforce something. Were you able to hope this thing was going to happen in the future a moment ago? And were you in fact able to expect it, to create that feeling in your mind? Then once again, I've proven to you that you do control your emotions, don't you? There was no reason to expect it. Nothing I said had changed the content of whether or not you would succeed. I just told you to choose to expect something would work out, and you did it, didn't you? And did it feel better? So remember, you're always in control of how you feel. Nothing in the environment controls you. It's the way you interpret the environment, the meaning you give, the rules you have that determine what positive or negative feelings you give yourself. So why do we have emotions in the first place? What's their purpose? Especially, why do we have these painful emotions? You might say, I know what these powerful, positive emotions are for, because I deserve ecstasy. Well, I agree with you. You deserve to feel great, and they're a reward system. And some people look pain as if it were the punishment system. And sometimes it is. When we don't follow our own rules, when we don't live by our own values, by our own life standards, then we certainly give ourselves pain as a way to keep ourselves on track, because we want to avoid pain. But I think negative emotions serve a very powerful, positive purpose. And that purpose I've already alluded to when we started this tape. Negative emotions are a signal that a change is needed. Let's think about this for a moment. When you feel an emotion like fear, an emotion that most people try to avoid at all costs because it's just too painful, or any variant of that emotion, like worry or concern or terror, when you feel those emotions are giving you a signal. Rather than just try to avoid the feelings, you should listen for and notice the signal and utilize it. The signal of fear is you must prepare. Well, that's a valuable signal. It's in your body for a reason. It's saying to you that something may be coming in the near future that you're going to be prepared for, either prepared to cope with it or prepared to deal with. That's valuable information. We don't want to deny that emotion. We don't want to avoid it and pretend it's not there. That's how Niagara happens. That's how people get in trouble, emotionally, physically, financially, in their relationships. They don't want to feel the fear that the relationship's not working out, so they pretend it's still going great. Until one day they find themselves 5 feet from Niagara Falls and a boat with oars and going, oh shoot, it's too late. They take an emotional fall, a relationship fall. Make sure that these emotions serve you. And the way to make them serve you, I think, is to realize that every emotion has a message for you. And what you want to do is not make it wrong, not avoid it, not freak out about it, not make yourself wrong for feeling it, but to do 6 things. Number 1, identify what the emotion is. 2, acknowledge and appreciate the message it's offering you. 3, get incredibly curious about what it's offering you. In other words, how could you use this to make your life better? Is this really what you want? And do you need to change the way you're looking at the world? Do you need to change the way you're acting? Do you need to change the way you're communicating? And then 4, get yourself to feel reassured by seeing that, hey, you've worked this out in the past, you've made it through this emotion before. 5, get yourself certain you can handle anything like it in the future by rehearsing using this emotion as a tool of empowerment. And 6, take action and change your whole life. Those 6 tools that I just whipped through real fast are in essence what we're going to learn to utilize, not just in changing how we feel, but using how we feel, even those negative feelings, to make our life better. Now, I want to mention something. In working with people in Date with Destiny seminars, I've learned an incredible amount about human emotion. In order to attend the class, people have to fill out an 18, 19, 20-page questionnaire, as it turns out to be for most people, describing every emotion you feel in your life and what triggers it. What do you value most about each of those situations? If there's only one thing I've learned by going through all of these forms, is that human beings seem to have unlimited ways of describing negative emotions. I get to read about how people get to be frustrated and insecure and lonely and bored and sad and angry and impatient and annoyed and anxious and unsure and guilty and unworthy and depressed and disrespected and humiliated. Can you believe I do this for a living? But the good side is this. I get to also read about how they get to have joy, love, success, abundance, contribution, flexibility, creativity, power, impact, curiosity, wonder, beauty, spirituality, respect, sincerity, integrity, kindness, confidence, ecstasy, you name it. We have lots of pleasure we can have in our lives too. The challenge is that most people, though, spend more time in the negative. They spend more time trying to avoid those negative emotions instead of using them. So what I try to do is to sit down and say, okay, there are all these different ways of describing emotion. The question is, do enough of them fall into a group of categories that we could chunk them down? In other words, you might say, well, I'm really feeling concerned or worried or anxious or scared or terrified, but that really all is just forms of fear, right? So what I'd like to do in this session, at least, just for the sake of our conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, is to take and create a model for each other. A model that I've created where basically I fit all emotions into 10 categories. Now the challenge with this is we all have different labels for what a feeling means. So yours may not agree with the ones I'm putting down, but just for our ability to have a conversation and for our ability to deal with our emotions, we're going to say there are 10 types of emotions, just for the sake of conversation. Is that okay with you? I hear yes, I just hallucinate. That's another kind of emotion, I guess. But here are the 10 emotions, and I'd like you to jot them down. Now, I know if you're driving your car, it makes it a little more difficult. But if you can, take out your gut feelings journal And let's write down these 10 emotions. I'll wait for one moment. Moment's up. Welcome back. Here are the 10 categories of emotions. Here's the first one. Uncomfortable emotions. These are a pretty big category. You're right. But I'm basically describing here emotions that don't have a tremendous amount of intensity, but they bug you, they bother you. Feelings of boredom, for example, or being impatient, or uneasy, or distressed, or maybe mildly embarrassed would probably fit under uncomfortable for most people. The second category of emotions will be the emotions of fear. Those could be things like concern, apprehension, worry, anxiety, feeling scared, or even terrified. These are all different types of emotions that we're going to relate for sake of our conversation to fear. The third category of emotion I call hurt. Any kind of feeling you would link to hurt. And we're going to talk about how most of our feelings of hurt come from a sense of loss. Fourth category, anger. And anger, again, has a large variety. Everything from mildly irritated, to angry, to livid, to resentful, to furious, to enraged. Anything in that category we're going to talk about as an anger emotion. Fifthly, emotions of frustration. These are any emotions you would link to being held back or hindered in your pursuit of something. Sixth, emotions of disappointment. Anything that makes you really sad or defeated as a result of something you expected that didn't work out well. 7, guilt emotions. Maybe another way of describing them would be number 8, feelings of inadequacy. Any emotion you've ever experienced that would consider causing you to feel like you're less than or unworthy would fit in this category we call inadequate. Number 9, feelings of being overloaded. Now again, overloaded I'm using to make it soft, but most emotions you probably link in here would be feelings of being overwhelmed or even hopeless or depressed. Anything that makes you feel like there's more than you could possibly deal with would fit into the overloaded category of emotion. And lastly, number 10, lonely emotions. Anything that makes you feel alone, like you're lonely, like you're apart from or separate from, would fit into this category. So again, the 10 are 1, uncomfortable feelings, 2, any feelings of fear, 3, any feelings of hurt, 4, any feelings of anger, 5, any feelings of frustration, 6, any feelings you would link to disappointment, 7, the category of guilt and regret, 8, feelings of inadequacy, 9, feelings of overload, overwhelm, hopelessness, or depression, and 10, any feelings you link to loneliness. Okay, it's a big set of categories, but here's why I've done this. I want to train you and myself. I just started to use this technique on myself because I just came up with it. It's pretty fantastic. I've enjoyed it, but I do say so myself. I'm quite humble. Really, it's really fantastic. I had a good time with it, and I hope you will as well. All of these emotions, these categories of emotions, are there for a reason, and they're to give us a message that something needs to change. Now, one or two things has got to be changed when we're feeling any of these emotions. And before I tell you this, let's make sure you're enrolled here. How would you feel in your life if you knew, no matter what emotion you felt, you could go, okay, am I feeling uncomfortable, or is that feeling of fear, or is that hurt feeling, or anger type of feeling, or frustrated type of feeling, or disappointed, or guilty, or inadequate, or overloaded, or lonely feeling? How would you feel if you knew that in a moment or two, you could instantly get out of that feeling, no matter how intense it had been? Would that be useful? Then stick with me, okay? Because I know this may seem a little bit cumbersome at first, so listen to me carefully. At any moment you feel any emotion, the first step you're going to always want to take to master your emotions, I mentioned earlier, I say it to you again, first step always will be to identify the signal. What I mean by identify the signal is figure out, if you're having a feeling, which one of these categories does it go into? So let's take a look at how this might work. Let's say something happens between you and a loved one, and as a result, you feel rejected. You look at your list of 10 here, and you say, rejected is not on here, Tony. Well, step number 1 is identify which category most fits. Well, when you feel rejected, you really can feel a lot of things about that rejection. You might feel uncomfortable, you might feel actually hurt, or you might feel angry about it, or as a result of rejection, you might feel lonely. What I'm trying to do is get down to the core emotion that really is controlling you, rather than just this giant word called rejection, which really isn't the essence of what you're feeling. As you go down and you look through your list, and by the way, I know you're not good at this list yet because it's brand new, but you'll memorize it simply by listening to this tape over and over again. What we're going to call them from now on is action signals, because that's exactly what they do. They are signals for you to take action, to reevaluate the way you're perceiving something, or the way you're proceeding, the way you're communicating your feelings to other people, or the way you're behaving around other people or situations. In other words, they're going to tell us we got to make a change in order to get what we really want. And that's what these action signals are all about. They're not negative, they're not bad, they're there to serve us. But for now, let's come back to the example. We said step number one then always is identify the signal. That simply means where does it fit in here? So in this example, we said that rejection really was just uncomfortable for you. Maybe what happened is you turned to kiss your husband or wife and they were busy reading or writing or something and they didn't really reciprocate. You felt, kind of uncomfortable about that. You didn't feel lonely, you didn't feel hurt, you didn't feel angry, you just felt uncomfortable. The signal of being uncomfortable is calling to your attention a message. And the message of uncomfortable feelings is, one, realize you need to change your state. That right now, no matter what happens in the state you're in, you're not going to appreciate it. You're not going to be resourceful in understanding what things really mean. Say, for example, you're feeling a state of being uncomfortable about that, you're going to start hallucinating. Well, gosh, my husband or wife, they weren't really loving to me. Does that mean that they're not interested in me anymore? Does that mean that, that our relationship's not as strong? We tend to hallucinate when we get in an unresourceful state. So when you feel uncomfortable, first message from that signal is, hey, change your state. Second, clarify what you want. Immediately, you got to clarify what you want. That's what the signal is trying to tell you. It says, yeah, don't just be uncomfortable. What do you want? If you want your husband or wife to be closer to you, get clear that's what you want. And step three, immediately take action in that direction. And the way to take action in that direction is communicate your desire or do something that expresses it. Make sure you do something until you achieve what you want and you're no longer uncomfortable. It's literally that simple. Don't just sit around and go, gosh, I feel bored. I feel foolish. I feel insecure. I feel kind of rejected. I feel uncomfortable. Say, great. And you change my state. The fact that I'm uncomfortable is a signal. It's giving me a message to immediately change my state. 2, clarify what I want. And 3, take action in that direction. If you do that, you conquer this emotion immediately. Let's say you felt rejected to the point where you called it hurt. You really felt hurt inside. Well, what's the message of hurt? When you feel the sensations you call hurt feelings, that signal's giving you a different message. And the message there is that there's an expectation you have that's not been met, and you have a sense of loss. That's why it's more intense than just being uncomfortable. Feel like you've actually lost something. Now the challenge with this, as with all these emotions, is that when you identify the message, you must immediately clarify what has to be changed. I mentioned this twice on the tape in passing, but I want you to hear this right now. Whenever you have what you used to call a negative emotion, you're now going to call an action signal. You know that action signal will signal you need to change one of 2 things. Either your perception or your procedure. Now let me clarify what I mean by that. Your perception might be, for example, that gosh, you feel hurt. You feel like your husband doesn't love you so much anymore. Your wife doesn't love you so much anymore because, gosh, when you first met, boy, all you had to do was, look at them and they dropped a newspaper and came over and hugged you. Now they don't get a sense of loss and that hurts you inside. And that hurt is a lot more painful than the feelings of just being uncomfortable. The point though is this an appropriate emotion for you to feel based on this situation and this time with this person? That's really the question we want to ask ourselves whenever we have an emotion. We know that we have that signal. We need to first identify it, and then secondly, immediately appreciate the signal's offering us a message. And the message is we need to change. Again, our perception or our procedure. So our perception might be, person doesn't love me. Do we need to change our perception? Do we have some rules that are inappropriate in this situation? The answer here probably is yes. Wouldn't you agree? This person is just wrapped up in what they're doing because they're just immersed. It doesn't mean they love you any less. What this emotion is telling you is you need to change your perception because otherwise you're going to feel pain for no reason. You might also look at the same situation as a symbol that you need to change your procedure. Procedure means the way you're proceeding with this information. In other words, what this may be is a signal to you that you really aren't communicating your real needs to your husband or to your wife. Maybe what you need to do is change your procedure. And instead of feeling hurt or instead of feeling uncomfortable, turn to your husband or wife and say, honey, I know you're wrapped up in your work. I know you're totally immersed. I know you're trying to do stuff to support the whole family here. But you know what? I just need, 20 minutes with just you and I, because I really need right now to just feel loved by you. I need to hold you. I need to feel connected to you. Now, if the person starts to get upset, obviously you're getting feedback that your procedure still didn't work. You have to be a little more flexible, a little more creative, maybe a little bit more loving in the way you do it. Or maybe change the timing in which you go about something. But that's changing procedure, changing the way you communicate. Or another way of changing procedure might be it's a signal that says that the way you're communicating to your husband or wife doesn't make them want to make you feel loved right now. that your present behavior may be turning them off. For example, let's say you feel rejected by them because when you come on the door, they don't rush up and give you a hug. They're immersed in something. And how do you respond to that? Well, what a lot of people do when they feel rejected is they feel uncomfortable with it, or they feel hurt, or some people get angry when they feel rejected. Now, what's the message of anger? The message of anger is you have a standard for your life, something that's important to you, and it's not being met by another person, or maybe even not being met by you. Sometimes we get angry because we're not living our own standards, huh? So let's say as a result, one of your standards is that people who love you, they run up and they greet you when you're home. They don't do that today. You feel angry. One of your standards has been violated. Something you believe important is not happening. And now you're angry about it. How do you respond now to your spouse who doesn't even know what's going on? Maybe you give them a dirty look, or maybe you make some snide remark, or you find something wrong with what they're doing. As a result, this person may very well purposely reject you. Now when you're feeling this rejection, you're feeling this hurt or this anger, and you say, okay, this anger means I have a message here, a signal. Signals I need to change either my perception or my procedure. Maybe you don't need to change your perception. Maybe they really are rejecting you deliberately. Maybe the procedure is not only how you communicate, but how you're behaving. Maybe you need to look and say, I'm not treating this person in a very loving way. No wonder they're giving me this feedback. I need to change me. Are you following me so far? So we're always getting the message. We're identifying the signal. We're appreciating the message and knowing the message is telling us we either need to change our perception or our procedure, the way we're communicating, the way we're behaving. I know this may sound complex at first, but I've played this tape back and listened to this little section a couple of times. You'll get this down. I want to change either my perception or my procedure, the way I'm communicating with this person or the way I'm behaving, or just the way I'm looking at the whole darn thing, and making it so I don't have pain. I need to look at things, communicate, or behave in a new way. That's the message of pain. Let me say that again, because I think you'll get this one. If you're feeling pain, it's a message. You need to change the way you're looking at things, and therefore what they mean to you. Or change the way you're communicating your desires or needs to someone, especially if the pain involves somebody else. Or change the way you're behaving, the way you're treating others, and that'll give you a new response. That's in essence the basis of all these action messages. They're telling you, you got to set a new outcome and move in a new direction. Otherwise, you're going to stay in pain. And by the way, let me mention something to you. If you ignore a message, if you ignore one of these signals and these action signals, whether it be the signal of feeling hurt or fearful or angry or frustrated, disappointed or overloaded, that signal doesn't go away, it intensifies. You'll feel even more hurt, even more angry. It intensifies until one day you get smart enough to say, hey, I gotta change something here. I gotta change my expectations, the way I'm evaluating this thing, the way I'm looking at things, the way I'm feeling about it, or the way I'm communicating what I need, or I'm gonna change the way I'm behaving, period. I'm gonna keep feeling this until I make one of those three changes. It's that simple. Next, once you've identified the signal, i.e. you've identified, you said, I was feeling rejected, and what that really means is I'm feeling uncomfortable, or it really means I'm feeling hurt, or angry, or lonely, or whatever. And the second step is appreciate the message. Respect that emotion. Don't make your emotion wrong. So many times you say, well, I don't want to feel rejected, or I don't want to feel bad, or I don't feel angry, I don't want to feel hurt. Don't do that. Appreciate it. It has a message for you. It means you got to change. But it also means something very specific depending upon which emotion these tempt. So before we go any further, let me review with you what the messages are that each one of these 10 signals is giving you. We've already said that if you're uncomfortable, the message is simple. You got to change your state, clarify what you want, and take action in the direction of what you want. And immediately you won't be uncomfortable anymore. If you're feeling category number 2, emotions of fear, whether it be concern or apprehension or worry or anxiety or scared or frightened or terrified, no matter what intensity it is, any one of those still are fearful emotions, and fear emotions deliver one message to us. We need to prepare ourselves to deal with something or to avoid the negative consequences of something that's coming up, something that's about to happen, a situation or an event. Basically, fear is get prepared. Get yourself so you can deal with something. And that's a valuable message, isn't it? Now, the problem is what most of us do is we get fearful, and we don't take the message. We either try to deny the fear and act like we're real strong, and all it does is get stronger and stronger. Or worse, we just surrender to the fear and we don't get the message. All we do is we get caught up in the emotion and we get more and more scared and we amplify it. And we start thinking of the worst that can happen rather than figuring out, okay, what do I need to do to be prepared to avoid the negative consequences and make this work? For example, people have fear of failure. That's a valuable fear. It's saying get prepared so you won't fail. You might have a fear because the IRS is coming to visit you and you get a little note in the mail. You get this feeling of anxiety. That's probably a useful fear. It's probably saying to you, hey, you better go get all your paperwork in order. If you didn't have that message, it wasn't painful enough, you might slough it off. It might show up and it may cost you a lot of money, not because you weren't accurate or honest, because you weren't prepared. Same thing happens if somebody asks you to give a speech and you get a little fear inside. Maybe it grows into anxiety. The more intense it gets, the more we tend to surrender to the emotion rather than get the message. That's why we may want to convert fear and say, well, I'm a little concerned. What I'm concerned about is I need to prepare for this speech so I do the best possible job and I'll feel confident instead of fearful. Now, again, with each of these emotions, we want to hear the message and see if the message is appropriate. You may already be prepared. You may be as prepared as you can get. There's a limit to what you can do, right? There's a point you have to have some faith. At that point, you might just have to say, you know what? This is a message I need to change my perceptions, not my procedures. I'm prepared by my procedures. I know what to do. I know how to do it. But I got to stop focusing on this thing being the worst possible situation. I just need to decide to become confident now, to focus on it working instead of it not working. The third category of emotions, those of hurt feelings, give us a signal and a message that says you have an expectation that's not been met and you have a feeling of loss. I.e., you expected somebody to keep their word and they didn't, that hurt your feelings. Or you expected someone never to share something that you told them privately and they told somebody else. And now you feel hurt. You feel a sense of loss of intimacy with them or loss of trust. And that sense of loss is what creates that feeling of hurt inside of us. What do we need to do? It tells us immediately, we have to evaluate, is there really a loss here? Again, do we need to change our perception? Maybe you just didn't communicate to this person that when you told them this, you wanted them to keep this information private. Maybe you haven't lost anything. Maybe you just have to change your way of communicating your needs, or again, change your behavior. The next category is anger. That's the fourth category. And again, emotions like irritation, or feeling livid, or furious, or enraged, or resentful, all of these fit into this category. Any of these emotions are simply signals giving you a message, and the message here is that an important rule that you have in your life has been violated by someone else, or maybe even by you. See, when we think something's really important and somebody violates that rule, we get upset about it. How we deal with that upset will determine a great deal how much pain or pleasure we really experience in our lives, and how close we get to other people, or how much we push them away from us. In other words, if somebody violates your standards, that's the message. What you're supposed to do with that message is real simple. Communicate that you have a standard. Communicate that you know it's only your rule. It isn't necessarily their rule, but you need their help. So if we use the earlier example where you shared something in confidence with someone, but you didn't tell them it was in confidence, you expected them to know that, and you didn't just feel hurt, you felt angry about it. And the bottom line is, instead of beating that person up, you need to go to that person and communicate in a different way. Right? Change the way you're communicating, change your procedure, and say, you know you didn't understand this to be private, but this is really important to me. You need to deal with it as quickly as possible. Anger is usually an outgrowth of hurt. In other words, when you're hurt, you have a feeling of loss. Something you expected didn't work out. When you're angry, it's because it's something you think is really important that wasn't handled, or you've got a lot of hurts that have built up and you've not expressed them, you've not communicated them. So anger is usually a signal that something you believe is really important has been violated by someone or yourself, or that you've had a lot of hurts that you've not expressed that have built up until anger. How do you deal with it? Change your perception. Maybe this person wasn't trying to hurt you at all. Change your procedure. Communicate better what your real needs are, or change your behavior. Tell people up front, hey, this is private. Promise me you won't share this with anybody because it's real important to me. Either way, you'll get out of your anger quickly. It's simply a signal that says you need to clarify with the people what your rules are, get them to agree to meet them, or you need to compromise them possibly. You know, some things you get angry about, you're going to get angry about for the rest of your life. And you better identify those things and realize that those are just your standards. They're not everybody's standards. And if you go around being upset because everyone doesn't live by your rules, you're going to be upset your whole life. So again, maybe you need to change your perceptions, change your rules, so the life is a lot simpler and a lot less painful for you. The fifth category of emotions, frustration. These action signals are telling you need to change your approach to achieving your goal. Whatever you're going after, you're not going to get it the way you're doing it right now. That's why you're frustrated. You keep trying to get the same result by doing the same thing over and over again. There was a definition given a long time ago about insanity. It said insanity is attempting to get a new result by doing the same thing over and over again. It'll never work. So you've got to change your approach. When you feel frustrated, just know, hey, that's a message. I'm going to change my approach. I need to be more flexible in the situation. Category number 6, disappointment. If you start to feel disappointed, that's a signal. And that signal is bringing you a message. And the message is that you need to realize an expectation you have, an outcome you're going after, is not going to probably happen unless you change your expectation and make it more appropriate for the situation at hand. In other words, maybe you wanted something to happen in too short a period of time. I was doing a seminar about a week ago, and I was in Fort Lauderdale, and I was in the restroom, and this man recognized me and came up to me. It's always interesting when you're in a restroom, people come up and ask you for advice about how to change their life. Seems a little inappropriate. But anyway, the bottom line is, it made me uncomfortable, actually. And I guess I had to clarify that I needed to change my state, clarify what I wanted, and take some new action, which I did right then and there. I won't give you the details. But the bottom line is, this man told me, he said, gosh, I'm hoping you can help me turn my whole life around. He said, because I've been doing everything I know. I've been listening to every tape there is, I read every book, and I've been doing it all, and nothing seems to be working. He said, I feel like I'm so disappointed. I did everything what he said, and my life still isn't working out. He said, I just feel like I just could take my life. And I said, well, you want some help? And I didn't say that harshly. I did it to break the guy's pattern. He looked at me like I was crazy, and then he saw me smiling. He kind of, his brain fried for a moment there. And he saw that he was being ridiculous, and so was I. And so he said, well, I said, listen. I said, what you need to realize is that the reason you're disappointed is you're getting feedback. Disappointment says that you set some pretty strong goals within a certain time frame, and you didn't meet those. So you got to change your goal a little bit. You got to make it more appropriate for where you are right now. Make it a little bit more realistic for where you are right now. I said, remember, you plant a seed, you don't come out the next day and look for the plant. You don't expect to also reap your reward the next day. See, you planted a seed and then you ran back the next day and went to the soil and said, hey, soil, where's my plant? Soil will just giggle at you and say, well, you knew? It doesn't work that way. You got to work through all the different seasons and stuff. How can you be disappointed already? But some people manage to do that. I said, so you may be in lag time. Sometimes you put a seed in, you plant something, and it takes a season for you to get the reward. And you're still in springtime and you're expecting it to be fall. Realize disappointment says you need to change your expectations. You need to change simply your view of things and come up with a more appropriate outcome for the time that you have involved, the people you have involved, the situation you have involved. So that's the message. Listen to it. Utilize it. Don't keep re-experiencing disappointment and stacking it till you feel overloaded, overwhelmed, or hopeless, or inadequate, which are emotions we'll talk about later. But first, let's talk about the next one. The seventh major category of emotions are guilt or regret emotions. Hey, when you've got feelings of guilt or regret, a lot of people say, well, don't feel guilty about anything. Garbage. Guilt serves you if you hear the message. And the message of guilt is really simple. It says you violated one of your own standards, and you must do something immediately to assure that you're not going to violate again in the future. That's why you have the pain of guilt. Now, what most people do is they do one or the other. They either deny the guilt, take themselves out of it, and don't feel guilty at all, which, I agree you shouldn't stay in guilt, but if you just deny the guilt and don't get the message, the guilt's going to come back. It'll get you sooner or later. It's back there. It's deep. It's dark. It'll get you. So with that fear, maybe you should turn that fear into getting the message instead of being overwhelmed and, again, surrendering to guilt. That's the other extreme. People just walk around and they allow themselves then to feel inferior for the rest of their life. They feel so regretful about what they once did. That is not the purpose of guilt. It's to make sure you clean up your act. It's to make sure that you don't violate this again. It's that you make things right when you screw up. That's what you got to do. Now, sometimes you can't. Sometimes someone's passed away, or something's occurred where you feel guilty about something that happened in the past you really can't change. The only thing you can change is your present and future behaviors. When you do that, you can let go of the guilt. That's the message it offers you. And again, when you immediately feel the signal, what do? You identify the signal and you realize, hey, I'm feeling regret, I'm feeling guilt. Secondly, you appreciate the message. It's a message that says you need to change something. Either your perception or your procedures. Maybe you're feeling guilty about something you shouldn't feel guilty about at all. Have you ever done that? I know I have. I felt guilty one time because I didn't help somebody feel happy enough. And so run around. If everybody around me wasn't happy, I feel guilty. If I felt good. How stupid. We don't want to fall into that category. You might want to change your rules or your perceptions. Or you might maybe change your procedures again. Maybe the procedure is you feel guilty about the way you communicated to somebody. You were too harsh. Go back and clean it up. Say, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do this. I really regret what I said. I was wrong. Or the guilt will disappear. Or change your behavior in the future. Change the way you're going to communicate to that person or people like them. Any one of these three changes, again, will immediately eliminate the guilt, and then guilt has served a good purpose, hasn't it? It's kept you on track, it's moved you forward, it's made you a better person. That's why it's there. Utilize it, don't wallow in it. Let's go to category number 8, inadequacy. Boy, if you feel inadequate, those are any of those emotions, again, that make you feel like you're less than. Feelings of being unworthy, for example, would be inadequate feelings. Whenever you feel this emotion, or emotion like it, get excited. appreciate it's offering you a message, and the message is simple. It's saying you need to do something to get better in this category right away. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect at it. Inadequacy just says you gotta do something. Don't sit on your duff anymore. You're feeling inadequate because you haven't done anything to be really good in this area. Now, the first thing you gotta do is, as you go through this process, is ask yourself, is this really an appropriate emotion? That is, am I really inadequate, or do I need to change the way I'm perceiving things? Maybe I got some rules that say, in order for me to be adequate, I have to go on the dance floor and outdo John Travolta. That's probably inappropriate perceptions. You need to change the perceptions, or maybe changing your procedures, which is, I need to prepare myself by doing something right now to get better. One thing you can do is just go practice. One thing you can do is go out and initiate some communication. So inadequacy is a message to get up and do something to become better, or to change your criteria, to look at what you're doing and make it easier for yourself to feel adequate. You probably got rules that are too harsh. Now, category number 9. This is one of the categories that I think immobilizes and destroys more people's lives than virtually any of the others combined. And that is a feeling of being overloaded or overwhelmed or hopeless or depressed. They all fit together. I use overloaded to make it sound simpler. Because if you say, gosh, I'm depressed, you'll immediately feel much more intensity than if you say I'm overloaded. The key here is to realize that this is a signal. When you feel hopeless, depressed, overwhelmed, or overloaded, the message that's offering you is you need to reevaluate what's most important to you in this situation. Sit down right now and decide what is absolutely important, what's a necessity for you versus what's a desire. Write down all the things that are most important for you to accomplish. Then, 2, put them in order of priority. And then 3, take the first one on your list and do something about it. It's the same thing with depression, the same thing for being hopeless. Sit down and say, okay, instead of saying it's hopeless, I need to change my state, number 1. That's always the message of all these emotions. Number 2, I gotta clarify what's most important to me. Write it all out. 3, what's the order of the importance? And 4, what's the first thing on my list? Let me go handle that. The minute you go handle anything, and you deal with one simple issue, your brain can handle it. As soon as you handle that situation, you will feel like you're in control of your world. You will not feel overloaded. You will not feel overwhelmed. You will feel like there's hope, and you won't feel depressed. Your self-esteem grows when you do something to take control of events, instead of having events take control of you. And all you have to do to take control of events is chunk them down. Pick one thing and master it. Go to number 2 and master it. The message is simple. You're trying to do too much in too short a period of time. You're looking at the whole world and expecting everything to be perfect overnight. And you're feeling like you can't handle it all. Chunk it down. Here's the final category. Category 10, feeling lonely. Have you ever felt really lonely? Gosh, I don't think there's anybody alive who hasn't. But what does it mean when you feel lonely? What is the message that you should get from that signal? I think the message is really simple. What we really need at that moment, the message is telling us we need a certain connection with people. The challenge with that message is a lot of times people take the word connection, or the idea of the need for a connection with another human being, and they make it into a sexual connection or instant intimacy. And they feel frustrated because even when they have that, they still feel lonely. What we really need to do is identify what kind of connection. Maybe you do need an intimate connection. Maybe you just need some basic friendship, or someone to listen to, or somebody to laugh with, or someone to talk to. It's really important when we feel lonely to just say, hey, this is really neat. What's great about being lonely is it says I really care about people. I love to be with people. And then you find out what way I want to be with somebody right now. And then take an action immediately to go in the direction we want. In other words, all 10 of these emotions are a message to our brain to say, hey, what you're doing right now isn't working, and you need to change it. Either change your perception, change what criteria you're using, your way of looking at things that makes you feel this way, because your perception is not appropriate, or change the way you're communicating. You're not communicating things in a way where people know your needs, or just change your behavior. What you're doing isn't working. Change your approach. So whether it be fear, where you're saying, hey, what you're doing is you're not prepared enough, get more prepared, or change your perception. You are prepared, you're just making a criteria for yourself. You have to have too much to feel prepared. You're feeling fearful because your criteria are too intense, your rules are too hard to meet. Change it and look at it and see that you really are prepared. Or to be something like regret, where again your brain is saying, hey, something you did isn't working, you broke your own rules in a way that doesn't work for you. Either you really didn't break your rules, your perception is unfair, or you broke your rules and you need to change it. You need to do something so that you will never again break these rules. You'll never again go through this kind of pain because it's not appropriate. That's in essence how we want to deal with these 10 emotions. And what you want to do is get to know these 10. Review them over and over again so that when, hey, you have an emotion and you say, my gosh, I'm feeling jealous. First step, identify the signal. Which of these 10 categories does it fall into? Well, gosh, jealous, what is that? Do I feel angry feelings or am I feeling fearful feelings about jealousy? You might say, well, I'm really feeling angry. Well, then there's a standard that I have that's been violated. First step, do I need to change my perception or my procedures? As I respect the emotion, what is the meaning I should take from this? What's the message? Well, maybe, the fact that they said hello to this other person, maybe I need to change my perception. Maybe that's not so bad. Maybe I shouldn't feel jealous about that. Maybe that's an unfair rule, an unfair way of looking at things. Or maybe I need to communicate my needs. That it wasn't just a conversation, it's giving that person a kiss like that doesn't meet my rules. And I need to communicate that to that person so they know, so that they can respect my values, so they can respect what my needs are. Or maybe I can change my behavior, and when I start to feel jealous, instead I can just go and share more intimate feelings, more loving feelings to this person I was jealous of. Maybe it'll change the whole quality of the relationship right then and there. So now that we understand the messages, the 10 messages, and again, I know you need to review this, let's take a look at the 6 steps. I've given you the first 2, and I've repeated them over and over again until you'll remember them. What's step 1? You feel an emotion, I don't care what it is. Let's say you say, I felt destroyed. Number 1, immediately identify the signal. What is destroyed? Is that uncomfortable? No, it's more than that. Is it fear? No. Is it hurt? Yeah, it feels really hurt. That's what it is. You identify what it is. 2, appreciate the message. Saying I gotta change something. Okay, do I need to change my perception? Or do I need to change my communication of my needs? Or do I need to behave differently? What do we do there? And what's the specific message? What is the specific message that hurt offers me? Hey, there's an expectation I have that's not being met. I have a feeling of loss. Then I go to step 3 of the 6 steps, and that is I gotta get curious. What I need to do is get curious about what do I really want to feel? And what would it take to make that happen? So here are the 4 questions you're gonna ask to get curious. You identify the challenge, you appreciate the message, you respect the fact that your emotions are helping you, they're giving you a signal to take some kind of new action. Now you're curious. And your curiosity is, well, how do I really want to feel? Let's say you were feeling destroyed, which is really just hurt. How do you want to feel? Well, I want to feel confident, or I want to feel loved, or I want to feel connected. As soon as you identify what you want to feel, you're moving in the direction you want to go. All these emotions are telling you is you need to refocus on what you want, take some new action. So ask yourself, what do you want? How do I want to feel? Second question you want to ask from a curious state of mind is, what would I have to believe in order to feel this way right now? So you might say, well, what I want to feel is close friendship instead of pain. And so the next question you ask is, what would I have to believe in order to feel that way? Well, I have to believe that nothing could ever violate my sense of friendship with this person, that they really do care about me, that that feeling is really there. Third question, what am I willing to do to handle this right now so I can feel this way? Well, I'm willing to believe that and not to be in a position where I feel destroyed by the way somebody communicates. And the fourth question is, what's great about this, or what can I learn from this? You might want to ask yourself, well, one of the things I learned is that I contributed to these feelings by my rules, by the way I looked at things, or by my intensity. So what can I learn from this so in the future I never have to go through these feelings again? Again, if you get curious about your emotions and what created them and what you can learn from them and how you can make sure you don't have to go through the pain again, then sure enough, you can accelerate your growth in life, experience a lot more pleasure and a lot less pain. Step 4, you get confident. How do you get confident? You reassure yourself that you can handle these emotions right now by remembering times you've handled in the past. Are you following me on this? Have you ever felt jealous before and then you got over it? Can you remember a specific time? Or have you ever felt destroyed, really hurt, but you got over it? Go back and remember a specific time when you really felt hurt and somehow you got over it. You didn't think you could, but maybe you communicated with the person, or maybe you changed your state, or you ask yourself a good question like, what else could this mean? Maybe this person isn't trying to destroy me, not trying to hurt me. Maybe they're just stressed out. Maybe it's not even about me. Maybe people are doing the best they can with the resources they have. Remember a time when you were able to deal with the emotion, and that'll make you confident you can deal with it right now. Step 5, get certain. And what I mean by that is to be certain you can handle this, stop right now in your mind and imagine coming up with different ways of handling this emotion. Come up with 3 or 4 different ways where that jealousy comes up and you communicate it to somebody else in a way where they're hearing you. And if one doesn't work, you try another one. You rehearse it in your mind several times. When you see yourself, okay, one time expressing it by saying, I know I'm wrong and I have this misperception. Another time you may say, you say it with a smile and say, I'm a little crazy at times, but this is how I felt here. Another time you do it by giving the person a hug and whispering, I need your help. See, you look at many different ways of communicating something, so you deal with the emotion and you rehearse it So pretty soon you feel confident. Gosh, I have lots of ways of expressing my emotion in a way that empowers me in my relationships rather than disempowers me. Finally, step 6, get excited and take action. Do something right away that reinforces you can handle this emotion. Go make that communication with the person you need to so you don't stay stuck in the emotion. Go express your emotion in some way that reinforces that what you've rehearsed inside your mind, what you got curious about, the new distinctions you made, really do work for you. That really you can change the way you feel, and you're doing it right now. 6 simple steps, 10 emotions that you can recognize. Now, how do you get good at anything? The answer's pretty simple. Practice. I hate that word practice though. I'd rather say do it, because practice implies maybe you're not very good at it. The way you get good at something is you do it. And every time you do it, you're trying to do it even better. You don't ever practice, you're always going for it full out, having fun with it as well. And the best way to deal with emotion, as you remember, is kill a monster while it's little. Make sure you deal with those anger emotions when they're at the level of a little bit irritated, not when they're enraged. If you handle them at the level of a little irritation, they're a lot easier to deal with. Also, remember the tools you've already learned. You start to feel like you're enraged, connect yourself and say, well, maybe I'm not enraged, maybe I'm a little annoyed, or I'm a little bit inconvenienced by this conversation. That'll break your pattern and make it easier for you to hear the message of those emotions and take new actions instead of being caught up in those emotions and surrendering to them or being defeated by them. The emotion's there to serve you, but you got to hear the message and act upon it. And by the way, the very best way to get what you want is to focus on it. And that is to experience it, to plant it. Think of your mind, your emotions, and spirit as the ultimate garden. The way to make sure that you harvest what you want out of that garden is not to keep practicing planting disappointment seeds and fear seeds and saying, well, I'm really good at taking those things out and learning from them and showing what got to change, but instead to plant seeds like love and warmth or appreciation. In fact, let me offer you 10 quick emotions that if you plant them every day and you cultivate these emotions, you focus on these being the way you want to feel every day. You hold yourself to a standard that says, every day I want to feel these 10 emotions. What you've done is planted the seeds of greatness. You've planted the seeds that create a tremendous, juicy life. A life where you don't need a lot of action signals because you're already acting. You're already living life at its fullest. See, a weed in your garden is a call to action. It's not negative, it's a call to action. It says, you got to do something. You got to pull this out. And that way things can grow. Well, one of the easiest ways to keep the weeds out is to keep cultivating the kinds of plants you want right there in the garden so that their roots are bigger and deeper and stronger. There's not much room for weeds. Here are the 10 emotions that add juice to life. The best way to get yourself to do something is put yourself in an emotional state where that behavior is automatic. Let me give you an example. If you want to have close relationships and do the things that make you close to other people, the easiest way to do that is to cultivate an emotion of being loving and warm. If you put yourself in a loving and warm state, you don't have to think, well, what should I do to make my relationship work? It just happens automatically. The second set of emotions is to be appreciative and grateful. That also builds relationships. If you're always feeling loving and warm and appreciative and grateful, then you're going to do whatever's necessary. You're not going to even think about it. You're going to do more than is necessary to nurture the people around you, and you'll have that deep feeling of caring. Third emotion is curiosity. Gosh, if you really want to grow in your life, learn to be curious. And if you want to get yourself, let's say, to study more, when you're in school, you're trying to push yourself to study, that's a hard behavior to create. But if you're curious, studying's automatic, because you don't have to work at it. Cultivate the emotion of curiosity, and life becomes an unending study of joy. 4, get excited and passionate every day. See, excitement and passion add juice to anything. I think it was Benjamin Disraeli who said, man is truly only great when he acts from his passions. Passion adds to life enjoyment. It can turn anything that seems to be a challenge into a tremendous opportunity. We want to make sure we add that passion and excitement each day. And the way we do that, the way we have the love, the warmth, the appreciation, the gratefulness, the curiosity, the excitement, the passion, guess how we get that? We decide to feel it. See, I teach people in my Date with Destiny to create what I call a code of conduct. It's a set of emotional states that you put in front of you, and you say that every single day you are committed to live those emotions, even if things don't go well, even if it rains on your parade, even if all your expectations are not met, you choose to feel this way anyway, because cultivating these emotions makes life work. And out of these emotions, it causes you to do the things that make life for you successful in every sense of the word. Mental, emotional, social, spiritual, intellectual, physical, financial. every sense of what success can mean for all of us. So we want to cultivate each of these emotions. Fifth major emotion to cultivate, determination. Hey, you want to go on a diet? You want to get yourself to follow through? It's really hard to do, isn't it? Most people fail because they try to push themselves to go on a diet rather than putting themselves in a state of determination. See, if you're determined, now a diet is easy because you're in an emotional state where the appropriate behaviors happen automatically. The sixth powerful seed to plant to make your garden grow with joy and passion and energy, flexibility. Boy, if there's a seed to plant that will guarantee success, it's the ability to change what's going on. All those action signals, all those things you should call negative emotions, are just a call to be more flexible. Be more flexible in the way you evaluate things, your perception of what things really mean. Be more flexible in the way you communicate. Be more flexible in your behavior, and your whole world changes. The seventh major emotion, confidence. When you're confident, you're willing to try things. You're willing to put yourself on the edge. You're willing to really experience that one emotion that every single religious book on the planet talks about, faith. And one way to get confidence, one way to develop faith, is to use the muscle more often, to practice it, to exercise it. I often ask people, are you confident in tying your shoes? People say, well, of course. I say, how confident? They say, absolutely confident. I say, how come? They say, well, because I've done it a few billion times. Well, if you want to have confidence, the best way to have it is exercise it every day, utilize it. Have some faith, have some trust, choose to be confident in the situation, and you'll discover that you're going to do well. For example, most people are fearful about things that they think someday may happen. They feel bad about it in advance. How many of the things you used to be fearful about never came about? Just think of those times you've chosen to be confident, you would have reinforced that confidence is the way to live. Choose confidence over fear. 8, be cheerful. Gosh, I added to my values list cheerfulness not long ago, and when I did, people around me commented, God, there's something about you. You seem so happy. I thought I was always happy. But you know what? There's a difference between being happy on the inside and being cheerful. Being cheerful means that when you're happy, you tell your face about it. Everything works together. That when you're communicating with people and you're feeling happy on the inside, they feel happy being around you. It means that you're trying to be happy in a way that not only makes you feel happy, but the people around you as well. And cultivating that emotion enhances your self-esteem, makes life more fun, causes people to respond to you in a way where you need a lot less of this stuff like fear and hurt and anger and frustration, disappointment and overload and depression and guilt and feelings of inadequacy. All seem to disappear in an environment that's cheerful. Cultivate this emotion, you won't need so many of those action signals to get your attention. Here's number 9, feeling healthy. Gosh, feeling physically vibrant and healthy is a great way to make sure that anything else bounces off you. Have you ever noticed how when you got tons of energy, you feel alive, you feel vital? The challenges, even the challenges that used to really destroy you, you seem to handle so much better, so much easier. It's like those action signals aren't really necessary when you feel vibrant and alive. Cultivate the feelings of being healthy and practice the things you know will make you feel physically vibrant on an ongoing basis. And finally, the 10th seed to plant, maybe one of the most important ones of all, is a sense of contribution. If every day you can feel like what you do adds something, more than just to your own life, but to others as well, then life takes on a new, deeper sense of meaning. I think we all have a need to feel like our life matters, like because we lived, other people's lives were better, they were greater, they were more enjoyable. We all want to leave our mark. And each day we can do that in little ways. We can do it by the way we smile at somebody we don't even know, or by giving a compliment, or just by appreciating someone who really needs to be appreciated. So often people get angry because they don't feel appreciated. Maybe next time you start to feel angry, just realize that you've got a standard there that says, if I do this, people have to respond to me. Maybe that's inappropriate. Maybe from now on, you learn to make yourself feel good. You learn to appreciate yourself, or you learn to communicate to people and say, I'm not feeling very appreciated. I've got a few strokes here or there. And you know what? You get yourself out of anger in a heartbeat. You've taken on a new task, a new direction. But in your own life, why not every day just focus on how you contribute, how you already have contributed? Notice the little things you do to support other people. They'll make you feel good about yourself, and it'll make you want to do even more. And the more we contribute, the more addicted we get to giving more to other people. And if everybody in life got addicted to this feeling of contribution, imagine what the world would be like. So those are the 10 C's: love and warmth, appreciation and gratitude, curiosity, excitement and passion, determination, flexibility, confidence, cheerfulness, health, and a sense of contribution. Plant these emotions daily and watch your whole life grow with a vitality like you never dreamed of. But I've dumped a lot of your brain for emotions. I think this is a tape you'll probably want to listen to a couple of times to really get good at using these action signals. Remember the 6 steps. Identify the signal. This feeling I'm having right now, which of these 10 categories does it fit into? 2, appreciate the message. Respect it. Don't make the feeling wrong. Just immediately look at it and say, okay, this is a message that needs to change something. Number 1, maybe I need to change the word I'm using. Maybe instead of being devastated, I'm a little concerned. Or maybe I need to change my perception or my rules about this. Maybe it's inappropriate to feel this way. Or maybe I need to change my procedures. You know what I got as emotion? I need to communicate more effectively. Tell me, this is really what I need. I'm going to meet your needs too. Can you help me out with this? Or maybe I need to behave differently. Maybe I need to just treat people differently and they'll treat me differently and I won't feel this hurt or this anger or this depression or this upset. Or maybe I need to be more flexible in my behavior and then I won't feel like I'm stuck anymore. I won't feel so frustrated. Again, I've got a lot of choices. 3rd, get curious. Get curious about what you really want. Ask yourself, what do I really want in this situation first? 2nd, what would I have to believe in order to feel that way right now? Maybe you already believe you can start feeling that way instantly. 3rdly, what am I willing to do to make it the way I want it? And 4thly, what can I learn from this? What's great about this? And if I contribute to this, and how can I make it better so I don't have to experience it in the future? How nice to be able to move on. 4thly, get confident. Remember times when I dealt with this. Remember some specific times you dealt with this emotion, and you handled it. You turned it around. We all need a little hope. And one of the best places of hope is when you handle it in the past. Hey, I've done the past, and I can probably handle it in the future, and I can probably handle it right now. And then get certain, number 5. Get certain, because you're not just confident about the past, but rehearse in your mind. Imagine dealing with it coming up in the future. Situations where it would come up and now you handle it easily. The best way to get good at something is practice it. And there's a good thing to remember. Our brain can't tell the difference between something we vividly imagine and something we actually experience. So if we imagine dealing with it enough times, we'll start to feel absolutely certain we can deal with it in the future, and we will. That mental program will be in place. And finally, get excited and take action. Go out immediately and use your new feeling and take some kind of action that supports you in expanding your sense of freedom, your sense of love, your sense of appreciation, gratitude, curiosity, or whatever emotions you want to feel more of. And finally, I'd say this to you. If you remember nothing else from this tape but this one thing, probably the most important thing to remember about emotions. Every feeling you have, good or bad, is not based on the actual reality of life, but rather your interpretation as to what things mean. And remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. So if you don't like the way you're feeling, change the meaning. And the way to do that is ask one question. Again, if you remember nothing else from this tape, remember this right now. Whenever you start to feel bad, ask yourself this question. What else could this mean? You start to feel like somebody's hurt you. What else could this mean? Maybe they didn't mean to hurt you. Maybe what this means is that they're just frustrated in their own life. They're just confused. They don't know what's going on. They're scared. I wonder what's going on with them. It makes them treat people this way. What else could this mean? Whenever we get absolutely certain we know exactly what things mean, we tend to create some pain for ourselves. So if you start to feel like you're in pain, what else could this mean? Maybe what this means is I need to be more flexible. Maybe this means I'm about to learn something. Maybe the fact that I'm frustrated means I'm about to have a breakthrough. Maybe the fact that right now I feel a little overwhelmed is because I'm about to grow and expand. And when I don't know how to deal with this, I'll be able to deal with almost anything. What else could this mean? See, you and I at any moment can choose a new meaning and therefore choose a new way of feeling, a new way of behaving. And you know what? We're never going to know the absolute meaning of anything. If somebody passes away, you really cared about them, and they die. You can feel really bad, you can feel disappointed, you can feel frustrated, you can feel angry, you can feel hurt, you can feel sad. And all those are appropriate emotions. But make sure you take the message from it. And the message you're going to eventually come out with is, what's an empowering way of looking at this? What else could this mean? Maybe it doesn't mean that I just lost somebody. Maybe it means this person is gone someplace they need to be. Or maybe this means my connection will be even stronger with them now than when they were here. Maybe this means I will value my own life and give more while I'm here because I realize that life is delicate. Choose meanings that empower you in life instead of assuming meanings that disempower you. It's a final message to remember. Now, let's use these 6 steps and these 10 emotions. Over the next 2 days, just concentrate directly on any feeling that comes up that feels disempowering, that feels negative, and immediately as it comes up, identify it, recognize that it's valuable, that it's giving you input, you need to change something, find out if you should change what it means to you, or if you should change your procedures, your communication, or your behavior, Immediately then get curious. Hey, how do I really want to feel? What do I have to believe in order for me to feel that way now? What am I willing to do to make it the way I want it? And what can I learn from this? Then immediately remember times when you've handled it before, get yourself confident, get certain by rehearsing dealing with that situation in the future, and then go use it. Go do it right away. I want you to do that for the next 2 days deliberately. Then just carry your list around. And whenever it seems appropriate, over the next month, just glance at it when you're having an emotion, when you're having a feeling that doesn't feel good, and run yourself through the process. But do it deliberately and consciously for the next 2 days so you develop a habit in your head. Second assignment, make a list of all things you can do to make yourself feel good. Now, do you understand what I'm saying here? Just a list of anything you can do at any moment in time that makes you feel good. Because I think most of us have never sat down and said, gosh, how many different ways do I have to feel good? Most of us only have a few ways consciously to do it. Smoke, drink, eat, make love might be a positive one, exercise, maybe to watch TV or a movie, but maybe you want to expand your list. I did this recently for myself, and it was fantastic. I came up with 62 things that I can do to make myself feel good at any moment in time, no matter where I am. It was pretty darn exciting. I never realized I had that level of choice, and once I brought it to my conscious awareness, I had that list, and I feel like, wow, there's so many ways to feel good. I can do it any moment, no matter what's happening around me. And by having that many choices, I can throw out some of the old ones, like eating is a way to feel good. Maybe eating just becomes fuel then, because you got so many other better ways to feel good. I just realized how powerful music is for me in terms of changing my state. I was in my car and I have a stacking CD disc player, and in there I have classical music, and I have pop music and rock music. I go from listening to Aida and Bocelli to Blink-182 or to Lenny Kravitz. For all the ranges of emotions that can change in a moment or two. I can go from being excited, ready to exercise, to just being deep in emotion. All that within a few moments using music. And you know what? There's no negative side effects. Except maybe the volume I use every now and then, but other than that, it's not there. So what are all the ways you can make yourself feel good that have no negative side effects? Make a list and then put it in order what you'd be willing to use in any environment. And for example, taking the right kind of breath to just change the way I feel is a fantastic gift I can give myself, and I can do it anywhere, anytime, anyhow, even if there's not music around. So make a list for yourself. It'll expand your world, it'll expand your emotional choices and how to trigger yourself. Thirdly, look at these 10 emotions that you used to think of as disempowering. You keep calling them action signals. But the truth is, you could avoid them altogether. And if you didn't need them to give you action signals, you were already acting, that would be your preference, wouldn't it? Or if you never got into the deepest part of those emotions. In other words, if you felt, mildly annoyed instead of absolutely frustrated, that'd certainly be your advantage. So you might want to develop a belief, a singular global belief that really helps you to not have to feel these feelings very often at all. I'll give you an example. I've done this for a lot of these feelings for me. If you look at an emotion like, for example, feeling lonely, a lot of people are afraid of being lonely or afraid of being abandoned. Now, I always tell people, I'm never afraid of being abandoned. You can never abandon me because I just follow you. I don't go after you. So I have a belief that no one can abandon me because if I really care about somebody, I can always make that relationship work. Or another one might be if the person is feeling like they're depressed or overwhelmed, a belief that I have is this too shall pass, and that the best is yet to come. See, if you adopted that belief, you start to feel certain that the best is always yet to come, think how that might change your life. It might not only wipe out feelings of hopelessness or depression or overwhelm, but it also may cultivate that feeling of excitement and passion for life, maybe more of that gratitude as well. And a final one that many of you are familiar with that I offer, if you really start to feel disappointed, just remind yourself that, hey, there's always a way. If you're committed, you can still turn this thing around if you adjust your approach. Maybe an antidote to feeling angry towards someone or hurt by them would be to remember that people always do the best they can with the resources they have. And lastly, just remember, nothing in life has any meaning except the meaning you give it. If you don't like the way you feel, choose to create a new meaning. Have fun with your emotions. Play with them. Learn from the ones that used to be painful. And choose to live and enjoy and experience the ones that create for you tremendous pleasure. And by the way, our next session is on finances, on money. And money is driven by our emotions. I mean, how you feel determines whether you spend or don't spend, whether you save, whether you give up. It's still an emotional device. That's why we want to cover our emotions first. So until tomorrow, my friends, smile big, enjoy your life, convert pain into pleasure. And most of all, live with passion. same with you if you are. Congratulations. If you do it out, congratulations to you. Whatever's right for you, I want you to do. Set yourself up for success. Now, let's go a step forward. First, quick reminder in case you didn't take the day off. Here's what we learned so far. 7 steps to creating conscious change. Step 1, get disturbed, get upset, get angry. Get to the point where you won't stand for the way things have been and decide what you're not going to stand for anymore. There is power in that. You know, the Jewish people, after experiencing the horror of the Holocaust, finally came up with a phrase that every person within that culture was well aware of, and that is never again. Never again will we let our sons, our daughters, our husbands, our fathers, our wives, our mothers be taken in the way they were. Never again will this horror happen, and it hasn't for the Jewish people, and it won't. No one was